I feel. I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fears, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of just
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The sun's out for day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025, and the players are certainly be rocking out with their guns out the whole way through. We've got 3 games coming your way today, but I've got to remind you all, here on the B Stream, things are going a little bit differently. We're all focused on just the gameplay, on the action, on the players the whole way through, so you get to enjoy all of that without any of the waffle, focus on the games, focus on what's going down. I've got Dinko standing by the side of me here to open this up with. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good, James. It's good to be here at Katowice again, another year, and we're in day 2 already, so looking forward to it.
Day 2 where some teams will go home, some teams will advance.
Yes.
Some tears, some cheers. That's just the way it happens.
I mean, that's just generally how it goes, isn't it? And we have got one of our favorite segments from ESL Pro League, Viewer Mail.
Oh, yes.
I'm not a good singer, so I'm not going to do the Viewer Mail. I'll try my best.
That's pretty good. I'll take that. Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of my favorite segments, so let's do it.
All right, we're going to take a look at some of our tweets and posts that we found out here. And this from a good friend of ours, Kassad. I love this.
He's not just a viewer, James. You know, he's back. He's on the desk. It's great to have Kassad back, coming in with some hot takes. And well, we can talk about it. I mean, we know Pain is a solid team, but VP to be this weak and not competitive only signals one thing: Jane was not the problem, James.
Yeah, you know what? That's not even a hot take, really. It doesn't seem like Jane was a problem, nor Norbert was not the problem either. This just looks like a worse VP right now.
I think it actually, at least with Jane, you knew who the leader was, but now it's like, who is going to be the standout leader? Who is going to step up? And you know, when you look at Electronic, we don't really know. It didn't go well the last time. So this is kind of the last chance to prove himself that he can be that leadership figure, and Kassad's got a point.
Well, Blade did say himself, right, with Electronic, that if he is going to be the in-game leader, he's not going to be the playmaker, he's not going to be the star. But he also said that Electronic can be a bit of a genius, so I need to see that in some of the gameplay, because they don't have too many T rounds. They don't have any wins. This is the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, yesterday they looked so flat. Today, I think they should be able to bounce back, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will wait and see. Let's take a look at our next one here, and this one comes in from Fallen. He said, it's an honor to be playing against a female team that is that good. Imperial and Furia female deserve to be trying their best at good events. Zaz and Co, keep it going. You are inspiring everyone. He also, by the way, had a follow-up tweet of that. He said we just watched back the game and he was very impressed with Zaz, so gave us some more credit from that. But obviously, they got tested yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, he even said that they should have lost that first map, and it definitely felt that way. It was a really slow start from Imperial Valkyries, and they came back into it. And I think that second half, you could see how comfortable they got. Anna was finally showing that, you know, the level that she can get to, and I think it was such a pleasure to watch her on that CT side, especially some of the peaks she was getting out of connectors. So really exciting stuff, and obviously to get that kind of praise from Fallen is going to mean a lot to them as individual players, but it's also going to inspire some young women, some young girls out there as well. Yeah,
legends in their own rights across our game, but we've got some action to come your way. So let me just catch up with Virtus Pro quickly before this one. The struggles have been real for VP so far at the start of the season, and Fame, I just want to ask for you, how is it going in terms of all the change that's happening around you guys, and just how are you handling it? How is VP being able to try and get better at the moment?
We just work a lot, and yeah, of course, it's maybe tough for us now, but we're still working. We're trying to grow as a team because we have 2 new players. Yep. We are a new team at the moment, new IGL, so it's a lot of work in the future. And right now, we need to step up, and I hope today we're gonna step up.
Do you guys have like an agreed understanding on how you want to play, like the vision of what this new VP looks like, or is it still like you're trying to find it?
We have our vision, but we're still trying to find our playstyle, and we watching games, watching meta, and trying to improve our game in every possible way. But we have our vision, yeah.
In terms of executing the vision today and taking down Saw, do you feel like this is a team that there's no way you guys should be losing against? Like, we put VP obviously normally on a higher way.
No, I'm not gonna say that because right now it doesn't matter what opponent. Feels sometimes like we're fighting against us. We're doing mistakes, and I don't say it's easy or hard opponent. It's just our opponent, and we need to step up and destroy them.
Well, okay, at least you said destroy them at the end. That's some positive words. Let's see if that's what happens when we go into the server. Dinko, Moses, over to you.
Yes, indeed, James. It is time for elimination already at IEM Katowice 2025, Jason. Either Virtus Pro or Saw are going home. I don't think I'm very surprised about the 2 teams in this elimination game. What about you?
No, not terribly, especially with the roster changes and the upheaval within Saw recently. New coach, 2 new players in the past 3-4 months. VP, obviously, their issues well documented over the past year.
Maybe they've got a whole load of new issues.
Yeah,
how exciting.
Now we can find a whole host of new ones to talk about. But yeah, you could kind of hear it from Fame there as they have the idea, they have the philosophy, they have the kind of style that they want to get to. What they don't have is kind of the path to accomplish that goal, right? The execution is missing, the kind of, putting together the details, getting on the same page to the point where you're all working for that same philosophy that you want to buy into. That's what hasn't been set up yet by Virtus Pro, and that's the task that Electronic has placed in front of them.
Yeah, we heard Flamis just before this tournament with their first event of the year. He was saying we're going to have to wait and see what kind of system they've got in place. And yesterday, after their game against Pain Gaming, where they got destroyed, Steel had said, well, I'm still waiting to see the system. I don't see anything yet. And so clearly there is a difficulty, like you said, in terms of bringing the theory into practice on the server. And for Electronic, taking the leadership, again, this is a player who had the reins inside that Cloud9 project. He had a lot of talent to work with, and it did not look good. So we start to question, is this the last chance for Electronic to really step up as a leader when he's taking control of this Virtus Pro squad now that James is gone?
Yeah, establish himself as a leader. You got to remember, too, they're fighting muscle memory. Playing under James, in-game leading with James for like 3-4 years. You got a lot of philosophies, a lot of weird approaches to Counter-Strike that you got to kind of break.
They had to rebind the W key, Jason. They had to rebind it this season.
Well, here we go. Pistol round is live. Virtus Pro starting on the CT side. Saw starting on the T side. And it's a very chill opening to the round as everyone spreads out in their defaults. You can see Saw clearing out lower tunnels, starting to work towards catwalk, so the opportunity for an attack out middle or up cat is coming into play. They've got 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a flashbang. Looks like a catwalk execute. Force Electronic off this angle, set up the wall of smokes to cross around the corner. Electronic's got the spot, breaks his ankles, and here comes the push.
Yeah, right up into cat. Electronic not having a great time. Immediately eradicated by SHR, who goes forward into the waiting arms of Flamis. This time he goes down, and so 4v4 established. The bomb is still making its way towards A, but so are the remaining players on the CT side as they rotate back in. Fame and Flit move ever closer. Now they encroach up the ramp, but that plant is coming in for VP. So at a minimum, they'll have, or rather Saw, they're going to have a bye in the next round at least, but they're still fighting deep into this. And VP on that follow-up into the retake, they've got 2 headshots back, leaving Saw just on 2 players. And Agile's in the one position that he could be a problem, but he's now detected and distracted, and all those kills come in for VP. So they only lose Electronic, and they get the job done.
Yeah, really cool idea to get into the bomb site from Saw, but you could see there was a lack of comfort in how to play the post plant exactly. I almost think they needed to play it like way more passively to get Virtus Pro to actually start this retake. Look how many kills VP gets before they're actually even trying to take over the bomb site. They're just using the range of the USPs, picking off these Glocks as they peek around the edges of smokes, peeking out from their cover. If those Glocks pounce when Virtus Pro is starting to shift and transition into the site to secure the defuse, you have much easier time of those battles. But VP is able to whittle them down, get the pistol. Now we got a scout in the hands of Icy.
Yeah, we got to see Icy a little bit last year with Cloud9. I say a very little amount of games that we got to see from him, but honestly, had some impressive games. Obviously, impressed VP. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to pull off. This force buy is dead, like instantly. There's no chance really for Saw to do much now. They've just been shredded.
You know what's kind of a bummer to me about this game is like coming into it, my expectations are like the same as they've kind of always been for VP over the past year of disappointment. Is like looking at the names and the experience on the roster and how this team has played historically. It's like this team should really have no issues. But then at the same time, you know, we've seen the problems that they've had just internally with their own game. So you don't really have confidence they're going to come in and just be able to handle business the way it feels like they should be able to.
Yeah, there's no reason to even sort of believe that because there's nothing to look back on. At least with the previous VP squads, you know, you had a whole heap of games and examples that you knew what they're capable of. We actually don't really know what this team's capable of, and so far, not a whole lot.
No, we're on that journey together. That's the journey we're on here at IEM Katowice in these first couple days.
Yeah, it's quite a journey. I mean, for Virtus Pro, they won 2 rounds yesterday on Dust 2, so
not ideal.
2 rounds now, Jason. Back there, you know, they've equaled their performance yesterday against Pain.
Yeah, we've hit it, and I mean that's something where after a loss like that to Pain, if you're VP, you have a very long conversation, watch the demo together, chat things up, and I mean, look, they picked this map into the series as well, so that says a lot about the confidence and about how they feel that yesterday's game went. Not too concerned despite the crazy weak scoreline, and just realizing we played like absolute ass, and if we don't play like that, we'll have a better chance.
Yeah. I mean, certainly can't get too much worse. And was the T side or there was the problems? And I think that is going to be...
Also, ooh, okay.
Oh, no.
That's awkward. SHR gets 2 kills of the Tech 9 from lower, just like a missed detail or just a one fight and second player couldn't react fast enough. VP should still be fine, but this does make things weird.
Very weird.
I was going to say Pain as well I would put them as a stronger opponent than Saw. We've seen really good things out of Pain. But
way stronger.
Certainly this round Saw's making it interesting.
Yeah, they got themselves into a 3v2. Now, we did say they still should be fine. Fame looking to make the most of that as he takes SHR out of the round. But 50 seconds remaining. Electronic now steps up through middle, so they know where the remaining 2 players are. And so Roman, in this 1v2, is going to be sprinting all the way back through spawn to try and get that bomb over towards the B side, which is currently open and is becoming more likely to allow a free plant because both remaining CTs have actually gone over towards A side because of that smoke that he tossed out towards spawn.
Yeah, but there's no armor on this, so once they realize it's happening, which probably should be right now, you could see Crouch, he kind of wanted to take 1 kill and turn this into a 1-on-1. He's got a chance. If he can get this kill here, he needs to get aggressive and whittle this down. Just remove one of these players and play the clutch after the fact.
Well, drops on down. Electronic waiting for Fame to come in. They've only got 1 HE grenade. That's the only nade they have. And he actually did get that initial kill, but the trade was perfect. Fame had just got close enough to Electronic to confirm that immediate trade kill, and we've got a 3-0 lead here for VP.
Yeah, bummer. He did a lot of things right. Got aggressive towards window. Couldn't find the fight he wanted. I think maybe he gets into cover a little bit quicker. He was really worried about that one player coming through door. He knew there was one close. Yeah, just a missed detail. Flit kind of turns with utility. It was his job to watch lower during that mid push. Turns to support his teammate, and it backfires on both of them. But Virtus Pro still get out with a win. Off in the hands of Icy now. Same with Story on the Saw side. And full kits of utility.
A lot of utility. Oh, SHR, it is quick out long, and it's an immediate death for Flamus, who is not going to be enjoying the start of this gun round. He's gone.
He lost the flashbang gamble. You know, how many are going to get thrown? Which one do I turn and look after? The life of a long player.
Yeah, sometimes you're going to make it. Sometimes you're going to get slapped down before you even make it to safety.
Icy is that car. He doesn't have a smoke, so they're setting up this aggression, but already neutered. And now they're out in the open with it all over in pit.
Well, this round is just a brawl, isn't it? Out long. It's just fight after fight. Players in the pit, players peeking long. And now suddenly it's just Flit 1v2. And he's at short. He doesn't have the information on the last 2 players at the moment. He thinks there's a possibility they can still come up short. But both of the remaining players are coming up long side. And that gap is huge.
advantage of this.
Oh, he can just wait for that cross, and what a shot from Gutierrez. You can't really take advantage of that.
No, damn. All right, Gutierrez, that's a beauty. First round on the board for Saw. You know, the re-aggression from VP almost works. That peek up from the open pit, Story finds a great timing to grab that one kill before they execute the retake around the corner. And look at how nervous it makes the rifles after that. Everyone's like, oh, we kind of have to back up. With an open pit, we're out in the open. That's no good. And VP, due to the damage they took in the previous round with 4 deaths, they got no money. Great opportunity for Saw. Excuse me, they do have money. They're just making a smart, economic, conservative decision to not risk everything this early in the half.
They don't have a lot of money, Jason. Yeah, not a lot. CT push,
and we don't have those new FAMASs yet.
No, not yet. That'll be coming in stage 2, though. Just gotta wait. It's kind of cool. We're leveling up the tournament, and then we get changes in the game.
Played 5 games last night.
Yeah, how'd that go?
The FAMAS is nice.
Yeah, you liking it?
I like it. With the new price point, I was enjoying it.
Just feels better in your hand when it's cheaper? Is that
a little bit. No, it felt better to shoot as well.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll see.
All right, cool.
You'll see.
Well, Flamus, he made it into pit this time.
Will they clear him? Is this enough of a distraction at the corner? This is the idea. Electronic, Flit, Icy, kind of swing, take these fights, let Flamus...
Oh my god. Well, that's free. That's a headshot.
Don't trust the Deagle.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Oh my god, there we go. Second shot, all he needed. And yeah, maybe the knife probably would have been a better decision for that, but a couple of kills come back in for Saul regardless. Now with 45 seconds left, VP have made it a little scary, a little expensive here. But with 40 seconds, there's a time to just breathe and slow down.
Ooh, a dink though.
The side of Saw, and they're waiting for the peaks. The Deagle coming back, and Flit's got another one. Smoke down for the cross at CT, and Flit is just dropped down to safety. He can climb his way back up on top of the boxes, but they're going to walk through the smoke at 2 different angles, and he still lands that headshot immediately on SHR, but just wasn't ready for Roman to walk through the wider side of that smoke. But a real nice attempt from VP.
That's actually a really cool call from Saw. 1 or 2v1, you know he's on the other side of the smoke somewhere, either up on catwalk, on the ground, and you just kind of both walk through it at the same time. Perfect trade, never expected it. Feels a little risky, but really cool when it works out. Nice round from VP, almost able to pull it off, but that's great damage done. Look at Electronic. Look
Whoa,
at the
that is definitely visceral right there from Electronic. Violence produced from his lips.
Yeah, that's a way to describe it.
Yeah.
it's one of the ways.
Yeah, that's what came to me, Jason. I don't know. Connor always says to me, you know, like, I could see Electronic playing a Bond villain. I'm like, yeah, I really could. Could see it happen, you know?
Sure.
I feel like he's got the acting chops for that, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. I like it. The cough as well is like a nice factor for a villain.
True. You know, there was one time when I was in a long shuttle ride with Electronic.
A lot of coughing?
A couple of other players. And it was a real long one. It was like an hour and 10-minute drive. And I look around, everybody's got their headphones on, chilling on their phones, some are napping. Electronic, just raw dogging it the whole way.
Oh, sure.
No headphones, staring straight forward.
I like that.
This guy.
You know, I actually like
different.
that. I like that out of Electronic. That makes my image of him in my head seem so much more intense.
Yeah.
Well, 4 players for Saw huddled outside the mid-double doors. You can start seeing the defense shifting. They don't really know what's going on, so a little bit of utility to delay things, to give the opportunity for Electronic to slide into the position behind double doors. He'll have support as well as Flit comes back. He's going to need it. First kill is his. Mutiris just wants to hold for the swing that's not coming yet.
You're not happy? Well, something's happened that. Tech issue. Or he's just, you know.
No, he was just waiting. He wanted to hear the footsteps for the rotation to the B bomb site because that's when the attack was beginning. So he was hoping he could pounce. Didn't expect Electronic to get aggressive and swing on him. And with 10 seconds left, Saul's going to sit this one out. 4th round for VP. But if we get a pause, yeah, it was a tech issue.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he took his...
It wasn't. No, he's just listening. He just doesn't expect Electronic to take that kind of a swing. And he's probably also, I'll be honest with you, if you're Mutiris in that situation, oh, it is a tech pause. You might be.
I mean, from my perspective, unless the player cam was delayed,
yeah,
we were all Mutiris.
I didn't look at the player cam.
Yeah, he literally took his hands off and shook his hands like this.
Okay.
And looked around. So, yeah, it was a game freeze. Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, they're finding it funny.
Yeah, they are finding that pretty funny. They got away with it.
Not to have a good laugh.
And the situation here is damage being done. You know, sometimes That's just how the cookie crumbles. And VP, you know, they've had
their rough share of tech issues. So yeah, you can't really. This is just some karma coming back in their way.
Well, Flamus, you can hear him.
I want to know what that joke is. Oh, that was
quiet, Flamus.
That was some authority.
I like that.
Oh, he apologized so quickly.
Oh, sorry.
So sheepishly.
He can't stop communicating though. He can't stop. Shut him up. I mean, that was a player who, well, we just got to see. He's only 20 years old. We've seen him at Gamer Legion, most notably at the Shanghai Major. And this was a player that was very loud, very integral to the energy of that Gamer Legion squad. We heard it from a lot of his teammates that when the going gets rough, if he has one individual player, one moment where he gets hyped up, he can just provide so much energy for the team. And honestly, I think that's a really important thing for this VP squad, because how many times last year did we stand behind that team and just hear silence and misery, you know? And maybe he can bring some energy to the squad and get people laughing, you know, because that could be an underrated factor for this VP team.
Sure, I think Electronic himself will appreciate that. Electronic, guys, we just kind of saw a couple rounds back, as someone who gets pretty intense, gets pretty loud, and having a second player that can join you in that to help you kind of throw that throughout the team is really nice. I remember one of the issues towards the end of Stewie's career within Liquid was, when I was there, was talking about he's just exhausted of being the energy guy. He's exhausted of trying to be the guy to like lift the mood. It is a very draining experience after doing it for months and months and months and feeling like you're the only one. So Electronic having a sidekick who can get loud and a little bit crazy is probably something he enjoys. 4-2. Also, let's just say the skills of Flamus probably enjoys those as well.
Yeah, they're also nice to have.
Boosted up from Story, misses the shot on the cross. Tech9 Deagle on Agal and Roman.
Well, a little lurk smoke thrown out to Fame, and he's just going to have to play around it. The ball making its way back towards B as well, so full commitment to be teed up into the B bomb site here for Saw.
Yeah, they're going away from those defaults now. A few more grouped up executes.
I like this when you have very limited utility and you don't have everybody on a good weapon, right? It feels more direct, more simple.
Sure, the problem is, at the moment, is like it feels like you can't really respect this smoke. And they don't have a nade to break it. So I think in their minds are like, we have to respect this smoke. We can't just come through it. Here comes the utility, the set piece, utility out.
Well, AK just got out in time for Fame, and a second headshot lines them up. Bomb down, Fame with 3, and you just can't get past him. It's now Flit left at the back of the site, and Story stuck in the smoke. It is every single kill, other than one for Fame. He holds down that site just like a boss.
I love to see that out of Fame. That's what I've been missing out of Fame for some time. Good sequence, good quad kill, nice headshots as well. Didn't even have support of Flit inside the bomb site, who wasn't peeking to set up that crossfire until a little bit later. Knew he was going to be pinned down on the execute by the third, fourth tunnel players. So Fame handles business, takes the teeth out of the attack. And it's now a 3-round lead.
And there's that energy we were just talking about. Great hole from Fame, who, really importantly, you know, he had a good round there because he had a terrible performance yesterday. Like, awful. 6 kills, second map. Really struggled to get going on Dust 2. Obviously, the rest of his teammates not having a good game either, but he in particular struggled yesterday. And we know the level that he can get to, so really disappointing seeing him like that yesterday. He got 8 kills in Mirage, 6 kills on Dust 2. Same for Flamus, to be fair.
It's a new day.
Yeah, they're just trying to forget about that one. It was good to see Fame doing the pregame interview and had a smile on his face. We'll see if that
continues.
Yeah,
the smile remains.
At the end of the day.
Breaking the smoke, giving Icy an angle deep towards the back of Catwalk. Just pistols for Saw's team. There it is, found with the smoke break. Story's going to be sad about that. Nicely done from Icy. Smoke, though, does allow the passage up Catwalk, but with just pistols, shouldn't really be a whole lot to talk about here.
That's what they want you to think.
That's what they want you to think.
Let's see what they've got.
Gamer Legion Pain taking place on the other stream as well. If you guys would like to throw a second game up on the multi-monitor setup that you surely have at home. It's currently 5 rounds in.
How many monitors have you got, Jason, at your house?
I have Like 6. I only have
All right.
2 set up. I'm a 2-monitor man.
You got 6 monitors, though. You could do a lot with that.
I have 2 2-monitor setups and 2 monitors collecting dusts.
Well, you could make like a big CCTV room.
Yeah, I'm looking to make a LAN center in my basement.
All right, we can all go to Jason's house, guys, and have a great time. Bomb plant, not bad. Honestly, more than you probably would have expected. And a 2v3, picked up rifle, not able to get the long fight going, and eventually picked up by Virtus Pro, but they'll be a little bit annoyed that they lost 2 players and conceded a bomb plant, but as long as they continue to win rounds, it's not the worst. 6-2 though, we gotta see Saw start changing it up now. They really struggled at points throughout their opening series yesterday. I think this project is just gonna take a long time to really figure it out, because you have literally lost the firepower in your team. Like the 2 players that brought the most firepower.
Yeah, think about it from this perspective is like Erisdos and Ujerks were guys that we were like young and inexperienced and got to learn, you know, got to learn how to play in Tier 1 and professional Counter-Strike, but obviously got tons of skills, and that was very, you could see it, very raw talent. It's not the case, it's not the same thing with the 2 younger players they brought in now. You still have that inexperience, but you don't have the same raw power of output of fragging. Aggressive stance from Icy, and he stuck around a little bit too long with indecision and gets picked off on the fallback. 5-on-4 for Saw, perfect situation to try and recover this half.
SHR, smoke fades away just as he gets in behind that Xbox. Oh,
Electronics.
I was like, why?
He's like, I actually hate you.
I was standing there. Smoking on his own teammate. But look at this from Agile. He's found a little bit of space long. He's going to try and work with it. He's got his teammate in behind him with a bomb on his back. And Flamus is going to play out from CT.
They just threw a flashbang to show that they wanted to take catwalk control, but it's not going to fool anyone because of that position. And ooh, spam through the smoke is massive. Fame at distance.
SHR has to make the play now. He has to be the player to step up with a multi-kill, and he gets 1. He was so close to that second player, but Electronic with an important headshot. Bomb going down here for Saw. A 2v2, 1 long, 1 on the site.
And it is planted for long, so a Story can back away towards long whenever he feels too much pressure.
Electronic's so low on health, but he's dumping the util. He's creating distraction, trying to draw eyes towards him to free up Flit to move forward. But Story, instead of staying committed long, he plays at the car instead with his AWP. And they're waiting for the moves of VP back into this retake. But here comes Electronic, and there he goes in an instant. But that off has missed the shot. And as soon as he peeks up again, it's Flit with a follow-up headshot, and the retake goes the way of VP.
Oh, Story is so sad that he missed that shot. A little game of whack-a-mole, and Flit gets the prize at the end. 7-2. Nothing crazy on the retake, really just kind of being patient. It's these kills on the cross, the double spam. Fame just getting real lucky to nab that headshot right at the edge. And Flit stands his ground. Story can't have a second chance at it. And it's a 5-round lead now.
Yeah, nice round from Flit. 3 kills locked in, but that clutch at the end is absolutely everything. They continue this strong first half from VP. Icy wanted the challenge.
That's twice now. Back-to-back round Stories picked Icy off. Icy might have been thinking, I want to challenge because I don't think they'll have an AWP, and he's obviously wrong.
You know, the way he was standing, so he's crouched down in that gap. Man, nice and easy. The Flamus aggressive could get this kill back. Oh, just fades away at the right time.
Yeah, well, he got blinded as well, so he was bailing out. But there's another opening provided by SHR. That's a mid player down, that's a B player down. And you should see on the minimap, SHR starting to hunt into that B bomb site off of his kill. He's just like, I'll go investigate. I'm going to take the risk that no one's here. And he's correct. Out towards long, holding off for this push. VP's, I imagine they just back away from this and save. You could get aggressive and try and find the kill, but you're never going to go for this round. So they're content to just chill and pit, and Saw's content to take round number 3.
I'm just going to hang on to the weapons. Plenty of cash on, in particular, Flamus and Icy. So not the worst case scenario here for VP. Saw just need to grab as many of the remaining rounds of this half as possible. 3 in a row would be a dream. I think yesterday, it wasn't all negative for Saw. I think there were a few positives. I think there was a great chance they could have won Nuke against Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
Came down to the wire on that one, a 13-11 loss for Saw. They went on to lose Inferno. They were 9-3 up at Inferno. That is the worrying part for me, is that Saw had such a strong first half and they won 0 T rounds against Gamer Legion.
And they've picked Inferno back into this series as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be something to look forward to in that second map. Both teams picking maps that they lost yesterday. VP with Dust 2.
I think it's, I kind of like that because, you know, it is the start of the season, right? So if you have sort of put in practice these maps, you have the theory of how you want to play, but maybe like figuring it out hasn't, how to put it into sort of practice on the server maybe hasn't been figured out yet. And so, you know, the more you play it, at least, you know, you should learn more.
I think if you're losses. I think the logic if you're Saw and you pick Inferno is, you know, yeah, our T side was horrible, but our CT side was great. You know, our T side is not usually this horrible. You think he's trying to look at the positives a little bit, but you're exactly right. There's plenty to learn for both these teams and both these new lineups throughout these runs. One of those runs ends today. Losing team in this series eliminated from IEM Katowice in last place.
Yeah, you don't want to finish that most of the time.
I imagine last place sucks. Never been there.
That's good. Round 11 is a pretty decisive round for VP. If they can win this, they'll have a great half locked in, but it's going to be a short play from the T side.
VP's handled these, though, very, very well. They've handled these kind of short attacks with the kind of the more passive setup. This time, though, Flamus just gets his head ripped off immediately. Icy's going to grab the kill, but needs to protect himself out towards long. Flashes over to take away the angle and can hold for a follow-up push. He's got Flit with him, but with low HP, if the retake is not, if the impetus of the retake isn't these guys coming from CT spawn, Flit can't really get involved. And he's switched out to the op so that Icy can be aggressive with the M4.
Well, Matiris looking over the top, peering down in towards CT. Hasn't seen his victims yet, but now they gather up on the ramp. It's Fame coming in with that first shot. Electronic double kill. Roman doing what he can from short side. It's a good pick coming in. 1v2 for Roman now to close it, and Icy, it just decapitates him with precision. Icicle to the brain, and that is an 8th round picked up for VP as they come back in on yet another retake.
Yeah, beautiful Molotov to the default plant spot, forces one of the Saw players out into the open, and Electronic has a huge impact position, biding his time and waiting for his teammates to take contact and attention before jumping up onto the boxes. He gets to clear out the corner box. He gets to clear out the guys who are going to be really tricky at the end of the day. Mutiris and Story have no safety as Electronic hops up. Those are the 2 impact kills. And Virtus Pro winning round after round on a streak here on Dust 2. 5 of the last 6 in their favor.
Oh, Roman slipping through the smoke in middle. Oh, that is perfect. That's the kind of play he was hoping for. Flit just to walk into him. Looked like he was ready for that possibility, but just wasn't able to react fast enough to stop Roman from being successful in that mid-push forward. Electronic is now put under a lot of pressure inside of the B bomb site, but he's not alone. And look at this aggression from Flamus. It has not worked out for VP. He was looking for the response, but that long push is being watched.
Yeah, well, VP's been able to recover. This one a little bit too far. However, last round, they're going to go for it, so a chance. As Mutiris gets into spawn, should be checkmate, and it's all done now.
I mean, there's, you know, all these kills in this round so far have been coming through a smoke. Roman got his opener through the smoke, and now Fame coming through CT. He's got a double back. Icy long side. You talked about VP flipping these rounds back and finding the way to be competitive again, and they've done it once more. If you're Saw, you can't let this one go. This is your half. A 4th round can make a big difference, and VP are about to rip it from their hands. Saw, the time is in their favor, though, and that grenade does not blast open the smoke, nor does it reveal SHR at all. And so now it comes down to bullets and brawn, and Fame doing everything he can, but time is the problem, and Fame has to stick it. The only chance is if he holds this defuse, and it's stopped in the last second by Agile. It's elimination day here at the Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice 2025. It's Saw versus Virtus Pro. We've kicked this one off on Dust 2. Currently VP with an 8-4 lead. And now we switch to see what Saw can do on the defense.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a lot. Really rough first half. Even managing to grab that one at the end isn't going to help a whole lot. 8-4, you can still come back from it. We're going to have to see a change, though. Virtus Pro doing really, really good in some retakes, some late round situations, turning rounds in their favor when they were disadvantaged. Virtus Pro's looking solid, and you got Fame playing a really good game. 18-6, Flitz doing good, 11-6. On the other side, it's SHR leading the way for Saw, who's the top fragger with 12. In an aggressive CT pistol from Saw.
Well, there's a setup designed to deal with this exact play of the T side of VP. Story in the lower tunnels unleashes first with the dual Berettas. He's got his teammate up at short. Not necessary to swing that fight, but it gets traded regardless.
Look at the logic in VP's brain, though. They see that aggressive kind of catwalk and Xbox stack, and they say, all right, let's get into the B bomb site. Likely only one defender goes 1 for 1, and they back away. They don't commit. Now the tunnels push, and SHR gets pulled into it. Man advantage for VP.
Yeah, really needed to land at least one of those shots, but SHR going down opens up a whole lot of problems here for Saw. They're down an extra player. VP trying to get that bomb out of the lower tunnels, and that kind of shot is certainly going to help matters for the side of Saw. Electronic going down. The bomb does make it up to shore, just about. Gets over the top. Materos was close to removing Fame's head, but they get into the site. The bomb plant's coming in, and there's a drop down towards CT. As Flitz changed his position, it could be an unexpected angle, and so he gets a few more shots off, but this retake is on, and they're coming in quick.
Awkward fight for him now, though, with Fame inside the bomb site and him down at the lower ramp. He doesn't really have a whole lot of support. It doesn't matter. Fame with the one tap with a P250, and VP gets another pistol.
Dude, that is disgustingly good from Fame. Yeah, I've seen him so many times in that exact position. I feel like that's one of his best spots in Counter-Strike for Fame, is dancing around those boxes on the default of A. He's just so good, so comfortable in those little peaks, and you could see he was so ready for the kind of angle to deal with that headshot at Gandalf. Great work from Fame to win the pistol round.
I really feel for SHR in this round with that kind of a push in tunnels, because I think, oh my lord.
Dude, even in slow-mo it looks fast.
I think that's one of the areas where inexperience is like you have the biggest time to catch up, as SHR trying to get a jump on that flank really quickly and not realizing in Tier 1, teams and players have the coordination, just stop, pause, and turn back so quickly. He gets caught off guard and gives him the escape route. Now VP try and get a little tricky, trying to bully that B bomb site with a fast-paced two-man rush.
Yeah,
There's one.
No commitment behind it, but they're also up against very limited weapons.
That's an interesting round. I wonder if that was designed or just kind of miscommunicated. I mean, from players still in T spot. Oh no!
From hearing from Ash describe Flamus, he said he's a player that you can't keep on a leash. He's always wanting to get aggressive, always wanting to make his own play. So perhaps that's one of those rounds where he just calls it himself. I'm going B with the MAC-10, and it has created a little bit of chaos on the server here. Materis has a chance in a 1v2.
I don't know if Electronic's giving you that kind of a freedom. I don't know if Electronic's the kind of in-game leader who's going to be like, yeah, bro, just rush B. It's fine. You have a feeling.
Maybe not long term, but maybe maybe they haven't quite established the dynamic yet.
I mean, I think probably I would have to see the round again. I'm assuming it was just someone like spotting mid, maybe only saw like one cross or saw two fighting him, so they wanted to pick up the aggression, maybe get one kill and just get into the B bomb site for free, and obviously bit off more than they could chew. Still managed to win the round, however, it does end with Mutiris controlling an AK-47. But Virtus Pro's at double digits and 3 rounds away from taking Dust 2.
Flit had to get 4K. He had to save the round on his own, basically. Look at that. Just holding down middle. Got a little bit messy.
Авика у них нету или есть?
Может быть, да-да-да. Бля, Тимура, можешь Галил дропнуть? Хотим сделать. Я сам куплю, я сам. Биг.
6-round lead. Jump down from Icy with the scout. Blind timing shot. Story's got an op on the other side of the map. That's going to be positioned out towards long for the moment, as he'll give cover to Roman to slide over into pit, allowing the op to be mobile again, and Virtus Pro running through their default, taking control of tunnels. A defender on catwalk Mutiris, they'll have to push back with Molotov with utility. Nice nade.
And Electronic doesn't like it.
Woof.
A lot of his health gone. does start to feel like this kind of round, though, some of the last attempts that Saw have in Dust 2. Out of money if they lose this. And VP taking their time as they take short, allowing Icy to peek around the corner with that AWP. Electronics move through the mid doors.
I mean, Saw can't really do a whole lot. They don't have utility. They have a Molotov on SHR and a smoke at the B bomb site that's just deployed towards tunnels. And there's the last Molotov. That's the final pieces of utility. And that one is just, again, the inexperience. That Molotov just sells SHR down the river. It's just like, Electron's like, oh, okay, I know where you are.
And it also sucked because there was a gap on the right side of it as well. So
on top of everything, yeah, it just sucked.
It was just bad overall. Agil looking up into the tunnels though. Great headshot off the back of the site. It's going to be Flammis to fall, but Fame and Electronic double up in an instant, and so Saw crumbling. So Roman has to come around with a long flank. He's got Story alongside of him. With that ball going down inside of B and the money problems that I mentioned just a mere moment ago, Saw have no other choice. They have to save the AWP. They have to save the rifle. They don't have money to fall back on in the next round.
Yeah.
This will concede an 11th round, but at least gives them a chance to fight in the next and not lose Dust 2 outright.
It's the op, I think. I think if it's 2 M4s, they might actually go for it a little bit. They might actually just test and see if they can find an early kill to make it possible. But Virtus Pro, they understand the situation. They know it's going down. They see Story still alive, and they want to hunt him down. Convening towards long, but good shot onto Flit. Virtus Pro has some money to throw away, but not as much as you'd think. So Icy and Fame just get passive. Pause, let the op survive into the next round. So Saw truly backs against the wall now. 7-round deficit.
I just wonder how Saw are going to use this AWP now, because Story has had a really quiet game. I think that's the kind of round that's very frustrating for him. You know, he wants to find impact. He wants to be able to deliver a round victory at this point of the game for his squad, but he's out he's out long. He's not anywhere near where VP are sending their forces, so I wonder if they're going to change up his position. Maybe have more of a central focus for his op in this round. We'll have to wait and see. There's not going to be a whole heap of opportunities to get back into this now for Saw. This really does feel like it. So they've got 3 rifles coming up, an MP9 in the hands of SHR, and that AWP they saved in the hands of Story. So Icy getting boosted up by Electronic, and Story does have more of a mid-focus early on into this round. He wants to fight, so he breaks that smoke open, but he's not going to see anything. Icy's boost is actually to look for the cat aggression, which maybe this is where he's anticipating they're going to put the op early. Three-man B setup early on here for Saw. You see Agil kind of going in between watching middle and being that extra play they can call over towards B, but Story's op is now positioned at the back of the platform. He's about to get that fight against Icy.
Yeah, Icy looks like he's just going to swing into it as well. This should be Story all day, every day of the week. Flashbang into tunnels, holds it at bay for the moment. Story is ready. Missed shot, and now he's pinned down by the op, and Icy drops him.
Yeah, that's disastrous, and here comes the attack in. SHR can't do anything with his MP9. That's it. Round done, job done, and probably map done. As Saw hang on to the 2 M4s on the other side of the map, but Virtus Pro just barrage through the B bomb site, and once that op misses the initial shot, as soon as you repeat, you're getting punished.
Story's going to be really frustrated coming out of this game. He's had a few rounds with the op of just missing. This one right here that we saw in the first half, it was his position at car in the 2 versus 1 versus Flit. Smoke fades, misses a shot as Flit takes down his teammate, loses the 1v1 after the fact. There's going to be some frustration for the Opera of Saw. We'll have to see him rebound on Inferno because, yeah, those have been costly. And now Roman is going to have a tough time hanging onto the weapon. Up on top of the blue box, might be nice for the first kill. Good jump over from the MAC-10, and Mutiris, he probably knows he ain't surviving. Blinded, good utility from VP, even in the closing moments of the round in garbage time, and Mutiris does get away. Just ends before that corner can be turned. 8 rounds for Virtus Pro to win this map.
Well, let's see how much of a big difference Mutiris surviving makes, but not a lot of money to go around here, as there's the final timeout being taken for Saw to figure out what they can throw together. At this point, we're not expecting even the reality or possibility of a comeback here for Saw, but if they can get an extra few rounds heading out of this map so you just don't get defeated 13-4, at least you can leave with a few more positives going into map 2. But much better here from Virtus Pro today on Dust 2. That timeout wrapped up. I don't think it's too surprising to see Saw here in the elimination game of Katowice. I think it's just too early for a team with as many inexperienced players as they've got and so much firepower gone. Virtus Pro, with the experience on the majority of the players inside of the squad, you would expect him to be able to handle Saw today. And so far, it's a great performance from Virtus Pro. Double setup at short. Going to be set up here for Story. Flash is going in. Roman and Mutiris. This is it. This is the fight. If they lose this, the map's done. And it's a 1-for-1 straight away.
2-for-1 now. Make it 3-for-1.
That's it.
Vlamas just slides forward, holding the trigger, and there is the cutoff of the mid-rotation. Absolutely perfect. VP got battered on Dust 2 yesterday, but they've repaired something. They fixed something between last night and today, and they came in looking hot. It's 13-4.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, a team that have to bounce back today, there's no other option, and they have to put in a performance. They have to put in a shift, and a 13-4 victory on Dust 2 is the perfect way to start off today.
Well, there on the B stream, we do have a strong opening performance from Virtus Pro. That's more what you expect from them. But I'm going to get you into some of this A stream action right now. We got Payne just behind me going up against Gamer Legion, and Rez, well, he's truly resurrected on this Gamer Legion. He is looking great. Maybe his time on Nip didn't count. So take a look at this.
You have rounds. What are your thoughts on that as an option?
Doesn't sound realistic. I like realistic goals.
Like 1% every day.
Yeah.
Just better yourself by 1% every day.
That is... You're spitting.
What's your 1%?
What's it going to
on
be?
the hotline. That's 1-800 IEM.
KATO.
That's not a real number. Don't call it. Well, it could be a real number.
You never know.
If you do call it, let us know who picks up.
Give us a call, that 1-800.
Oh.
Ouch.
Okay, they are attempting to win out 9 consecutive T-side rounds.
Well, at least they gave themselves something to work with in that, like, hey, let's buy 4 HEs. And I can tell you that because of this fancy new HUD. I can remind myself.
That they did have HEs.
Yep, they did. Past tense, of course, and 5 alive still for their opponent, so it didn't quite go to plan.
Mirage up next.
Yes.
But the craziest comeback in Counter-Strike history before that. So, don't go anywhere.
I'm going to go do some stretches, get ready for this one. Slend, incredibly passive, so he's just going to have to, what, take a time, take a Deagle bullet between the eyes. That's a fantastic start, but might be short-lived celebrations as, ooh, a little bit of a messy spray from Rez. He still gets it, tracks Biguzera.
It's easy for, no.
Oh, yep.
It's easy peasy for R-easy. It's easy.
That's better.
There's something else there. I can do more with that.
Easy peasy, R-easy. But for him, they are easy. Something like that.
I'm sure this.
Yeah. Anyway, workshop concludes, as so does this map. I'm calling it here.
You're calling it here?
Yeah. I like pen gaming.
You can't do that.
You're right. Davideus on the mic.
Davideus.
Don't, because I've managed to get it out of my head for a second.
It's a catchy tune.
It is. No denying it.
Dr. Zeus. All right. Round number 16. 5 AK-47s enter the server, an opportunity for Pain to start clawing things back. Going for the banana control is Davideus. He's put an extinguish in behind him. There's a log smoke in play. Will he force through it as Snow and Katowice get this boiler and hose control very early, a minute 30 on the clock. So it's a decent amount of real estate to have. If you can't have banana, you better get halls and boiler. They're the landlords right now. One balcony, one pit, one site. So long is the gap currently for Gamer Legion, but nobody needs to tend to that, as we can see 3 up banana working on control. Car full smoke. Car molly. This will delay the contain unit as Torsen flashes himself forward. The ping pong back and forth. Pain have gone. Blocked on one side, searching for space on the other. Torsen now let off the leash, able to cheat over to help the A defense. He's just got that little slip over towards long if they were to creep past. If they do execute in towards A, this setup from Gamer Legion should be more than enough to get the job done, as there's the opening incision. Slender almost forces their hand to the other side of the map now. 30 seconds.
Walking on that long smoke is Big Uzera. It is the gap. Flash is short at the same time. Rez underneath the bow. Torsen now spots out Big Uzera, but that's a big pick. PR down in the pit. Will Rez go overlooked in mini? ZTR as well tucked on cold. There is a lot of legs to this round still for Gamer Legion, and ZTR demonstrates. Rez as well reveals his position, needs another and can't quite tame the spray, but Torsen can.
1v2.
He just drives by him. Moving accuracy on that M4 up close. NQZ doesn't really have the health for this. Gamer Legion just need to bring him down, secure a 13-3. That's one hell of a way to start this series in pursuit of the groups. NQZ to disrupt. Great first headshot. Still has to get past the last. It's not going to be comfortable. Up and over. Slend closes it down. A convincing 16-round game. That's it. Job done. First map under their belt. One map away from securing the top 16 of Katowice.
Now, as far as the rematch is concerned, this is much better than last time rounds. A 13-3 victory compared to a 13-10. But up next, it's the turf of Pain. Mirage, a map they've looked damn competent on so far in the Katowice campaign.
Now there's a lot of players, managers, coaches. There's so much involved when it comes to doing Counter-Strike teams. Benji is one of the managers here for Gamer Legion. And I want to start by asking you, Benji, around Gamer Legion. Obviously, he's gone through a lot of changes of players for it. How is that for you to manage the different players coming in and also different personalities that keep coming in as well?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of our identity, right? To change the players or build them up and then sell them to the top teams. I think it's fun. It's changing a lot. Everyone is different for sure. But I like it, yeah. Everyone is nice so far. Yeah, still you're doing good.
What would you say is the biggest challenge of being a manager of an international team with so many different country, personality, people from different cultures?
I think, yeah, as you said, we have a lot of cultures in the team, but you can't feel it really much because everyone is, everyone is being good with each other. Yesterday night, we went to the gym all together. The full team included me. Yeah, it's like they were from one country, right? We're talking English for sure, but it fits pretty nice, and you can't really feel these barriers. Yeah.
What is maybe the most difficult part of your job? What's the hardest thing to manage?
Getting all together in the end of the day, I think. Yes, okay. It's a lot of stuff which is going on at the same time, and someone is forgetting this. You have to bring that, but yeah, I think the tournament organizers understand that and supporting us managers very well because they're doing like everything for sure. Yeah, but it's fun.
Now, me and you, we've played some CS together before as well, so I know you like to play. Is it difficult even for you to be watching the game like this sometimes and seeing it go down? Because I know you get very passionate.
Yeah, I'm super passionate, but I know there's a big skill gap between me and the guys in the back. Yeah, but it's sure it's hard to watch sometimes when you're so into it. Yeah, but they are feeling the same, and yeah, it's shared emotions, I would say.
What's been your best memory of the achievement you've had with Gamer Legion so far? Like, what's been a crazy moment that you just remember so well?
I get goosebumps already when I think about the major. I think it was, for everyone, it's the biggest tournament of the year. And for us, it was special because we had a really, really good run with this young team. Everyone will remember Flamus and the Chinese crowd for sure. The goosebumps. It was really, really an insane memory. Yeah.
And looking at Rez coming into this team, obviously super experienced player. Is it different when you're like managing him compared to some of the other players? Is there maybe a way that he can also help you?
Yeah, he's for sure super experienced and super easy to handle as well. He's a great human first and a really, really, really good teammate and an insane good player. He makes my job super easy. He never complains. So that's what we want for sure now. But he's really, really nice guy. I like him a lot already, and we met like 3 days ago in person for the first time. So yeah.
Well, there you go. A little bit of insight into what it's like being a manager and some high praise around Rez. The Rez praise keeps on happening. And if it continues in their games as well, Rez looks like he's definitely back. In 2024, Saw was doing incredibly well, and we were all very excited about him. But there's been a lot of changes since then, Muteris. Yeah. I want to just understand from your perspective, why did things change so much for you guys? Where did it go so wrong?
Well, it's hard because we changed a lot of some players, we changed coach, so we had some problems that it's not about the players, it's all about between those players that left and the organization, and it's rough because I think that we have a very good level, and now we are some steps back, but it's our reality right now, but it's hard with the high expectations. And right now you need to fight again. You need to go through. Some players need some experience. So for me it's a bit hard, but it is what it is.
Because I want to ask you about you specifically. You just finally got to start achieving some of your goals, right? Going to these big events, going to the major. How does it feel like in your heart in terms of maybe taking a step back? Is this hard to do?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, the hard thing it's the expectations because you came from something really good in Cologne and stuff like that.
Crazy in Cologne.
Yeah, so right now but we need to go to our reality again. So we came to this tournament and we don't have a lot of expectations. We just need we want to try to find ourselves inside of the game. But I know that right now it's a bit hard.
With it being hard, can you tell me also the big difference that you see so far in terms of just what you would look at where the way the team is playing, not just because the new players come, but also because you changed coach as well?
Yeah, I think that the main difference right now it's our consistency. I think that we can do, for example, yesterday we did a very good city side on Inferno, maybe one of the best that we had in Saw, and we go to this side and nothing worked out. We were dying too early. So at least for me, of course we had a conversation, but at least for me as a IGL, it was really hard to call when we are always dying. So I think that the main factor is consistency, the first big stages from some of the guys. And as a team, like I said at the beginning, we are worst right now, but we hope that with time we can do some steps to be better.
Well, I like the honesty. I like what I'm hearing. He has been grinding and he knows how to get his way back to the top. So let's see if Saw can do it later on.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Elimination looms for Saw if they can't pick themselves up here on Inferno, a map where yesterday they had a 9-3 lead and went on to lose the second half 13-9. So this is a team that needs to bounce back, Jason, and so far it has not looked great here in Katowice.
Hey, day to day, VP just bounced back on their own map pick. They got demolished on yesterday as well. So, I mean, they came in looking hot, and I think that's maybe the scary thing if you're Saw looking to have a really good second map is Fame has obviously showed up. Flit had some really good rounds. VP as a team were doing good in retakes, had good utility coordination. So this is a VP team that came in solid today rather than flat VP squad that you sometimes see, you know, kind of just waltz into a match.
Sadly, more often than not these days, but maybe they'll start to turn the page soon for this Virtus Pro squad of new players. You've got the likes of Flammus and Icy coming in. We'll see what their Inferno looks like. They're going to start on the CT side, and Saw are going to start on the T side where they didn't win a single round yesterday. So let's see if they can change that here with a pistol round. Agile getting involved. Mid-aggression from Virtus Pro's CT side. Oh, they've got caught. It's a little bit awkward, and SHR is going to take that opening.
That was a really slow, like, push for middle, like walking very, very early at a timing that gets you caught from alt mid. They didn't make the push all the way down with any kind of haste or any kind of speed.
Well, we have got Roman investigating over towards B. He's not going around the corner just yet, but that bomb isn't fully committed to A. There's still a lot of time. They can decide to go back. And Virtus Pro realize they can't just sit back. They can't just allow this to go against them. So they're starting to move forward and gather information, and they're going to see that the apartments are quiet.
Yeah, but Saw are aware of these mid pushes, these mid-round pushes from the VP guys. Look at how patient they are. Just sat waiting. You know there's going to be a peek at some point, and a 3v5 VP has to have information. They have to find an equalizing kill. And shout out to VP, because they're making the right call to stack up at the B bomb site. Both teams shifting over to this site at the exact same moment. And if VP stick here, this is their only chance of winning the round.
Dude, the smoke from Flit is huge. It's allowed this delay to happen, and it's given enough time to rotate all the remaining forces over to the B bomb site. This is Saw walking into a trap. This is the best chance for VP to win this round, and Fame has done well with that first kill. Flit alongside of him, and Saw, despite having all of the advantages at the early portion of this round, it has fallen away from them, and they've got to rely on Mutiras, but he goes down to Flit, and they're so low in health, but Roman has one chance, one opportunity, and 18 seconds left. He can't get the way back to A's. He has to go to the B bomb site, and Fame is going to know this, so he stays tucked in behind at Ruins, and Roman just has to take a risk, and so he'll put it down in the fountain. He exposes himself to CT, but this is the fight he's hoping for. Out to the left side, he's going to peek it, and remember the low HP, all he needed was one bullet, but he couldn't connect it, and Fame comes in to close it. A 3K in the pistol round for Fame, and VP flipped this back in their favor.
Yeah, once again, this is the same thing on Dust 2. Virtus Pro just able to recover rounds where they're at such a deficiency, and Saw has got to be kicking themselves for letting this one out of their grasp. 5-on-3, and you don't give up any picks after that. You haven't let yourself get picked off as you move around the map. It's just a stack from VP as they have all the information. Some beautiful shooting and probably a lot of confusion out of Saw, who expected one, maybe two players most at the B bomb site, but ran into three. I sat there, I was like, man, Saul's going to get this pistol, and all of a sudden they don't have to worry about winning a round on the T side because they've already done it. And here we are.
Oh, here we are.
2 days in a row, 0-2 rounds. They have bought up, though. Galil, AK-47, MAC-10, couple of pistols. Saul coming right back into this.
This would be a nice way to bounce back. But conversely, it could also be a way to ensure the worst start possible here in this first half. Fame, grenade lands on his head at CT spawn, and he fell asleep at the wheel. Roman just charges right through the utility and blasts his head off.
That's a really nice pre-fire from Roman. I don't know if he fell asleep at the wheel. I think he's expecting that smoke to plume, and he's going to be spamming, and then he just gets
deleted,
that pre-fire peek. Yeah. Fair play.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's going to be a save call out of VP. 2 A players haven't even budged from their aggressive stances, so Saw have a rebuttal immediately. Round number 2 in their favor. Round number 3 is going to be hotly contested with all these saved weapons and utility on the Virtus Pro defensive side. But for Saw, you got to be happy to equalize things so quickly.
And so decisively as well, because you hold on to all 5 players currently, so you got to build that money up nicely in reserve. You're going to still have to deal with a pretty tough buy, and so it's worth throwing this Tech 9 into the apartments. See how much damage you can get away with. But Agile not looking like he's going to get any chances. As VP minimized their casualties to just the 1. So fist bumps all around. Golden happy with that.
It's interesting to see Virtus Pro in a 5-on-5 leave a player alone at that B bomb site, right? Like I thought for sure they would boost up at MP9, but Fame is there all on his own, and he's also super passive. So Saw get a lot of room to work with up Banana against just a sole defender. But we buy right back into it. UMP on Electronic, MP9s on Flamus and Fame. Icy and Flit with rifles. Utility out, but once again, Saw want to take complete control of Banana.
That grenade is meaty. And Roman's going to feast on it. 56 HP left. Flamus committed into the apartments. We'll see what this little MP9 can do. He's not alone. He's got Icy, who's got the FAMAS alongside of him. And this fight's about to go down, so the warning shots have been sent out. Saw now realize there is an aggressive setup in the apartments, and so they don't want to commit into that, and so VP are adjusting.
Well, how long is it going to take them to work up the courage to clear that out, to find the information? Still a very spread default. Minute left in the round. No one's crossed half wall. Fame in position to get some information. A mid-round push could be a very nice timing if they can find it. Flit, is going to rotate all the way back. You've got a player, Flamus, set up in pit on the balcony. 2 inside the bomb site, and now the A defense is shored up. There's utility to spend as well.
Well, final few seconds of this round, and it is going to be a bloodbath on this A site. Yet to be seen whose blood, though, will be spilled more, because there's a lot of players here for VP. 4, in fact, ready to defend. And this is about to get messy as Saw get close. Flamus off the balcony. First impact is his. Flick to follow up the double F combo. Effing them up. And now looking for more shots to come in as they look on up. It's Electronic and Flit alongside Icy, who freezes out the attack forward. Saw don't even get close to the bomb site.
I think VP is going to love playing against that style throughout this half. That's something that the Saw guys are going to have to break themselves out of, that kind of like really long default where you don't really do a whole lot or apply a lot of pressure or get a lot of information. Clock runs down and there's 25 seconds when this execute is the trigger's pulled on it. You have no intel. No knowledge of where they might have shifted into. No knowledge of what the setup is going to be. And Virtus Pro is going to be content to just sit back and wait for you to kind of walk into their crossfires. Especially considering with having never crossed the half wall in Banana, you didn't even have information of the B defense. So Virtus Pro is just getting to chill there and be like, we know what's happening on the map. We know where they can be. They can't be B. They can't be Banana. They can't be lining up and execute here. So Saw needs to find a way to disguise their end game. Timeout comes to a close. Virtus Pro in this 1-round lead. But rifles and utility and now economy starting to grow for the Virtus Pro CT side.
Still a buy that can cause some problems here. Saw have 3 AK-47s, 1 Khalil, Tech 9 in the hands of Agile. The problem is they'll have a whole heap of utility to continue to challenge up Banana. Banana fight going down now. Flit sending bullets towards the bottom. He's not alone, he's got Fame with him, and now Agile taking the apartments with this little Tech 9. Flamish is shoulder peeking, ready to shake that Molotov down, and pretty tentative start to the round, but Mutiris getting into the long smoke. His teammate SHR taking a short peek, and he loses his life to Flamish from the balcony. Now Mutiris really needs to be successful, and Electronic might just walk into him. Okay, is Mutiris ready for that kind of play? Electronic to go down in a 4v4.
I bet Electronic's so frustrated about that. He's like, why? What is he doing here? Why is he just sitting in this corner behind the smoke? Now there's only 2 defenders. This one's going to be much harder. Flit and Fame are on the rotation, but it's going to be a minute before they arrive. They need this kill on Rap side. They need Flamis to be able to change his gaze, but he's running out of bullets and goes down. Reinforcements are here, but they can do nothing to assist. So it's a 1v2 for Fame.
He's coming back and he's coming in quick. Problem is they're in 2 different angles, and he was focused on the site instead of Graveyard, and so that will cost him his life. A tied game now is 2-2 as Saw continue to buy and then find their way into competitive positions.
It's a rough one for Electronic coming through that smoke. Thought he could get a sneaky position, but Mutiris was already there, and that kill gives them the runway to wrap around the bomb site and make things awkward for Flamis and Pit. This time, the A-Execute, the late round A-Execute works for Saw as they add a new angle of attack.
And because this war of attrition has been going down, right, where they just had these constant buys from both teams. CT side money, not in a good enough spot to really warrant a full buy again here, so...
Which surprises me. I thought it was stronger than this. I thought it was strong enough to handle a loss.
Well, maybe this is all they need. Well, 5-7, get into the AK upgrade. Flamis gets away, and who knows what they can do with this.
Well, Virtus.pro going to take this moment of opportunity to ship some players over to the B bomb site. These rounds have come down the stretch very, very late. So they have the time to shift over, although this time a little bit more aggression in halls is a dangerous element, although backing off now as Saw reconvene up brackets. All 5 Virtus.pro players here, including the AK-47. The real danger here is even if you provide resistance or show presence on Rap side, their ability to get into CT spawn has gotta be nerve-wracking with no defenders at the B bomb site. But with pistols, Virtus.pro, I guess just ignore that fact and say we live or die by this stack inside the bomb site. But look at how much they're encroaching on each other's positions.
Story ready to peek first. He's ahead at the back of the bomb site. He's going to see a lot more, though. And maybe just the sheer numbers of CTs inside of the site might be overwhelming, as once again, VP with pistols and an AK-47 are doing unthinkable damage, and there's no time and there's no space. Roman is pinned in the corner, and he has got 3 players to collect in the next 10 seconds, and that is not allowed to happen. Electronic brings him down with a USP, and VP went around they really had no right to pick up.
Yeah, back and forth now, 5 rounds straight to open this half. Neither team winning 2 in a row, but that one hurts if you're Saw. Such a bummer. You never expect 5 players to be. You kill 2 in the site, there's still 2 more to deal with. That's craziness. Virtus.pro, that's twice now. In the pistol round in here where they've called this successful, the correct gamble stack. Actually, even in round 3, they cheated that 4th player over. So doing a very good job reading the movements of Saw around Inferno. They seem to know what's going on at all times. And that's, I imagine, what forces this next time out of Saw is just that feeling of we are being read.
And you're only ever going to get a few chances where you really force VP down into the eco like that, right? You've got to take those chances to build your T side. You've now allowed that opportunity to close on you, and you're now back to a low by yourself. So it's Tech 9's coming out. It's everything they've got. Every single dollar that they've got, they've thrown into this. But it still does not look pretty. And a great opportunity here for VP to maximize the amount of damage they inflict upon Saw. They've got 2 flashes, 1 smoke left here for Saw. They got to use it up towards top middle.
I think it's kind of a bummer because, I mean, with this kind of force buy war going back and forth now, you obviously want to win this and return it again if you're Saw, but maybe the best outcome is just damage. Just keep that economy low so you go back and forth and eventually you can grind it down, but it's going to be tough to do with these Tech 9s. Mutiris does slip past the gaze of Flit. Electronic is very, very low, so a good chance to grab a double if you're Mutiris.
Well, Fame is just trying to cut off Speedway, but it's about timing, and he gets back to the right angle at the right time, and then Electronic peeks out with a distraction set up. That gives him enough space to play with Electronic to another headshot, leaving Agile at CT spawn. Now, he's going to walk down the right side of that wall. He's evaded the gaze so far of Fame, and now has to swing with that Tech 9, and Fame is so sharp, so a headshot no problem for him.
He's real good today, isn't he?
Yeah, looking real good. I mean, like I said yesterday, he had a tough game, so I'm happy to see Fame back and fragging.
Yeah, gives that new angle to Virtus Pro. When you got him fragging, you can see a lot more success coming out of their ideas. 4-2. Finally 2 in a row, won by one of the squad, so it's Virtus Pro who take the advantage, the momentum, and the control. Moving into the middle stages of this half. The halfway mark of the half.
The quarter, some call that.
I actually never know how to phrase things like that. Like
quarter?
We're halfway through the half. I know it's a quarter, but like...
You know, that's an American sportsism, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's not really a quarter because there's no like mid-half pause.
We're quarter of the way through the first half.
God, no, we're not. We're halfway through the first half.
Yeah, you're right. We're quarter of the way through the game.
Yeah, now you get it. Now you
regulation.
See. Now you see my.
It can get a bit confusing. You're right. But maybe for people with a higher IQ than us, Jason, it's not that confusing at all.
He's someone who is not a complete moron.
Yeah.
Help us out a little bit. Icy is gonna, you know, he's hungry.
He's gonna goon, did you just say? Who knows?
He said he's hungry for those eco frags.
Yeah. Well, just the Glocks. And they're going to be melted, you'd imagine, in the next few seconds. Yeah, get yourself some money. Nice and clean from Icy. I mean, it must warm your heart to see Icy MVP, you know, after enjoying watching him so much in Amcal, Jason.
He was the redeeming, he's the redemption arc.
Yeah.
Amcal's redemption lies in Icy.
That's true. That is very true. He was the only good thing about Amcal.
5-2, it's a 3-round lead. Virtus Pro starting to kick up the scoreboard, and if you're Saw, you kind of want to avoid what happened on Dust 2, which is that sense and that feeling that you're getting buried in a hole. AKs are back out. Haven't seen the op yet for Story. T-Side Inferno, no great surprise, but it's out for Icy.
Apartments taken here by Saw. No aggression this time from Virtus Pro. They've had a number of aggressive looks in the halls, but not this time. It's going to be Flamus sitting on the balcony with Electronic playing anti-flash turned. So Flamus will take the initial attention. They think they've cleared balcony. And then Electronic will be the little surprise package waiting in behind him.
The little surprise.
Yeah.
Popping up out of his jack-in-the-box.
Don't think Electronic would like being called a little surprise.
No, probably not.
Let's wait and see how it goes down.
Well, they've got... He does have a flash for Icy if Icy wants to stick at that corner. Because now you're in this awkward situation where you have these two players doubled up on balcony, so they're contact for Balk and they're contact for Rap. Yeah, if one drops off to watch, now it's a vertical stack. Much more powerful.
This looks very scary indeed.
Yeah.
But they're going to go through CT instead, so they're going to avoid that. Flit dealing with the archway push. Mutiris is going to go down, and that B-split potential is now dying. It is dying very quickly.
Well, it's the bomb alone in CT.
Yeah, exactly.
So, good luck. This round's over.
Yeah, good night.
And once again, like, look at the clock, too. There's 18 seconds, and he's making that walk through the CT spawn lane alone with the bomb. He did have a teammate with him, obviously, but it's like... I think this is where you see Saul really trying to manage maybe two new players in the team and not having the same pacing. They're used to the same level of aggression, of assertiveness, of taking initiative. And it's probably a lot of micromanaging with these rounds coming down so late without a whole lot of even happened.
I mean, they have a B split. It felt very delayed. I mean, you have 29 seconds by the time they're coming through the archway, so you've got to be like immediately getting those headshots on the CT players.
Problem is, once again, like, cool, you want to execute this B split, but once again, Virtus.pro knows everything you're doing. They had a player at car and a player in CT spawn. Like, they actually had nobody at the B bomb site. You had 2 players ready to handle a B split. So it's just like, they feel it, they probably don't realize what it is, but they're very much telegraphing what they're doing in a way that Virtus.pro easily understands.
Well, 1 for 1. To kick things off, not bad. Here's a boost coming up here for Virtus.pro. Flit on top of his teammate's head, and it was just to try and see if there was a player standing on the logs he could punish, but that's not the case. Flamus aggression. Now, we are very used to seeing Flamus being aggressive, and he's loving it now as they are up 6-2. The leash has been loosened, and he can get all the way in behind them.
Yeah, this is nice. He's got a sick timing. Flit and Fame at the B bomb site. There is a Molotov to delay things a little bit longer, and if that flank is coming in, that Molotov can be huge, but it's dropped.
Oh my god. That is not what they hoped for. And now they've got Flit at the back of the site. That flank has to speed up. Flam is trying to get it behind, but he's being watched now as well. So it's all on Flit at the back of the site. He does very well to get a double. Flamus got one on the flank, and now he's coming in. So Roman realizes he's stuck in a 1v2.
Good play, really good play.
This is sick. He's found the gap, but Icy goes back to adjust, and Roman still will find that headshot. Flamus has moved closer, and Roman now knows, based on that utility, how close Flamus really is. But does Flamus decide to go through CT?
Yeah, he challenged it. Is he going to get the idea? Is he going to get the sense? Is he going to understand? He's not even looking at CT spawn, so he very much knows, or is making the guess that Roman's stuck around at this B bomb site.
And Roman's still looking towards Banana, over towards Pool. Flamus could have gone anywhere at this point. And so Roman has to take a risk and just plant him behind the fountain, just get that bomb down, and try and pull Flamus towards him. This is for all 5. This would be the Roman Royal Flush. If he can get all 5 kills here, he's looking for Flamus towards CT spawn, but that ace is prevented, and Flamus steps up. He started the round with a flank, and he finishes it towards CT.
That's a tough clutch. A lot of credit over to Flamus. That's a very tough clutch to keep track of where exactly Roman's going. He extinguishes that Molotov, smoke to cover the exit towards CT spawn, forces Flamus to make a guess, a decision. It's the correct one. A very beautiful round from Roman. I love that play. Realizing the flanks coming in, realizing the oppers at CT spawn, getting aggressive on one of them, catching him off with a nice timing, and it still can't pan out in their favor. 7-2. And now a 5-round run from Virtus.pro as this defense has come fully online.
And those rounds are going to be really frustrating for Saul because you're so close to winning a round that could change your half. Give you a better dream going into the second, but as it stands now, best case scenario is going into the second half, 7-5 down, and based on what we've seen so far, that doesn't even feel all that likely. So, tough game so far from Saul. Another day of weak T sides on Inferno. Flamus waiting inside a boiler. Looking to be a nuisance in the halls again. He's got Icy to back him up. But as Icy misses that shot, Flamus feels less comfortable sticking around. So he goes aggressive down into the mid-fight. That's the bomb. And that is a big problem because no one's that close to it. You're going to have to pull Agile away from the apartments to try and work in tandem with SHR to get that bomb back from mid. And it just makes it a little bit more awkward here for Saw.
A lot more awkward for Saw. Three players here at the B bomb site. Once again, Saw rotating back to attack into the stacked site. Virtus.pro's defense yet again positioned perfectly. Just been a crazy trend throughout this whole half, the way they've been able to read Saw time and time again.
And we shouldn't see Fane get blasted off the coffin too easily. You'll get one, but they actually do very well to get those 2 kills. Now Electronic coming out of the darkness, denies. There's the little surprise himself. He's got himself 1 and a second locked in. Brilliant things come in small packages, it would seem. Electronic just popping out of dark with 2 kills that denies the round possibility for Saw.
Yeah, they killed the 2 B defenders as well, Fame and Flit first. So I think it's clear, and it's exactly what happened in the previous round from a different corner of the bomb site. Previously it's Flit from Newbox, now it's Electronic from Emo. A little bit awkward, but good job using the pillars to give yourself some safety.
Ooh. I mean, it's got to be so frustrating that every time you go to a bomb site, there's like 3 VP players there.
I know. Yeah, and we've all played a half like that. It's usually when you start reporting people for cheating, but you know, none of that going on here.
Probably.
8-2. Did kind of stumble into that one, didn't I? 8-2.
31 HP for Flammus. Got himself tickled in the flames. Oh, here they come. Flammus, you got to deal with that. Dink gets out. Electronic, able to do pretty well on the initial haul with damage, but it's all on the off now because his teammates are all going down, and Icy, cold inside of his sight. It's an up shot to close it out. That's what we're talking about from Icy. All of his teammates go down, and when it's put on him, he can do it with a little gun and close it with a big one.
I even love the idea from Saw. You have to feel bad. They've been doing this kind of slow pace. I think a little bit of disorganization has allowed these rounds to drag on, but Virtus.pro's been reading it every single time. So they're like, you know what, we got pistols. Let's change it. Let's go fast. And it looked like they actually hit the timing to overwhelm that defense if it's not for Icy. Yeah, get a little laugh out there. 9-2. Virtus.pro looking solid today.
Yeah, they can do no wrong. Great individual moments across the board today, and for Saw, another very weak performance on Inferno. Plenty to work on for Saw, as they will likely now be eliminated on day 2 of IEM Katowice 2025 Stage 1. It was always going to be a tough task to get into the form required to compete in an event of this caliber.
I think, you know, on one level, you can tell me if this is a crazy idea, crazy thought, but on one level, this feels like a really good glimpse of the exact reason why most teams are switching to international lineups, because you can see Saw trying to replenish with Polish Counter-Strike players and players coming from the Polish tier 2 and not Polish, sorry, Portuguese.
Yeah.
That's just a P thing. I'm not actually.
Yeah, a lot of
I'm not that much of a moron.
You bloody Americans.
Well, you're restricted. You're restricted in your options. You know, if you want to speak Portuguese and you want to grab those players, it's like you only have limited people to go to. Meanwhile,
unless you want to fly some Brazilians out.
True. Maybe that is an idea.
Easier said than done, I'd imagine.
Now, VP obviously not an international lineup. What, 4 Russians and a Kazakhstani?
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, you're kind of pulling from players who've played on pro teams before as well. You get a different caliber.
It's a much deeper scene.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. More of a developed Counter-Strike scene out there, and we've got ourselves a 1-for-1. Flammus' story going blow for blow, and this half's about to round out heavily in favor of VP, regardless of the outcome in the next few seconds here, but it's all fighting on, and Agile, good shot into the pit, so 2v2.
All right, well, he does get the bomb plant in time. Nade gonna rain in. Ooh, decent damage. Chunked down a little bit. 1 in pit, 1 inside the bomb site. Mutiris is just gonna hold for the Halls push, but it ain't coming. It's Fame up lane.
He's only got 2 flashes left. He's used one of them now. That'll go up into the sky. That's the second one. Fame coming in. Great kill from Agile. He'll close out this half very likely now in favor of a third round for Saw, and Flit goes down. So 9-3, Virtus.pro looking like the team that's gonna stay alive here in Katowice, and for Saw, they might be going home. for SAW 2024 men's qualification to their first major playoffs at IEM Cologne. And overall, a positive trajectory, but towards the end, disaster struck. They lost all their firepower. They were gutted of the team that was able to compete at the top level.
So what's 2025 mean?
Right now, it's looking like last place, Jason, as SAW have 3 rounds to play with here on Inferno. And right now, it's looking like VP are going to send them packing back to Portugal. That is a different country than Poland, Jason. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, my bad.
We're in Poland, though.
Well, Pisteron could pretty much decide it. Could just straight up seal it. We're going to get an engagement at the half wall. There's those dualies on story right around the corner. Do they want to chuck a flash out for this? Electronics got a pair of them.
These look like water pistols. I like it, story.
Just lining them up. Here we go.
Splash them. There's the grenade. And get into the open. Not exactly successful in the first attempt. And they come around the corner and shred his face off. It's now SHR doing what he can. He drops back into the fire. He's able to get up on top of first oranges. His teammate Roman is taking significant damage on board. He's on 5 health in behind the coffins. And that's about to be opened up, and he's going to be forced inside. SHR in the descent. He's now left alone because his teammate's dead. He's got the rotation coming in, but it's not all that helpful. And SHR eventually, death by 1,000 paper cuts, will be taken out from first oranges, leaving Materis in a 1v2. And we know how important this pistol round is to SAW's hopes of even a slight comeback, and it's not going to happen. It is 10 rounds for VP, and they are really just taking the next step to closing this series out.
Yeah, beautiful round from Flit as well. You get a nice opening kill on those dualies. Story doesn't do any damage with the dualies behind half wall, but Flit is able to just kind of manage. He knows one's coming through that smoke at some point, and he's just bouncing back and forth, target to target, waiting for that play. Virtus Pro has just been they've seen, obviously great individual performances out of guys like Fame and Flit. Icy's now up there, and we've seen some cool things out of Flammus. But more than anything, they just seem so focused. Like there's no details being missed, even in chaotic moments. They're all kind of, everyone's looking for something. Everyone's kind of heads on a swivel. Not a whole lot of like just simple, silly mistakes being committed.
Which is something we couldn't always say about VP last year.
Yeah, which is something you could be pretty critical about them over the past 4, 5, 6 months if you look back at their games. But here today, whether it's SAW not really forcing them to make mistakes, which is certainly an element in there as well, just in general, they seem like they're all kind of focused on the same wavelength at the moment.
Flammus eventually just overwhelmed because there's an extra player. Matira is coming out of the apartments, and they're ready for him to peek into second middle. They're already spamming down through that smoke. Matira is just going to delay this round a little bit longer. Wants to give it a go with a MAC-10, but eventually will be taken out as Flit is hunting him down, looking for his 15th kill of this map. And he's going to grab it and a little bit of extra cash on top. So 11-3, high fives come in, and for SAW, this might be their last real buy of Katowice 25.
Yeah, it very well could be, which is a shame and probably a scary feeling to be faced with. They probably have that thought in the back of their minds as well. 4 M4s and a FAMAS. Good amount of utility for the CT side, but it's got to be an incredible comeback. It's got to be the comeback that Gamer Legion did to them yesterday.
Yeah, so they know how it's done. Whether they can do it, Jason?
They know it's possible.
Yeah.
They know it's in the realm of things that can happen.
Intimately aware of that. Well, let's see what they've got. I mean, they did have a great CT side. They won 9 rounds, so.
Yeah, problem is, you might not even get a chance to get started in it.
True.
And there's just really not a lot of mistakes to give up. Roman almost walks right into a headshot, does fantastic damage in return. Good nade onto Electronic, good damage onto Flit, down to 4 HP. Advantage in this first gun round over to SAW.
Feeling pretty zen listening to that music from the church is Materis. But they're going to have to leave. Can't hang around and relax all day. They're going to have to deal with his A plate. And it's going to be pressure towards long. Might even try and get in towards the archway here for a B split. But Materis has got that idea. He's going to check it. Oh, they really needed the library success. They needed kills there. And now it's one player on the B bomb site. You can see how panicky Roman is now. He realizes, I'm likely going to have to deal with a fight in Banana. Fortunately, it's not much of a fight. It's quite easy, in fact, because Flit have very low health, and now they're coming in through CT spawn, so Roman has a shot at this.
Yeah, but that's perfect for Flit. I mean, you jump through and you get killed, but you've just found where the player is for your teammates. They can watch the smoke. He's coming through, wants to stop the plant. He needs that kill on Flamus, and he's got it.
Oh. He was actually pretty close to the low HP player as well, but not able to connect it. Now down to a 2v3, and a lot of these close scenarios have gone the way of VP. Can this be another round where Virtus.pro step up with numbers against them? Icy from the back of the site. Fame peeks up from coffins, and yeah, the question I pose is certainly looking like we're going to find the answer as Agile dives down into the bomb site. 1v2, no kid on his back, and time running thin. It looks all over now for Saw. Roman does what he can, but VP, even when they are in a tough situation, they're able to battle their way out of it.
Yeah, that's been a trend all the way back to the first map on Dust 2. It's just like, doesn't matter. 3v5, 4v5, 3v4. Virtus.pro's been recovering all of them throughout this whole day against Saw. Spectacular. Even with the early damage done, the early advantage, none of it matters. Virtus.pro finding all the solutions. It's 12-3 and 9 rounds for Virtus.pro. 9 chances for them to eliminate Saw from IEM Katowice. And Electronics on the mic looking just as intense as he does when it was 2-2.
Yeah, they just want to close this out. I mean, VP, they've learned last year, you know, it's never over until you get the job done, but certainly does feel like it now. Might be a great way to bounce back after quite a one-sided loss yesterday against Pain Gaming.
Then quite a one-sided victory on both maps here today for Virtus.pro.
I don't really know. I don't think this match doesn't sort of tell you anything about VP's level, though. You know, like Saw are coming in as a team that you expect to give some trouble to some of the bigger squads, but right now you maybe would have expected a bit more against this VP.
No, this won't change the conversation about Virtus.pro against any of like the top 5, 10 teams, right?
Not at all. But right now, Saw, they've just called a timeout. They're going to give everything they've got, anything they have left here in Katowice. It's going to be Agile to fall down first. Fame to remove him. Mutiris fighting on, but only one out of the bedroom.
See what I mean? Like, they get this kill of the alt push, and all 3 of them are immediately like, okay, if that's coordinated with somebody, the next peek is going to be coming from balcony. So, like, all 3 players have their gaze just trained up immediately after that opening frag. They're just ready. Maybe a new energy in Virtus.pro that we haven't seen for quite some time. Smoke towards Rap side is going to do nothing. Story and SHR, aggressive in brackets, and they'll have to pick and choose and find a timing to actually push and peek. But as I say that might never happen because Roman's rotating over. They've given up the B bomb site. So once this smoke fades, VP likely just going to walk into a free site.
How long does Fame keep peeking middle? Because he's going to get some info. He just spotted one player, and he can try and force them back. And in fact, he doesn't even need to do anything. Just him being spotted forces that rotation to come back. And he actually might get here in time to be competitive, especially with a kill through the smoke.
Virtus.pro is second guessing. They kind of hesitated to go into the B bomb site once he realized, hey, they're not actually flanking down middle whatsoever. They could be there. So now it's just a heads up 3-on-3 retake.
Will Saw survive for another round at least, or will Virtus.pro close this out? Certainly looks like VP have the idea of rounding this one out. And for Saw, last year was full of successes, full of steps forward, but a huge step backwards as there will be no Saw in sight in the next stage here in Katowice. They go out dead last in the stage 1. The Portuguese have a lot of work to do, and we'll see what 2025 looks for them later down the line, Jason.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too surprising. Saw obviously going to have some work to do, some repairing to do to build back up to where they were last year, especially with these 2 new players, especially with losing all the firepower they did. It's always going to be a tough task to recover. That's on Mutiris, Roman, and Golden, obviously, as the coach standing in to figure out the path forward after this. For Virtus.pro, we just mentioned it. Doesn't change a whole lot.
No.
It's a nice win. It's good to see them come in and handle business. Good seeing Fame have a good day. Flit have a good day. Icy hit some shots. Things were looking solid for Virtus.pro tactically, overcoming disadvantages, overcoming deficiencies, and just looking sharp all day start to finish. But we still know there's question marks when you get to the better teams in the world.
The big positive to take from the game for Virtus.pro is they dealt with Saw the way they should have today. They got the result we expect of them, that they will expect of themselves, and that's that's all they can do. We'll see how they perform later down the line, whether they get better and better. But for one thing we know, it is no Saw in stage 2, and we've got an exit interview down on the sidelines with Banks.
Thank you very much, Dinko and Moses. The road will end here for the new Saw coming out. But Roman, I want to not so much touch on this game, but just teach me through some of the things you and Muteris and some of the more experienced players are having to do with the young players to get them ready and get into it. Because we're imagining you probably have to micromanage a bit more and change quite a lot of things here.
Oh yeah, we did change a lot of things. We had to adapt a lot of positions. We had to put everyone comfortable. And I mean, I don't want to use the excuses because I'm not like that. I hate to use it. So we just didn't show our level here. We are sad, of course, a bit frustrated because we know we can do a lot more than we did here today in this tournament. But on a positive note, we are using it as a preparation for the next tournaments, and we're here to learn. And I mean, worse than that, I'll say it's hard because we can do so much better, and that's the positive thing that I can see about this tournament. So I just hope we can improve and learn from it.
In terms of learning from it, can you see some development for your new players? Can you see progress is being made, especially when you come and play officials like this?
Yeah, I can see progress. I can see it. But there's so much work to do. But yeah, of course I can see progress. But we just have to be focused, work harder, and show a lot more than we did here in this tournament.
Well, I know you have always been working very hard, so you're still motivated to grind this out and to make this work again and see Portuguese, CS and Saw back on top?
Yeah, of course. We have the knowledge. We have what it takes to be on the biggest tournaments. We showed it before, and we know we can show it again. So I have all the motivation. I'm sure all my teammates do as well. So we just gotta show up on the next tournaments, I'll say.
And anything you want to say to all the Portuguese fans out there?
I know, I'll say it in English. I know it's hard to watch results like this. I know it's frustrating. We feel it as well. So I just gotta thank everyone that supported us, and we know it wasn't pretty, but we are here to work, and I promise we'll do a lot better next time.
I trust his promise. It's step by step. Thank you very much, man. I'll keep on moving around. As next up, we're going to take it over to the VP side. I'm going to try and grab Electronic with me over here. Dennis, come over here. It's your time. Flamus is laughing because we tried to get Electronic for pre-match, but now the game is done. And you're smiling. Smiling after a win.
Smiling, trying to be happy, you know.
When you're leading, right away, we see you on the cameras. You're so vocal and you're so focused. Do you feel like it's another new challenge for you again that you have to go back an in-game lead? Or was it a challenge you wanted to do?
I don't know. I just want to be as good as I could be as a game leader, you know. I'm trying to learn a lot of things from the other leaders also, you know. How they going through the game, how they calling through the game. So yeah, I just want to be the best version of myself.
For being the best version of yourself, you probably know that when you're going to be the leader, you have to sacrifice your skill and ability again with that. How difficult is that for you to do when you're used to be able to be the playmaker?
I mean, for me, it's quite all right, you know, because I've been playing all sports on every map, I guess, you know. So, I mean, it's okay for me. But in the same time, we got young players who are really good, you know, like really, really good. So I can give them minor roles, you know. For example, for Flamus, I can give minor role.
Yeah, yeah. And you believe in him, right? It looks like he can be a future star.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he's there.
That's why he's there. I like that wording from you. Now, looking at how this VP and the way you want to lead it, what does the VP style now look like? How does your vision, your understanding of what you can do with this team, explain it to me? We're desperate to know.
We just like building our system together, you know. I mean, like we are working together a lot. I mean, I don't want to tell what kind of system we're gonna play, you know, but I mean, we want to play on and be on the same page, you know. Okay. That's why.
So everyone agreeing, everyone having the same vision. Currently, when you're leading, is it a lot of the old VP style still, or how would you describe it?
I don't know, like it's probably some other styles. I mean, I'm looking, as I said, at all teams, you know, for the best teams and learning a lot from them.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Electronic. Congratulations on getting the win in there. We're going to keep things moving. You can go get yourself packed away. as I'm going to go on down to the LED wall, because the A stream is still going on right now. And when I did last check-in, Gamer Legion were actually taking it to Pain pretty good. I was talking very positively about what Rez was able to do, but the new player coming from Mauser NXT, PR, we got some moments we can show you from him here as we get into this game, because he has been locking it down. They were down 4-1, and they came back to win the half 7-5. That was the last moment I was able to look at it before we went into this. But PR Rez had been having some really phenomenal plays. This could be a duo to look out for. And I think for someone like PR, being a young player, being a rookie coming into it, having Rez, the more experienced player on that Gamer Legion roster, can help him quite a lot. And right now, it's 12-5. So let's see if we're going to catch the last few rounds.
Shot. He's being robbed there. Puts one into the thigh of Rez. There's nice work. Good shooting. Davideus, quick and snappy double. Pulls a 4v2 right back to an even keel. Okay, this is going to be a high-level 2 versus 2 here. Forward of the Molotov takes that fight. Slend happy to extend the invitation.
This is pre-famous buff.
True.
So Katowice doing this on hard mode, and he has been heard.
Yep, 13-5. Incredible performance from Gamer Legion. Top 16 secured, a 2-0 both days of play. We haven't seen him lose a map yet. I can't quite put words to how impressive it is that Gamer Legion have come in this form. 22 days in the roster for PR. I mean, this is brand new, and it's already looking good.
Yeah, well, piecing the puzzle together quite quickly. Tough day at the office for Young Gun Snow as well, but not the same on the other side. The public relations for Ash and Co are at an all-time high, and the Rez edition already paying dividends. So a very, very strong showing for Gamer Legion here today. Pain will drop down to that lower bracket. They will get an opportunity to play again to lock themselves in. It is not done and dusted for them just yet.
It was a tough game for Snow, huh? It was a really tough game for Snow. It's going to be hard to process. Stunner standing by, though, to break it down further.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said what I said, and I said what I meant. Rez is faithful 100%. Hey, Rez, congratulations, man. You guys go to stage 2. So let's run it back a little bit before here into this last map. Tell me what happened after the first map. What was said outside on Inferno, after Inferno?
After Inferno, I think we just kept rolling with it, kind of. We have this kind of don't give a fuck mentality into that map, and we kept going with it on Mirage. Like, we didn't have that much like preparation, I would say. Like, we focused more on our game than their game and just do what we're comfortable with, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, it worked out beautifully. I mean, you guys kind of blanked them there at the end of Inferno, so it obviously begs that question as to, you know, what could you say to be better at that point? However, we switch over. We go over to the next map. You guys split pistols. Tell me about Mirage.
Mirage, I didn't think it was going to do this much destruction, to be honest. Like, they're a pretty good Mirage team, and we went in with a kind of blank approach into this match. Like, just do whatever we want, kind of more on like feeling plays. So like, I called a lot on CD side on what we wanted to do and stuff, and it again, it worked out really well, you know.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of praise there from Sponge. He said that you guys have some next level banter and sort of trash talk going on. Do you agree?
I mean, I'm a humble guy.
Okay. Well, humble guy, why don't you tell anybody at home now that you're in the Gamer Legion jersey what they need to know?
I mean, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone, like, keep supporting me ever since I left my big 7-year home, you know. So thank you all for just like keep believing in me, and yeah, let's keep going.
That's Rez, IEM Oakland MVP.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Okay, I've got Mitha coaching Liquid, I got Ash coaching Gamer Legion, I got Saw coaching Heroic. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. You don't know what we're going to talk about today.
No idea.
And I do, because for once I did some prep. I have a lovely looking notebook, and I took some well, not notes, but I wrote down some questions. So essentially what we're doing right now is we're going to be talking all things Counter-Strike in the scene right now. And then as the conversation winds up, we'll be more directed towards Katowice. So what I want to do first and foremost is you can all take one of these. This is an eraser. Bang, there we go. And you can all take a pen. So this is going to be a bit like school. But I wanted to use these whiteboards to get you guys to write down some answers to things or rating things out of 10. And then we can kind of use these as conversation starters. So this way we can see how things end up. Now, let's kick things off. Let me open up my little notebook right now. Okay, so the tournament break's just come to its conclusion. Obviously, you guys had practice. You've just had the Blast Bounty as well. But let's reflect on the tournament break itself. From a personal perspective, out of 10, how would you rate your tournament break? However you feel about it.
1 to 10.
1 to 10.
Or is in for just the person, or for the team, or for both? And it's
whatever you want. You write the number down, and then I'll ask a couple questions.
Okay.
Lots of thought here from Mitha.
Yeah, like I think it's a little bit of a mix because happy with going into the season.
Hold up, write your number down.
No, you asked.
I want to see a number. All right. Okay. Everyone ready to show me their numbers?
Yep.
All right, show me your numbers all at once. Okay, well, we're going to have to start with the lowest, I saw this 4 appear out of the corner of my eye here. I thought that was going to be the lowest. Actually, 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Why?
I think it was, I had a holiday in the break.
Doesn't that sound good?
Oh, it does sound good, yeah, but when you're looking for players and things in the start of the holiday because you think one of your players is going to leave, it's probably not the best, right? And then after that, I think we were the last team, maybe Heroic were just after us announced, but one of the last teams to sort of line up as well. So in terms of that, it was bad. And then we had lots of player sickness as well. So we barely got any practice for Blast. So it's been probably a disaster.
Okay.
In that term.
So where did you go on holiday? Let's also
to Lanzarote.
Where is that?
It's in the, what's the islands? The islands called off Africa.
Mate, you're talking to a guy from Australia. They don't teach us geography.
I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember, but it's like next to Tenerife and next in that area. So it was a really nice place.
Okay.
Really good, but relaxing for when you Counter-Strike, when you're getting messages from the first days of being on holiday, it's probably not the best. So, but yeah, it's just been difficult because of the time constraints. I think the time constraints, the waiting for other things to fall into place, then you get your lineup sorted out. You think, finally, we're going to practice. There's a tournament coming up. We don't have much time, and then sickness as well, and it was just a disaster.
Okay, so a miserable Christmas. All right, well...
It wasn't miserable. At least I got a way to have some relaxation. Like, maybe got 3 or 4 days before I got the news, but then after then it was...
Well, okay, what about now looking back? Obviously, you didn't get to practice, but the players you got...
Yeah, I'm very, very happy. In that sense, that's the only thing I could say I'm pretty happy with. But then when you get them in, you like to show what you've got and get some time and do stuff. So that's where I kind of... not happy as much, because I think even the other teams, they got their roster moves done quite quickly and then they announced them later. We kind of got them done, signed, and it was straight away announce it, and we were already one of the last ones anyways.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Not ideal.
Mitha, you had 4 out of 10. Now, like I said, I didn't think anyone would be beating that in terms of the low scale, but why 4?
Well, I'm very happy with the outcome of how we're moving into the season and the lineup that we have. But from a personal perspective, I didn't get enough rest as much as I would have liked. But like it's actually as simple as that, I'd say.
Okay, so you just would have enjoyed a bit more time where you could be completely away from the game and everything coming forward.
Yeah, and not talking to anyone about the game or about the roster or thinking too much about the schedule or when we should start and how we should start. That's I think it's more like from a personal perspective that it's a 4. If it was only on a team basis and with the lineup, then we're definitely a lot higher up in the 8s or something.
Okay, well, you obviously took notes from him.
Sorry about that.
Is that why I'm sat in the middle?
Keeping it, well, then they won in the last head-to-head. So, yeah, it's probably good you're in the middle. Okay, so you would have just enjoyed a bit more time to actually decompress and decompile and be away from Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's probably it. But it's the name of the game, right? So I think it's by now it's fine. I mean, you get back into the game and you get back into the routines and everyone's happy.
Okay. And so 6, that's pretty good. You had your whole core ripped away, though, and you're like, yeah, it's a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, basically a new team, and I mean the best rating out of these coaches, I guess.
I don't know, optimistic. I don't know, but overall, I didn't put any specific like criteria on it. Just overall, how the player break was fine, and I guess I'm more or less used to these kind of things happening. But
so for you, it's just another crisis.
Yeah, of course, it was a lot of like busy times, and like the plans changed probably like 20 times every day, and a lot of talks going back and forth and so on. But I mean, I don't have anything to complain. Like, I know how it works, so it's fine for me.
Okay. Is that a part of the Finnish attitude as well, you think?
It might be. It might be. Like, I don't know. It's been, of course, like, when you're doing this as your job, you are available 24/7. Okay. You're working every day. There's not going to be a single day when you don't think about CS. And that's just how it is. Like, it's not a worry for me. And I think everyone close to around me knows it by now, so it's fine.
Okay.
In that sense also.
Did you go on vacation anywhere, or did you just spend time at home?
I was actually 2 weeks in Thailand.
Okay.
Figuring out things. And
From Thailand, on the beach with a cocktail?
Basically, yes. Maybe not so many cocktails, but yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing helping there was the time difference, because then it was like 5-6 hours to Europe. So basically every morning, no one would be working yet.
Yeah.
So I could chill the mornings until maybe midday there, and then start and go late at night. Kind of like that. But I mean, it was still
Huh? I had to think of that for next time, because
change time zone completely.
It's the best time. The best time is the mornings before everyone meets up.
Yeah.
That's where you get work done.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so there we go. So that's kind of in summary your breaks or not. Now, the thing is, we could dive into talking about each of your roster changes and how they unfolded, but what I want to do is kind of go a bit more big picture, because some of the answers may crop up as we go through these next few questions I have, and if they don't, we'll get to them anyway. Okay, so the next one that I wanted to ask, looking at the scene as a whole and looking at all the different teams and all the different roster changes that took place over the course of the break, which team, and I want you guys to write this down on your whiteboards and then we'll do the reveal again, was the most surprising to you in terms of roster changes? So same thing, no criteria, just the personal standpoint of how you feel. What was the most surprising change or team with changes? And then we can explore that a little bit more. Lots of teams. I think it's like 15 out of the 24 teams here have a roster change one way or another going into this event from the start of the season. So that's crazy. It's quite a lot of teams. All right, we got Saul locked in. We got Ash locked in. Myth is locking his in now. All right. Let's have a look. Everybody show me your whiteboards. Saul's gone Falcons. Mouse, okay, and Astralis?
Astralis. Yeah, it's a little bit before the break. I know that, but
okay. Well, you've thrown my question out the window.
Yeah, I know.
Is this the Cadian situation?
Yeah, back and forth. I think it's more like the device situation for me.
Taking the
back
break.
and forth. Yeah, taking the break, and then he's like having some personal problems, and then he's getting back into the game now, and he's ready for a new season. I feel like for me, I don't know. I feel like there's something that we're not being told, obviously, but so like for me that is actually the most surprising, that he's now back again, and also the Cadian situation, obviously. So yeah, I'm going a little bit further back than just for the player break, sure, but I think that is probably one of the biggest curveballs for me.
You're Danish though, you should know all the gossip.
Yeah, but I've been away from the Danish scene for so many years that I don't really know.
But you're not having dinners on the weekly with a couple of players?
Nah.
You're not getting in there with... Okay.
Not at all. Like, I think that the only one in the Danish scene I speak to is Hunden, actually.
Okay. A controversial figure. We're not allowed to say his name around here. It's like Voldemort, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Does anybody, with the Astralis thing, do you guys have any opinions on, like, obviously Cadian coming back with Stown and Yabby's kind of crazy, but then the device situation as well. From the outside looking in, you had a couple of... You had Tessus and Shush. Surely they were saying something.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it is really surprising, like just before the RMR and then like potentially the major, of course, that your star player basically is not showing up. Like, and then just to think about it, how it looks from the team's perspective, the teammates and everything, like how is it? And then coming back after that, all of it just seems weird. Like, I mean, you skip one tournament, maybe somehow you could have survived and actually made it. I don't know obviously the details, but yeah, a surprising move, and then coming back after that, like just to continue as normal.
Yeah, like nothing happened. It's kind of strange.
think that's just probably surprising thing for me is they didn't do something drastic. Maybe they've done quite a few moves recently, so maybe that. And it's just that this team, I feel like whenever I watch this team, they always impress me in like prep and everything, watching the demos. So disappointing not to see them like go to the RMR. So maybe they just looked at what they had and thought, let's try it again. But it's a little bit like strange for me that this is probably the only time that they didn't do something when it seemed like they were going to do something. I think everyone was kind of waiting for this move was going to happen and something, and they just never did. So
yeah, and we all know how big or how detrimental it can be missing a major for an org, especially of like Astralis' scale and stuff, right? So yeah, that was definitely a curious time. Now, you've gone with Falcons. Is that because you got blindsided by your players being poached, or what happened there?
I wouldn't say I got like completely blindsided or anything. Because of course, like Falcons was interested in many players, many organizations, a lot of talks going with them as well. But I wouldn't think it would have happened like in the end. Of course, I knew it like way before anything was announced or anything. But I mean, I didn't think it would go through like at one point. But then it did, and that's kind of the surprise. Like when going into the player break, also I wouldn't think anything like this could have happened. But then it happened anyway.
Is that because you guys were going to bench Dexter, or?
I mean, there was like so many plans, so many talks. And that was also not like confirmed in any way that we would bench Dexter or anyone else. But
Link twice saw if you were going to bench.
No, but I mean, there's a lot of details that we can't even maybe discuss here. But I mean, it was a surprise move, I think.
What do you make of the roster now that you see it together? Obviously, you know the capability of those three players, right? And then alongside a Magisk, alongside a Nico, right? What do you think of that team?
I think it is a pretty like well-rounded team, and basically you could say it's an upgraded Heroic also. Like looking at the core they got, and then Nico instead of Nurse, and then getting Magisk instead of Shoes. Like on paper, it looks better, I would say.
But they got Zonic instead of Saw, so I'd say the recent track record, you're probably looking a bit better, mate.
Who knows? I guess recently, yeah, but then again, it's like 1 year, how much of a bigger difference that makes. But who knows? Like, you can't measure all of these things. Just on paper, I think it looks better. But to see how it actually works is a whole different thing now.
Yeah, we've only had a little bit of Counter-Strike played so far. Either of you two have any opinions about the Falcons roster coming together? Any of your players looking like they were going to get poached to go over there at any points?
Well, there was some. I know that the player we signed, he's obviously very, very happy with Saw for good reasons. He comes with a lot of respect, obviously, and I think also for the amount of time you and Guy has been going back, then obviously you're going to have a good relationship and a good bond working together for so many years. So, I mean, some of the initial discussions, I think it was very clear for us that it was not going to be an easy move to make. And I also think that for Nerds, he felt a lot of loyalty, not only to Saw, but also the players that he had around him. So I would say that there's also a point where we didn't think that the Falcons move and the players they wanted that would go through. I mean, the rumors were that they were, like throwing numbers everywhere at a lot of different players in a lot of different clubs. So we weren't sure whether or not it would actually even be possible for us to get Nerds.
Oh, okay. So it was contingent on that core going to Falcons for Nerds to be free.
I don't know exactly like his thought process, and also not to the extent of details that I want to get into, but I think that for what I can say is that Nurse, he did feel like a lot of loyalty towards like the players that he was working with and to his coach. So
that's a great quality.
I mean, it is, and like as soon as we had those kind of discussions, I knew that okay, this is definitely the kind of player that once he's here, he's also gonna buy in. Like he's not gonna be. If you create like a good environment for him, then you're also gonna get like a loyal team player.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, got any thoughts about Falcons?
Not in that particular on the roster, maybe, but I think more on the having your players taken away and starting again. Like it's pretty depressing.
Yeah, you're in that similar boat, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been that way for quite a long time. I think there's a lot of similarities in the you do well and lose players sort of thing. So it's that for me. That is, it's you're thinking like as a coach, like, even like as a fan a little bit. Like what can they do next? What's the next step for Heroic? What they're going to do? Oh, never mind, they've gone and now he's starting with a new team again. So I think in that sort of aspect, it's not like the best sort of thing. But for Falcons, I'm sure they're loving their team. I think they've got a big upgrade, so And I think that's super interesting for them. For me, it was just a surprise. I heard a lot of different names, and then it felt like just one day, oh, it's been announced. So
yeah. Okay.
I think this roster mania itself was like insane.
It was a lot of moves, huh? The one that you've gone with here is Mao's, and that was the most recent and probably the one that came from absolutely nowhere. So they don't have a great start to the year, right? Mao's, they lose their match, and then next minute, Shui's gone. Well, he's benched, right? And then Brolin's now in game leading, and they've got Spinks on the roster. It all just happened from out of nowhere, and it was one of the moves that seemed to blindside the community. So is that the reason you've gone for it? Is the fact that it just came from nowhere, or how come that's your most surprising?
Yeah, that's the most shocking one for sure. I had a message maybe 30 minutes or an hour before it happened, and I was like, nah, that's not real. It's one of those, just a fake rumor or something. And it goes on HLTV, and I'm like, nah, it's not real. I'm going to look at it. Is it a fake tweet or something? And someone put something out, and I thought, I can't believe that's the way they ended up going. It just felt insane to me. I obviously worked with Shui for a long time before as well, and something strange must have happened there behind the scenes. But for me, that was probably the last person I expected to probably leave the lineup. Maybe the other guys go somewhere else or something, but it's the direction they're chosen to go with, and I think that's super interesting. But shocking wise, it's by far the biggest one for me.
Now, look, you gentlemen would have a little bit more of an insight on maybe some of the things behind the scenes of what's going on, or you hear different rumors, you hear things from different players potentially. But let's put our tinfoil hats on for a second. If you had to go speculation-wise for a change that's this drastic, the season's just started, you're in-game leader, right? Who's meant to be one of the next best in terms of generationally we're talking. He's a young guy and he's probably going to be here for many years to come. Makes a major grand final with you. He's in this Mao's roster back with some of the guys he came up through the academy. They're setting their sights on a whole new year, a whole new season. They have a bad online portion of Counter-Strike, which counts for nothing. And then he's gone. So if you had to put your tinfoil hat on, you had to try and speculate, you had to try and put yourself in that situation, what type of scenario do you think must have unfolded for this to go down?
Oh, I mean...
It's pure speculation. Nothing you say here will be used in the court of law.
No, but it will be used in the court of Twitter, right? I mean, that's
public opinion. We love it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really like to add too much fuel to the fire, but I feel like that also, as Ash is saying, that something must have happened, and I think I want to actually just keep it at that. I don't really want to go into speculate too much about what he have done or to the degree of what he should have done and how serious that would have been in order to make a move like that. But like, it's just so, it's, as you're saying, like there's just been a player break. If you're making moves, you're trying to make the moves during the player break, not afterwards. And it was announced like a long time ago now that Spinks was out of Vitality, and at least the rumors has been there for a long time. So if that was like a move that you wanted to go for, you probably would have gone for it.
During the break?
During the break,
yeah.
Most likely, unless you wanted the price to drop down, so you waited until the season starts in order to do it like this, I guess.
That's
but no, I mean,
angle.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad negotiation.
Yeah, that's true,
I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think it looks weird on paper, and like Shui is also something that, I mean, personally I hold in high regard, and he's also one, together with Kuksen, actually one of the youngest in-game leaders that we have out there, English speaking. So yeah, there's just a lot of things that doesn't add up.
Yeah, it has to be all speculation. Like, you don't really know, but I mean, it feels like it has to be one of two things, which is either like some kind of personal clash with the players, or like, well, maybe if you extend it from players to coaching staff even somehow. But I mean, some kind of personal clash that made it happen. Because I mean, it's just before Katowice being one of the biggest tournaments, or second biggest tournament this season, potentially, like then after the major. And I mean, being an event in Poland also, so it's Shui's like home event, basically. And then he's skipping it. And then that's again, like if you think about it from the team's perspective, how does it feel for the team to go in there with a stand-in? Like, something big must have happened.
Lovely. Cool. This is a bit of a throwback to Katowice 2018. Because Golden, you were part of the winning team, one of probably I would say the biggest underdog story we've seen at Katowice. I'd also heard rumors that team weren't even practicing before you came into the event. Is that actually true?
Yeah, so what happened was that behind the scenes, there was talks of making roster changes, and I was part of that, so I didn't know. So it was after Star Ladder in Kiev. That tournament was really bad, and they decided to bench me. The thing about no practice, it had a meaning behind it. I didn't know at the time. Maybe coming into Katowice was more of there's no pressure. I did still, like, for me it was just another tournament. I have to give it my all, and it was one of the biggest tournaments, my first time playing Katowice.
Do you remember the first time you stepped out on stage and what that felt like?
Yeah, I actually told the guys today, it's unreal when you step in and see the audience, but when you go like further in, like semis and the final, it's the atmosphere is immense. Like there's so much, and you get overwhelmed. Inferno was going to be 50-50, and Train, also the last map, it was also a bit 50-50, but we just managed to beat them in that. On Train, I have to mention this because this is one of the best performances of Flusha. He was insane. Like the stuff that was going on, the stuff he did at the moment, I could not comprehend what just happened. Like,
really?
Yeah, like the 2v5. And then there was 1v2. That was one of the craziest things because I had to ask them after. Like, do you remember when you played that 1v2? In my head, it's like Gordon was defusing, but then he like fake stepped, or he didn't show himself again in lower. And I was like, why did you do that? He said he wouldn't stick it. And he just had a feeling.
Was there a call that you remember making that you were like, this is game changing?
I have to say no, that I don't recall anything, but I think I called pretty well. Very good, actually, I would say, on overpass.
Like, did it actually feel real that you could be lifting the trophy at any point in that grand final when you knew you were facing FaZe on stage? You know, you said about your history against them. Did you actually feel like we can do this at any point?
Yes, because I got the confidence from the guys who were, veterans. A lot of Swedish players see themselves very, very good, and we have ego at very early stages. So we had a lot of ego. We have to think that we are better, because if you go in scared in any sport or in anything you do, that would just create doubt, make you hesitant in very pressured situations. I went in thinking that we would win.
Can you walk me through the final moments of training?
Well, the last round I remember because I was in an alley. I was just crawling into a small space and just waiting because we had one guy coming behind them. I was telling myself just think, just focus, because just focus on your crosshair. Whatever comes in, just focus on that, because we were CT and I was just turtling in a small corner, just waiting for I think was Flusha coming top and killing two guys. I was just waiting for that. When we won, I think I remember who am I going, like after I take off my headset, who am I going to hug or what am I doing? And I just grabbed this nearest me was the coach, and I just grabbed and hugged him. And then obviously I think I got a tear or two when we won. So I was really, really happy.
How heavy is the trophy?
It was pretty heavy. I mean, it was pretty heavy for me. I'm not that big, so it's like it was as big as me almost. So, yeah.
What happened with the team after?
So what happened with the team after was that we went to WSG in China, and we won that as well. So we won the 2 tournaments in a row. But then the night I was traveling to China for that tournament, news broke out. There was a leak that I was going to get benched.
Oh, wow.
Same day. So I went to WSG knowing there was going to be changes. But after we won the WSG, same night, the team kind of gathered in the lobby, and I was in my room, and they told me to come down, and they told me that we were not going to make any changes. And then that's where I tweeted, I stay. Just I stay, dot. So, yeah.
And finally, where does the Katowice trophy rank in terms of your career?
Katowice is the number 1. So yeah, definitely number 1.
Thank you so much for having a little bit of deep dive into history. Very excited to see what you're going to do with Saw at this tournament.
Thank you.
I think it's an upgrade. No?
I don't know.
I think it's different roles, but...
Yeah, it can be an upgrade.
Yeah, it can be an upgrade because Flamels have a lot of firepower, and he's too aggressive and can be good for VP.
I personally think Norbert is underrated.
I think so too.
So, but I would say
That's a hard one.
I'd say
actually.
it depends on the style they want, because with James, you know, Norbert's more of a passive player in my opinion, and Flamus is more aggressive, and Electronic will probably want to play more aggressive. So I think in terms of like that context, I think he fits the team more than Norbert would, at least the new VP.
Yeah, so I would say like a little upgrade.
Yeah, I'd say so, but Norbert's definitely underrated.
Yeah, I feel he's quite underrated.
This one's a tough one. I think Norbert was really good at his role, but I think Flamus has a little bit more explosiveness to him, so I'll say upgrade.
I don't know him very well. I just know he's very loud. So maybe they need that. So I go with Stanislaus answer, an upgrade.
Big upgrade. Very big upgrade.
Yeah, for sure.
Flamus is a talented guy and he deserves to be there for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I kind of want to say downgrade, honestly. I think Norbert is a better player than Flamus. I mean, they won the Rio Major back in the days, and then it didn't go so well. He got kicked, but I think he played a big part in their system. And I think Flamus, I mean, I don't want to be negative, but I think he's a little bit overhyped at the moment. And for me, it's a downgrade.
James always needs like that one bitch kinda in the team. It has been Sanji, it has been Norbert, and like just a guy who is like full soldier, is doing everything what the team wants, says go first, dies for his star player, whatever. It's a team game, and some spots are not so nice, some roles are not so nice, someone has to go first, someone has to throw the nades, whatever. And I think these positions right now are really undervalued, and I think if the core, let's say the star core is not working, I wouldn't blame it on the sacrificer. Yeah, don't blame the sacrificer most of the time, because the people who do everything that you perform good. So
I think as a game leader is a downgrade. I feel sometimes Electronic is so tilted.
I think as a game leader is a upgrade. Electronic have a lot of experience in a lot of tournaments. James as well, he have, but I think it's a upgrade to Virtus Pro.
This one is really hard actually, because I'm not sure Electronic tried calling before, and I don't remember if don't think it went that great.
I'm gonna say they definitely needed to change something though, because they had too many underwhelming performances at some events.
Yeah.
So I say just in terms of that, it's an upgrade. Like in terms of trying to change something with
I would agree with that
situation. So upgrade for me.
Downgrade. Big downgrade. I don't think he's cut out for the IGL role, in my opinion.
I thought it was temporary, but apparently it's permanent. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it was maybe a bit of a downgrade. I don't know what's going on in that team at the moment.
I think it's interesting. James has been the caller for that team for many years, but I think it's good for them to try something new.
Maybe CS2 wasn't fitting to James as much as as CS:GO was. Upgrade, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say upgrade as well, for sure.
It's not an upgrade, and it's not I don't know.
I think it's a downgrade maybe even. Electronic is too good as a player that he should take all these duties on his shoulders. But with Flamus, they got some firepower. So yeah, but only to see it as Electronic and James, I would probably say downgrade.
I go with the same, 100% agree.
Hello, welcome to Roll Swap. Got Nerds, got Naf, and I'm making these gamer boys do some hard manual labor. What have you done before? You done anything? Like outside of gaming? Real, hard work?
I've worked for 1 year as a barista in a coffee shop, and I was the guy in the water park that pushing the kids.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah,
that is a lot of responsibility. You can't deny that. Yeah. Naf, you do stuff with cars, right? You fix people's windshields in your spare time?
Yeah, I usually pay people to do that for me, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing it yourself.
Mr. CEO.
So as you can see, we're. Can you guess? You can't guess. Okay, we're actually going to be hanging out here at Pimpness Car Detailing. They've kindly let us use their area to clean a car. You up for cleaning the car?
Yeah,
I got gear, I got a clock in my pocket, 12:01. We've got a whole hour. We're going to be completely refreshing a car if the customer shows up. And, wait there, you'll be protected. I know you were worried. All right, let's get the show on the road. Time starts now.
I will be Jesse for today from Breaking Bad, okay?
I'm Walter White.
You will be Walter White.
Perfect.
Surely you do the legs first, guy. You got to do the legs first.
Okay.
Did I put the gloves on before I did this?
Yeah, that's a good question too. Wait, at the top. Push! Push!
Baby out.
Oh, it's a boy. All right, boys, your challenge has arrived.
Oh my.
She's a beauty. She's a beauty.
Space.
Wow.
Can you do that?
B12. Hello there. How's it going? Thank you. We'll make sure to bring this back in pristine condition. In an hour.
Okay, we've got some work to do here, fellas. Oh my God, I broke the car.
Wait. Well, the handle's a little out, but I think we can wedge that back.
I don't want to force it.
Okay.
So we'll just
leave it.
Pass-through handles are known for this.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my God,
the professionals on. We already broke the car.
Hey, it's fine.
Professional.
Car is
Thank
fixed.
you.
Car is
Thank you.
fixed. Don't worry. But we're supposed to clean the interior of the car, no?
Yes.
So she could have left some valuables in here.
Ooh.
These might just be your size.
How much it cost?
Should we keep these?
I think so.
I think we should keep these. Put that on the storage bin over there.
Okay.
Naf, what about this back section here where it looks like
I think it.
a 16-year-old's desk?
I think massive wank from kids.
Massive wank from me.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Nice. Oh, what the hell?
This is not like when you are.
Are we supposed to be?
You know, when you're jumping,
it's a pogo stick. Yes. No, it's not that.
Fine.
I will remind you, boys, we have 45 minutes left.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And
So
we've got to do the
we need to
outside
send it.
as
We need
well.
to send it. Okay, kids, come on.
Let's go.
Come on.
So what's? Oh, there we are.
Yeah, Naf, are you experienced?
Let's keep it about this far from the paint, and you'll be golden. I'm pushing. Flex for me.
All right, I think you got it.
Yep, I think it's good, man.
It's good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Actually, it still looks sturdy.
Let's get a close-up of this. He said it was done. Said it was spotless. Can we take a close-up?
Okay, he said that. He said that.
Who was the responsible for this area?
I believe it was.
Yeah, you need soap or something. We need a soap. We need a scrub.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Is there a scrubbing option?
I know.
Oh.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay, perfect.
We need detachment replacement.
You can have a soap here and a clean water here. After washing one panel, you need to clean off your mitt.
Maybe the way it looks, sir.
Okay.
I have a question. Yeah? You're also cleaning the wheel? We should start with the wheels.
Oh, we started with the
Kid,
wheels. Dude, you should have known that.
Again,
You should have known that,
Guys,
man.
we're doing everything backwards.
Hey, there it again.
This isn't what you expected when you signed up for.
Okay,
Counter-Strike
kid, I
tournament,
think
huh?
we are good.
I hate to be that guy.
Oh, but we get to go back to power washing?
We got half an hour. We haven't even started the interior.
Oh, shit, fuck. He's going to send
Okay,
it.
I'm actually going to grab a sponge. We got to get going. We got to get going.
Just shoot it.
Okay. Oh, hey.
No.
Say hello to my little friend. maybe you can
driver's license.
maybe you can swing it round.
Yeah.
Without scratching the car.
Not the car.
Fucking clown. Let's get
Let's get this.
Let's send it. Let's send it.
Okay, efficiency. I want time.
Let's do it, boys.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's done. It's done. Actually looking pretty sparkly over here, boys. You've done a good job. What side do they drive on in Poland? The right.
Right side, yeah.
12. Oh, okay, we have got 20 minutes.
Yeah, we are good. We are good. We are good.
Oh, it's looking good, boys. It's looking good.
Very good.
All right, we're moving.
Damn, we got this car ready.
Come on in. Come on in. Let's go.
Okay, this is fancy.
I will first start with vacuuming. We got 2 vacuums. Let's knock it off. Take out the leaves.
Oh, I gotta take all the leaves?
Yes, bro.
My job? Do you have like a bag for them?
I would vacuum out the leaves if I were you.
Yeah, you can just vacuum.
No, that's what I said, but this guy doesn't know how vacuums work. He's like, you gotta take it up by hand. Is the door open here? Oh, perfect. Dude, someone was like eating some like hot Cheetos or something back here.
So, Camille, real talk for a second.
Yeah.
Let's say these human beings showed up for a job, and this was their application. What's your, let's pretend they're not Counter-Strike video game nerds, and they're just coming here for a job. What's your review?
It looks quite good, I must say, yeah?
They're motivated. Their attitude
Definitely,
is good.
definitely, yeah. Definitely. For being out of the water, let's say, they're doing pretty good.
Okay,
they're doing pretty
solid
good,
review. Would you give this to a customer, or would you need to do some extra work?
Maybe here and there, some touch-ups, but it looks good.
I think so. I'm quite proud of them. I'm going to go and review their work. Let's go see it. How are you doing? You doing good?
Bro, I'm sending it right now. Keith. What? I'm sending it.
Yeah, me too, man.
We've run out of time, guys. No, Keith is the opposite, bro.
Is the opposite?
Yes, it's the opposite. Take this one, yes. What? Got 50% chance to get it right, yeah?
But you don't
No, because look, this one is mine, this yours.
What?
So guys, let me take a quick look over and judge your work.
Oh shit.
Yeah?
Wait.
You're not done?
Wait, 1 second.
It's been 1 hour. Come on.
Wait, one
Come
second.
on, man.
Wait. 1 second, bro.
I mean, the dog is kind of flipped over, but
She won't know. She won't notice.
yeah, okay.
Let's leave it at that.
Hello,
Hello.
Dzień dobry.
This is yours.
Yeah.
No problem. We worked really
Tell me
hard
if
on
it's
it.
good.
Hey, door's open.
Fine.
Door's about to pop open. You broke the door. This is so much better than playing Counter-Strike.
What do you reckon? Manual labor. How does it compare, you know? Like, there's a lot of stress in Counter-Strike, but I was pretty stressed when we were running low on time.
Huge shout to IEM, Katowice, ESL for flying us out here to do manual labor.
Yeah.
I hopefully don't get last place in the tournament, but overall, yeah, I had a good time.
Good. And you know, you've kind of grounded yourself, you know?
Do we get salary?
Yeah, do we get paid is the real question. Is there like
Yeah, there's it comes out of your tournament winnings for the damage that we've done to the car.
I didn't read. You broke the door.
Yeah, I broke the door. It comes out
of
of
your
my day
paycheck.
rate. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, well.
50 euro
Where
dogs.
is it? Where is the bag?
We put it all back in the car.
Oh, we forgot it.
Oh, her belongings are still here.
Yeah, we may have
man.
forgot to put that back in the car.
Excuse me, sorry, wait!
While we're here at Katowice, I wanted to bring in a new segment for you guys, and it's called My Inspiration. Finding out from some of the different players here who inspired them to go pro. I've got the young 17-year-old beast from Gamer Legion PR who has just made it through to his second stage at your first ever Katowice. How you feeling, dude? That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy that we made it, and yeah, excited what will come.
A bright future ahead of you. That's what I think for sure. So let's take a look at some of the players that inspired you. We're going to be starting with Rops. So you told me about Rops. Why did he inspire you?
I mean, the main reason is that he's playing the most positions I play.
Okay.
So we have similar positions. And of course, the story behind his career that people thought he's cheating. Yeah, so that's it.
Did some people say you were cheating when you were coming up?
Yes, as well.
Aha, okay, so there's a lot of similarities in there.
Yeah, actually.
Would you like to be maybe better than Rops in the future? Do you think you can have a better career than him?
I mean, of course, I hope that I can be the best, but yeah, no need. I just want to be best version of myself.
Oh, I like that. Okay, a very good answer. And the second player you picked out for here, bit of a different one, bit of a headshot machine. You got Bit in there. Why Bit?
Yeah, it's the same as Robs. He's playing the similar positions, and I watch a lot of his demos. So
Okay, you watch a lot of Bit demos.
Yeah.
Nice. You a Navi fan?
No.
No, not a Navi fan. You want to play against Bit?
Sure.
Yeah, that would be good. Interesting to see how you could do there against him. Tell me one thing as well. So you got these players that inspired you. Mal's NXT have a lot of players that have obviously gone on to have success as well. You're a next one that can now have this success at the same time. How good was it for you during the academy journey?
I mean, it went pretty good. I was doing well. We were a nice group of people, similar age, and yeah, I really enjoyed the times there.
But now he's ready for the step up. Well, these are your inspiring players, Rops and Bit, and I'm sure we're going to find out many more across the rest of this series. Freedy Max started off their Katowice run so well, and they're looking to now advance to the second stage. I got Gravity with me here, and nearly a year on 3D Max for you. You've hit some big majors, right? You managed to get there at Shanghai. You're now at your first Katowice. You feeling pretty comfortable right now?
Yeah, the team actually, we are feeling comfortable. We are playing great CS, I guess, and working a lot, so it's helping us.
How much does it change things for you guys that you don't have to go through the qualifiers, you don't have to fight online? Does it mean that you can kind of practice a little bit safer and keep things for these big events to be better?
Yeah, for sure. It's the first time for us. Like, we have like 2 weeks of practice before the event, and we are like not showing what we're gonna do at the event. So it's helping us, and it's less pressure. Like the open qualifier, it's a lot of pressure. It's difficult to qualify.
Really?
Yeah.
So coming here to Katowice, going through stage 1, is less stressful than the online qualifiers to try and get here.
Yeah, of course it's less stressful. It's better to play here in the LAN than playing in open qualifier. You don't know who you're gonna play. You have to play 10 best of 1 in 2 days. It's difficult.
It can be very difficult in those brawling online qualifiers. But yesterday you had, I'd say, a relatively easy game, right? We got to see you guys look very comfortable there. 3D Max last time at the major, went up against MIBR, but it was on Vertigo. Happy Vertigo's not in there?
Happy? No, I'm not happy. It was my best map actually for me. But yeah, happy in general. We have a new map we have trained. We are pretty good on train. We showed it already yesterday. Maybe we're gonna play it today. It's the third map in the best of 3. So yeah, just happy.
Just happy. He wants to see some train coming there. But if he can get 2-0, then he gets to avoid it. That's also a positive.
Plenty of positives yesterday for 3D Max as they crushed FlyQuest in the opening game of the tournament. I said it yesterday, it feels like 3D Max are a team that have had to reinvent themselves from being a team that are dangerous on Anubis and kind of bursting onto the scene to having to develop their map pool and become more of a fleshed out squad. And we'll really get to see what level they're at today against an MIBR who looked good yesterday.
Yeah, for 3D Max it is about taking that next step. That team who's looking to take that next step a little bit deeper to be more of a dangerous team at these events. I actually think this is a really exciting game to come into with the way 3D Max has played yesterday, with the glimpses that we had of them last year with them. Yeah, trying to take that next step and looking like they're on that path against MIBR, who I think you could argue probably like 1 or 2 in terms of the Brazilian scene and some of the damage they can do, some of the players they have. There's a lot of talent in this server today. These teams play solid Counter-Strike. They get creative. This could have fireworks to it, which I'm pumped for.
Yeah, it really could be exciting.
We get Train.
Oh, we get Train. And we did see Train yesterday with 3D Max. They were able to win it. It was FlyQuest who picked it into them. And 3D Max had this really cool CT side where they were just incredibly aggressive, disruptive, didn't allow FlyQuest to really get into a mid-round at any point on their T side. So if we go there, that could be really exciting. But Inferno up first.
They had a pretty similar kind of philosophy on Inferno as well. Super aggressive down banana, getting peaky down middle as well, and they started getting the hot hand.
But I don't think they're going to be able to do that against MIBR.
Probably not. Well, especially if you want to think about it that way. Look at the if you go back to the major and the game that Insani had on Inferno, you know, against Navi, just kind of running them over in banana. You have another game like that. It's just straight up a win for MIBR in that situation. So we'll see what Insani could bring to the table today. Inferno first, nuke, Train if needed. I'd like to just switch Train, move it up a little bit, because that'd be fun. But we don't get to do that.
Plenty of chances, Jason.
I know.
Katowice's just getting started. It's only day 2 of stage 1. Players just getting settled in, ready to get their headsets on. We had a lot of tier lists yesterday from Brazilian players talking about, you know, where they think they shake.
Fallen put Furia first.
Yeah.
Who was it? Safe put MIBR first.
Yeah. But
Big Uzera put Pain first.
But I want to know yours, Jason. Where do you place MIBR?
Ooh, probably 2.
Over Furia?
No, I have Furia as number 1.
Oh, okay.
I'd be MIBR, and then I do Pain, and then
Pain
fill the rest in however you like.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Pain, they have the potential to rise up very quickly this year. We've seen that already, but a loss earlier today throws that start into question. We'll get to see how they're shaking it out. But for MIBR, yesterday, a team that I was kind of impressed by their result against Astralis with a 2-0 win. It was relatively close on both maps, but Astralis losing 2-0 to MIBR, that is going to be a disappointing result for them coming into the tournament, who had extra time to preparing practice. They've got their full squad ready to go, and getting a 2-0 loss and being sent down to the loser bracket already. Disappointing for Astralis, but MIBR will take that.
Oh, they absolutely will. Let's get this game underway. I'm ready to party. Look at that mustache. Powerful. Quivering as the music kicks off, and we're going to get live into the opening round of this series. MIBR taking on 3D Max. Nobody's getting eliminated in this series. Winner advances to stage 2 of IEM Katowice. The loser is going to drop down, have to play one more series, an elimination series that will be. And we'll find out who's going where. MIBR, 3D Max starting on the T side, attacking into the Brazilians.
Exit with a jump across into middle. Not going to see too much. It's a quiet start to this pistol round. And they're ready to go around the corner. And Sani Lakauzi, the double setup in behind the sandbags.
Oh, there's Insani. Oh, that's huge too. Flash is coming in. He set him up, but Gravity's already looking in that direction. So when his vision clears, he's ready for Lucauzi. Thankfully, Insani went above and beyond with the triple kill.
I mean, that was something you brought up earlier, is are we going to see the Insani that takes over the server? That's a great start, and we're excited to see if there's any more of that as the series goes on, but it's dropped towards the back of the site, looking to finish off the work that Insani started, and he's got himself one headshot, dancing around the back of the pillar, leaving Gravity in a situation where he's got 3 players to take out on multiple different angles, but he's found a way out. And he's got the bomb in his back and utility ready to go, and he is sprinting. He is going all the way back to an empty A bomb site, and Gravity has a chance.
Too much from safe. He's given the escape route open, and you can see the defenders have to just, I mean, they're just staying kind of pat at the B bomb site, hoping maybe he's going to come back. That's not the case. Still a man advantage in this postman. But boy, they have a long way to go. Drop is going to come in first, and now Gravity disappears, and he can play the whole map.
He's going to go all the way into the apartments. That's a great wraparound. Defuse, tap, but not stuck. Gravity not buying it, does not believe it. Look at the util he's got as well. Oh, he hasn't got it left over. He used it in the previous start of the round, but he's going for this anyway. Defuse being stuck. Great shot from Gravity. Drop taken off of it. Gravity with the time in his side, and the headshots coming in. Every single kill for Gravity as he treats the clutch with levity. That is huge.
How are you supposed to stop that? That tiny little angle to stop the defuse coming in. I'll tell you, I don't often just kind of pinpoint one player, but safe with that kind of a flank. Not committed to the bomb site. The escape route is still there. The fact that he's so aggressive and out in the open, losing that fight is just, it makes it so hard. Even in a 2-on-1, makes it so difficult to figure out and contain Gravity in any way. Drop and exit. No chance in the clutch, and that's going to hype 3D Max up to start this map. 1-0.
Buys in, 5-7s, MP9. Chance for MIBR to cause a couple of problems, and with that dink at range from the MP9, Exercise has lost quite a bit of his health. He'll take a settle back into the apartments. The HUD got me, Jason. It had to at some point.
I know, I wasn't, you called yourself out on it. That was good. Kept yourself honest.
Yeah.
That's the kind of self-discipline.
It was going to happen at some point.
Self-governance that we need.
Exactly. Will happen again.
It's a new HUD for all of us.
It really is. It really is. It's new. It's different. And we know Counter-Strike players, we don't deal
like new.
Change, do we? Big swing from
Still
Safe.
Call it new box.
Yeah, that's true. It's always going to be new. Safe to go down straight away. MIBR lose the opening player of round 2.
Sani's looking for a boiler play, sees all the utility, and he's like, oh shit, I better hide. I better run. 2 quick kills, but now he's hiding over in boiler, gets the low HP player taken down from behind, and that 5-7 can't get the job done. So 2-0, 3D Max as they come through the mid-smoke. And that's a force buy from MIBR. Now means they have to, just chill with pistols and not really do anything. Not really fight.
Just take a moment, take a breather, allow 3D Max 3 in a row. I think 3D Max have been getting a lot of praise from their peers. I think when you're listening to interviews about sticking together, how important it is to stay as a unit. 3D Max are given quite often as an example of how much you could achieve just by staying together. I mean, you look at this team and there's no standout player, right? There's no superstar Counter-Strike player.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Dinko, how much have they achieved thus far?
Improvements.
Okay, so nothing. Yeah.
They won a tournament in India.
That's a big stack over in Halls. They did do that.
Yeah, and they had a big rivalry against the Mongols last year. They beat them a couple times.
Been a few rivals of the Mongols over the years.
Okay, that is unrivaled though, as the Blaze ignites 2 shots and a third.
Way.
Lucauzi making it look so easy, and it's down to a 1v1 at range, and Lucauzi's able to get away. There's better weapons on the ground now. He doesn't have to finish it on the Deagle, but he's got the AK now. And Mark is on the hunt down. This is unbelievable out of nowhere.
He read it.
And he's actually got the right move. Mark looking the right way. Lucauzi's dream denied. But some dreamy shots hit on the Deag.
Yeah, credit to him. That's a nasty sequence. Unfortunately, that Deagle just kind of ran out of juice on that 4th kill. That's a special sequence from Lucauzi. Just couldn't close it out. But good damage done to the 3D Max T side. That puts a dent in the economy. Lucky has to buy down to 0. Exercise only 500 in the bank, so taking a lot of the funds out of the 3D Max rebuys moving forward.
Dude, if he just hits that shot.
I know. It was there.
Nice try, Lucalzi. A little glimpse of why MIBR added him to the team.
A little glimpse why there's been like almost a change of perception in this team, and the excitement around it with Lucalzi joining the roster late last year is the increase in the ceiling that he can bring to the table. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Got caught, but he's all right.
He's all good. They're not really putting as much pressure on him as he would like, because now the rest of the play is coming in towards A. Lucalzi, 2 kills on the side exit, able to get 1 out from Pit. Lucalzi still standing and still fragging, as there's no getting past him. So MIPR come close to winning their first round in the previous, but it looks like it's teed up right now, unless Gravity
throw it away
and just get his way into this. But yeah, get it all out of the way. That was the #1 goal. He did it, threw it away from the hands of Safe. They're not going to have enough money to buy it back in the next round unless Lucalzi decides to drop it. Actually, he doesn't have.
Oh yeah, he does. He did spend 800, so yeah, he could go back if he wants to give up the utility for it. Maybe they sit a round out. This is just, I think, 3D Max trying to take advantage. First gun round, you know the utility might be a little bit missing. You know they might be trying to execute a plan. If you hit like a nice fast timing that they're not suspecting, it doesn't pan out. Another good round from Lucalzi. Double kill from Pit to slow the hit down, and MIBR first round on the board.
You can see the damage done by the Deagle, even though it didn't win the round. It's the amount of damage it done and the amount of rebuys it forced that you can see after winning the follow-up. MIBR forced 3D Max to go to pistols on 2, a MAC-10 out for Gravity, 2 AK-47. You see how weakened the buy is here for 3D Max. So if MIBR are able to deal with them here, they force 3D Max into half buy or eco territory, and MIBR can start to get closer to tying up the scoreline nice and early.
Slower round from 3D Max. No one's even really stepped forward into gaining any kind of control. Closest is Exercise, who's peering up the hall's stairs towards Boiler, seeing nothing. And now 3D Max is going to convene up towards Brackets. Molly to the left side. Smoke towards the front of the bomb site. 3D Max showing an A hit.
Oh, okay. Great shot from Joko. You mentioned yesterday he had a great game. I think he had a lot of impact, in particular on Inferno. Really cool to see Joko having a good start yesterday, so maybe if he can start to get back to that form.
MIBR thinks that kill, 3D Max thinks that kill might have caused a rotation. That ain't the case. 2 defenders here.
Yeah, and Sani's up from CT. Good kill on Maka, his chest penetrated by the bullets, and Sani was confident enough to swing and leave it all on drop at the back of the site. 10 seconds, drop out to the left side, and now ready for the right fight, but it's not going to work out. And Lucky has just enough time to get that bomb planted, but it's a 1v2 for the Frenchman to try and pull this off. And Lucalzi and Exit, they're a long way off, but they're rolling up Banana.
Yeah, well, think about losing a 1v2 in this situation after the one you lost in the pistol round as well. This could be really, really painful if Lucky's able to pull this off, and he's taking a risk clearing CT spawn. Now he knows.
He checks CT, no one's there, so he goes back to look at Banana instead. Oh, Lucky. Oh, that is not good on the first spray. And just got away from him. Couldn't control it. Couldn't tame the beast of the AK-47.
He's expecting that fight to be at the angle, right? As he slides in. He's expecting he's going to be able to kind of dictate where exactly he gets to shoot. And that model just swinging fast and wide on his screen throws him off. Nice attempt. Good round from MIBR. Second in a row. And even with the plant, it's the money for 3D Max. It's not pretty. You can give Lucalzi a high five for that one.
Yeah, still feeling the ripple effects of that Deagle.
Oh, that Deag.
I mean, it's a really good detail there as well that Insani is able to get away with a second kill as he pushes through that CT smoke. That really does become the difference. And great work.
Pulse pop. As fast as possible. Nope, Boiler. Ooh. Okay.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of everything. And they found it. They found the timing. Defense is scattered and chaotic and caught out in the open. Safe Lucalzi, 2 for 2.
Oh, nice shots from Safe again, coming back in. That's the second kill for him in this round. It keeps his team within touching distance and prevents the 3D Max players from being able to pick up weapons and have extra players to work with, but that is a peek from Insani that reveals both players looking right at him. Gets some damage off, but Maka and Lucky combining with the spoils of war that they found on the ground. And so Safe has a 1v2 ahead of him. He's got a flash left in his back pocket.
Got no HP, he's gone.
Got no chance as he starts to walk his way back down middle. It is a huge recovery from 3D Max and a quick call to mix in some balcony pops, some short plays, and the Tech 9s proved too much to handle.
There's 1 round loss bonus for MIBR, so at 1900. So the question is, are they going to want to buy or save in the next round? Save can drop at M4 over, he'll have the money. Drop can go down to a FAMAS if he wants, and then you'd kind of be having 2 players, SMG upgraded pistols with utility. I think they might actually just force for it. I think they're right on that edge of where it's doable. We'll see what kind of a decision they make. I like this so far from 3D Max, though. We've seen a couple like slow, calculated tactical rounds, and they obviously have no fear of like kind of descending into these faster paced timing hits, a little bit more aggression, different style, different feel, and it's going to keep the defense on its toes. I imagine with this buying situation as well, I'd be shocked if there wasn't a timeout from MIBR to at least have the conversation. Right on cue, boys. Just as the script said.
Well done, Jason.
Thank you.
You learned your lines. Another game going on right now as well. We've got Astralis versus FlyQuest. Both previous opponents of the teams you have on the server right now, but on the loser side.
Suckers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Astralis actually picked Train in that series.
Ooh, I like that.
FlyQuest picked Train yesterday.
Yeah, they did, and they got bodied.
Having a better time at the moment, I'll tell you.
They are 5-0 on the CT side. We'll take that. That's over on the A stream.
With Harold and Hugo.
Harold. 2-round lead for 3D Max, and while they had some economic issues in the previous round, they've kind of turned those fortunes and forced those economic problems over to MIBR. So there's the 3 rifles, the M4 dropped over, and 2 MP9s.
Exercise, not exactly.
Oh, how's he alive?
I actually don't know how he's managed to get out of that one, but gravity not going to get out of that one.
What a rat.
As Lukowski defies gravity, flying through the sky, smashing his head in with the MP9 and then running away.
And MIBR's getting a little frisky because immediately after that kill, they sprint to the B bomb site. And if 3D Max tries to pick up the pace and get through this smoke, they have not beaten the rotation the way they think they did. But good utility gives them some safety at the moment.
I love Lukowski trying to jump over the CT smoke and get some shots off with the MP9. Eventually, though, a kill does come through the smoke, but it's from Safe. An M4 to the head of Lucky.
Look at Exercise, though. He's all the way in middle still. He's looking for Lurk. He's looking for someone to push down mid for the flank, and they don't have the ability to fall back and join up with him. So this round is done. It's toast.
Yeah, couldn't react in time to drop. Maka gets overrun by the MP9, and absolutely done. Exercise over towards A. And there's no way he can do anything about this. So 4-3. 3D Max will still have the lead. But MIBR starting to get confident.
Yeah, and now a clean round win also. All 5 players surviving. You get to upgrade to some AK-47s, flush with cash, flush with really strong weapons. That kind of advantage you've sort of given yourself if you're 3D Max, that window of opportunity to completely break the defense. If they were to break them here and go up 5-2, you're almost looking at a half where like 3D Max is almost kind of guaranteed like 7, just because the money is such an issue. But now, it all gets thrown up in the air. Maka can buy. Lucky and Joko as well. Gonna be a bit labored for Joko.
Safe matou o cara que você deu assist. Eu tava de olho. Consegue smocar beat aí, Drap? Vamos. Consegue smocar beat Drap smoke?
Lukowski plays with the monitor off to the side a little, doesn't he?
I do too.
Yeah, you have it off to the side?
Off to the side and tilted to the right.
Why?
Because I haven't seen Lukowski set up himself, but I like to kind of wrap my mouse arm sort of around the monitor. Like my mouse pad is kind of like partially behind the monitor to an extent.
Okay. Interesting. Was that because of a space limitation or just the comfort?
I think maybe a little bit of both.
Oh, okay.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, there's Lukowski's.
Okay, yeah, I don't do that. His is like off center.
That's what I mean. It's
still
not
straight.
Yeah. Exactly.
Go back to Lukowski.
Now we've opened up a whole new...
I'm really weirded out. Go back. I want to see that.
Well, I don't know why. Don't know why he's done that, but...
Who is it that plays with like the tilt? Like the 10-degree tilt to the left, like slanted monitor? And you're like, wait.
I can't recall. Nothing will ever beat Yekindar though. Like his hair over the monitor.
That was intense. That was intense.
That was. Oh my god, that's intense. Ooh. That is an intense amount of utility damage to kick things off in Banana.
Yeah.
Not a great start here for 3D Max.
A pair of exclamation points landing on your toes. Look how far back they are as well. I mean, players aggressive in Banana, but Gravity and Exercise are still way far back just outside T-spawn. Perhaps some utility held to set up the B attackers and decided to call it off with that smoke that denies access to everything.
Yeah, I like that smoke. Satisfying to watch. And effective in stopping 3D Max from taking Banana control. So the French squad now looking for a different avenue of approach. Or just slowing things down as we had under a minute. Now they can go back into Bananas. That smoke will have faded away. And they've got plenty of util to go. So Flash ready to go around. Molotov for Sandbags. Flash to follow up in behind it. And Maka confirms, okay, we've got top Banana. We don't have to stick around here, though.
You have two options right now if you're 3D Max. One, you have to take bracket control. That's going to be, it's necessary for both options. You can either fall back to the B bomb site after you take that bracket control and make the A defenders nervous, or you can kind of pause a little bit and just kind of keep going towards A. And I think they kind of have to commit to A. 26 seconds on the clock. Yeah, they're going to commit up lane right now. Let's see how it goes.
Exit. Is he about to show them the door? There's a little bit of a gap here at the side of the car, and he's going to peek out first. Look, oh, Lucky comes through this way. He actually got a second kill behind, and so Exit with a double, leaving the rest of his teammates inside of the side with 11 seconds left. Gravity needs to fight and then get back onto the bomb site, and there's just too many players to deal with from MIBR's defense, and so the scoreline is now tied up.
That front smoke that 3D Max threw for themselves kind of screwed them at the end of the day. It plumed out very far into lane, so it gave a very, very nice angle over the edge of it. We're going to see it right here. Yeah, look at that. How are you supposed to trade this kill if you're anyone? Lucky's got to go through the smoke, but Safe just has that angle around the edge to add one more on top. Really, really tough. 4-4.
Well, it sucks now for 3D Max. They've got 4 Glocks and a Tech 9. So it should be a nice and easy round here for MIBR. Sani always likes to get aggressive, even against the default pistols of the opposing side. And honestly, not bad for 2 kills. An AK could get more from Maka, but Safe coming in to close that gap and any further possibilities. Now we'll go back to the buy for 3D Max, so AKs will return. It's been pretty cool to see the sort of evolution of Drop coming in as an academy player in Furia and just being that young Brazilian playing alongside of some of the legends of the best players in his country have ever produced, and then having to go into MIBR with Safe and sort of gradually came into the IGL role, which was unexpected.
I feel like that's the story of most IGLs, is just at some point in their career they just kind of have to do it out of necessity and it just kind of sticks. Safe, peering down, jumping up on the boards, taking tons of damage, a big risk. I like it. I like that he's got the courage for it.
I like the courage of Lukowski. Look at this.
Hell yeah.
He's pushed through all the way, down into second middle. Mid push comes in, exit. Oh, if he got both, then Lukowski could have continued. But in fact, Lukowski realizes now he has to come back, and they seem to be aware of the possibility. They were checking towards apartments, they were checking down second middle, but Lukowski not spotted.
Problem is that flank is really nice if he was able to go back and help out. I think that smoke, yeah, he's continuing to push because they don't really have any information. Look at where the defenders are. One's in CT spawn arches, one's in library, now smoked off. They don't have the intel.
It's got to be saved, surely, right? At this point, if he's so far away, well, the other player's coming back from B now, so maybe they can get there in time.
It very well could end up just being a save. He went really deep before they called him back. This is going to be hard. And I think oddly enough, you almost have to give Lukowski the player to start this retake. You have to see if he can create something in this position in halls.
Well, he's being watched right now. It's Lucky's job to make sure the apartment's flank is considered, but he's moved away now to support with utility, but Lukowski's gone early. And so they now know where he's coming from. Utility's good, but not going to land on exercise, and we'll take Lecalzi out of there, and so you have to save.
It's maybe the one luxury of how that worked out for MIBR. Well, luxury is not the right word at all, but maybe the one thing
positive.
Is like it's all on Lecalzi. So if he goes down, you're only really risking one player, and everyone else can back off. Yeah, he went super deep. He was all the way T-side apartments before he got the indication to turn around and come back.
I was very surprised that he continued to flank once his teammate went down in that mid-fight. I thought he was going to call it off, go back into the apartments, but...
I thought he was just going to commit to a fight as they walk up all mid, and maybe that was the wrong play. Lucky seemed to be very aware of the possibility, watching that the whole pathing. Tied up at 5. 2 rounds remaining in this opening half.
Well, super important round for 3D Max to try and retain some level of competitiveness here and build up a beautiful T-side. I mean, if they lost that, could have been another tough territory to find themselves in. And this is aggressive from Insani. He only gets 1 before being traded back to the smoke by Lucky, and Drops does not want to stick around and get traded out here. So it's going to fall further back towards the B-bomb. So Exercise sees the boost. He knows there's got to be the foundation. There's got to be a player underneath supporting that boost possibility. So Lecalzi's coming in to try and plug this gap, but Exercise has already found Sanctuary in the corner just to the right side.
They got a huge advantage at this bomb site. Only Drop here, and he's got no util.
He's got to go huge here.
Just got to be heads-up fights.
He's going to go out for the peek, out to the side, and no kill for Drop, so taken out by the AK-47. Exercise got a hole for Lecalzi coming back through CT.
Pretty critical they keep these M4s as well. MIBR. Oh, that's 1 taken away. Another one as well. Brutal, just as I say it. They've got no money. They've got no chance for M4 armor. It's going to have to be weaker weapons. Great round from 3D Max.
The last round of this half, 3D Max with a small lead now, but 7-5 is the most likely outcome based on the money here for MIBR. You mentioned losing those 2 rifles at the end. It can prove devastating in round 12.
MIBR went on like a little 5-1 streak.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to grab control of the half.
That was all done with economy. You know, the lower economy that we haven't seen them win this force by yet. 3D Max won 1 or 2 of them during this half. Let's see if MIBR can snatch one away just to equalize things.
They were close with the Deagle earlier on with Lecalzi, but yeah, other than that, hasn't really been too many of those opportunities. 1 for 1 in the long fight.
That's a double on the new update.
No, let's wait till stage 2. Wait until you get to stage 2.
FMOS would have gotten 3 kills in that situation if we were on
the laser beam. Safe coming through at 5-7. Not going to work out. Exit getting 1 in the MP9 before being traded out by Lucky. Maka also chiming in elsewhere on the server, and we've got Drop Insani left in a 2v3 to give this a good go. Last round of their defense, and it comes to a crashing halt as Maka sees Drop coming into the boiler, and we'll close that out as well. 3D Max, another good day at the office here in Inferno. They're 7-5 up versus the Brazilians. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We've got ourselves the year 2025 3D Max and MIPR taking each other on here in Inferno. 7-5 lead for 3D Max, who had another group T side, but we'll see what MIPR can do now as they switch to the attack.
As they switch over, MIBR down 2.
You looking for a job as a trailer voice guy?
I'm all about diversifying.
Dude, when did he stop doing work? Like the trailer voice guy. When did that stop happening?
I don't know.
He just stopped. One day he just got fired.
Probably after the 90s. Exercise in boiler. Handles the first. That's Insani to go down. There's a nice shot from Gravity as Lukowski jumps in. 3D Max looking like they're going to take this pistol round, but wrapping into the bomb site, there's still plenty of people causing problems and distractions, and this pistol is just 3D Max from start to finish.
That was pretty damn clean.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than that. Nothing you can really complain about if you're the Frenchies.
Damn, so the guy was called Don LaFontaine, and he tragically died, and voiceover and narration began to die with him. So that was in 2008.
He was the last one?
As the 2000s moved on, 2010s, voiceover narration and trailers declined even further, Jason. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. It's in a bygone era.
He was the industry.
It was
a one-man industry.
So that I guess answers my question of why he stopped working, because
it makes sense too.
Yeah, he can't work.
Yeah.
When you're dead. Glocks and Deegs. That's all they've got here for MIPR.
This is what we mentioned, like 3D Max on Train yesterday being like hyper aggressive, and even on Inferno, like they didn't quite do it to this extent against FlyQuest on Inferno, but this was kind of like what the whole philosophy of their CT side yesterday across the maps was: be aggressive, deny them the ability to feel comfort.
Well, maybe they understood the first bit, that I believe was important.
I understood the first bit.
Yeah, and then the French bit, not so much, but it did sound very emotional.
It sounded great.
I liked it. More of that.
I'd love a translation.
But that was against Glocks and one Deagle. So.
Yeah, but that's the best time to talk some smack. You were against Glocks and a Deagle, but you were pushing them in T-spawn, you know?
True. Now do it now. Let's see how it goes for you.
I'd be here for it. I want to see it happen. Tons of nades exchanged in Banana. Deep smoke, 2 Molotovs. And deep Banana control for Joko and Lucky. But having used all that util to gain this control might be a problem later on in the round. We'll see how slow MIBR decides to play it on their T side. Smoke towards left mid. It looks like they want to come through this defensive smoke, and they will. It's going to force a rotation out of Lucky, shifting away from the B bomb site. Joko's left there with util. Drops wrapped around, nobody spotted it, no information, and MP9's at range at Halls are gonna do nothing.
Not a thing. And Drop is still fixated upon the possibility of a player being in the balcony. Lucky gonna come around alongside. Drop gets his gun out. It looked like he was just gonna be in time, but there was no peek.
His brain told him that he should be smoking. Small pit.
And that's kind of it at the moment.
It's a crazy question, because I should know the answer to this. What do you call this spot that he's looking at like right now? Like that whole area, not like the little cubby.
Moto.
Yeah, Moto. Okay.
Yeah.
Moto small pit.
Well, a small pit I would call the smaller bit of pit. A mini pit.
Okay. Yeah.
This is a big pit.
I have this thing where because I'm such
rat pit.
Because I'm so old.
All right, where are we going with this, Jason?
My brain sometimes defaults back to like callouts from like 2002.
Oh.
Because that area used to have a pit. It was a pit and a bridge you could go under, and that's why we always called that small pit.
I was developing my first words.
Yeah.
Around that, Jason.
Well, you were ahead of the game.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, I think I call it mini pit, the little tiny pit.
Under balcony in the big pit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just Moto in general.
Moto, okay.
Area, and then a little cubby.
No, I'm fine with Moto. I didn't know people still knew that call out either.
I wonder what the new generation call it though.
Exactly.
Because it's not a car in Banana, for example.
Yeah, but we still say car.
Yeah, but what are do new people call it car?
I don't know. I do sometimes.
No, I call it car for sure. But I'm talking about the people that are just starting on this version of Inferno. What they're gonna call it?
Yeah,
you can't call it cardboard and wooden pallets.
Yeah.
And barrels.
Well, timeout taken. It's a 3-round lead for 3D Max.
Nuke up next.
First round on the board in the second half for MIBR, so getting their campaign started here on offense. Let's see if they can build upon it. Pretty nice swing round for this map right now coming in. Winner of this gains a nice advantage for the next 3 rounds or so.
Mac has got the AWP out, and he's been playing great so far, 14-7. And he's going to start over towards B with 2 of his teammates. Plenty of utility going down in Banana nice and early here. Insani. A lot of damage done and taken out. Okay, not much you could do about that.
Nothing you could do about that,
No, that is devastating.
Out of a timeout as well.
What do you do now? 5v3.
And the problem is, remember, I mentioned this is swing round because both teams' economies are like right on the edge. MIBR would love, even if they were to lose this, if they get a bomb plant, you know, you could still buy in the next round, but you need that bomb plant. Now in a 3-on-5, the plant just seems so far away. 1 minute left on the clock. Gonna come up to Banana after this smoke fades and perhaps see what they can find around the half wall, but another smoke being deployed is gonna ruin that. This might end up just being a 3-man save. I mean, it's kind of a bummer because you don't have enough money to drop weapons to either Insani or drop, so they're just going to be kind of stuck with, what, I believe 1,900 with the losing bonus, so pistols, utility, light armor. Next round's not going to be a great buy, but you can manage it with 3 AKs, although they're still going for it.
This double setup looks really strong, though. It's going to be hard to get past it. Jocko is just devastating everybody. He's on for the ace. He's on for everything. And they all line up for Jocko in the end. 2 great openings, and then he finishes off what he started.
Yeah, beautiful shooting. He's been looking sharp these past couple of days. You mentioned it against FlyQuest yesterday. Looked real good here again today. Put up a nice performance against MIBR, and that's devastating to the money of MIBR. 3 players huddled around 2K in the bank, safe at 3,400. Same with Exit. They just drop a Hero AK-47 and look to concede this round while still doing a little bit of damage if possible. But they're coming so late to mid that Maka has this deep angle with the AWP.
Yeah, they were kind of figuring out where to put the AK, and they put it on Lakauzi. And he's gone.
And now, of course.
And now, of course. Gravity snaps them back to reality.
Yeah, this was maybe an ill-advised Hero AK buy. This seems pretty disorganized from MIBR. Like, that was kind of an idea that just got dropped in the last 5 seconds of freeze time, but they had no clue what they wanted to do with it. So it just ends up that, yet again, 3D Max with some early aggression are finding kills way, way back towards T-spawn on the map. That had to be 2 nice kills from Gravity. Just peeking the balc window.
They're 2 clean headshots.
Yeah, bang, bang, I imagine.
Well, it's another scenario where a couple of seconds into the round, MIBR have lost 2 players. And Jocko finishes them off.
Yeah, I know. It could just be straight up deja vu. AK-47 recovered.
Bomb down. Here comes the P from Gravity. Oh!
Hello.
I would always just give it to him, though. Like, if you had a Hero AK, why would you give it to anybody else apart from Insani?
Yeah, that's
You can do that.
Well, Luke Halsey's been having a good game.
Yeah, but Insani.
Yeah, but Insani.
Let's see what he's able to do now with his AK. Still hanging around, bottom of the stairs. Bomb still at the bottom of Banana. Safely in hands of Jocko.
I think that's actually one of the kind of a fun point is we mentioned, you know, like with Insani, that performance against Navi back at the Major, where he just ran him over. And obviously we know if your Banana player catches a hot hand and is feeling supremely confident, can be tough to deal with. I don't even know if we've seen him kind of challenge all the way up past half wall all that much in this half so far. 3D Max have done such a good job of containing him. Yeah, those are 2 very nice shots.
Yeah, those are great.
Dropping deep utility, making it difficult for him to find that comfort. We obviously saw Jocko spam him down through smoke a couple rounds ago, but he's never been able to be unleashed in Banana the way that MIBR like to unleash him.
And 3D Max are doing another great job of taking space on the CT side as well. They're following up players behind that initial utility in Banana as well, taking away the space that Insani likes to operate in. Look how much damage they're doing. Again, in Banana, 3 players taking most of their health away. Insani's on 59, Save 54, 44 health left on drop. Not a great start to the round here for MIBR, and that utility forces them to take a pause.
Yeah, they've softened him up so very well. And I don't think MIBR has a plan at the moment outside of wait for the smoke to clear and hit B. No one's even really looked up mid. They're just watching for a push. There was a deep CT smoke to start the round as if 3D Max was showing that they wanted to aggress on alt mid.
Oh, that burns. Hands to the eyes. Strupp gets blinded, and I guess that their idea is now being thrown into the wind for a second because they just got to pause.
With one counter flash on the defense and the op, you can still win this execute. And MyBR has kind of rotated the extra power of this defense at this bomb site away despite not hearing anything at the 8 bomb site. So one miss or one wrong position from Maka, this round could end.
Wasn't missing much yesterday, and is having another good game here. 15-7 and blinded. So great work. He's forced away. Jocko gets nothing from the fountain. So somehow, some way, MyBR win that so easily.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you have two M4s that are positioned differently, and it's not obviously not a criticism of having the op there, but you know, one flashbang that op misses its shot, it's like you're screwed. You got nowhere to go. And especially with Joko in a position behind the fountain where there's no extra cover, he's hoping that first kill comes from the op, and as he swings, the T's are like turning to look for the op at first, second oranges. And obviously it just all goes to hell. So MyBR, despite the nade damage, utility damage taken early on 3 players, get a pretty damn clean win, all things considered. That looked like the universal timeout gesture.
Yes. And that is certainly it. I didn't know you spoke sign language, Jason, but impressive.
Aw.
That's kind of cute.
It is kind of cute.
It's like when you bring a locket into war, you know? Look at it, you know, a little reminder of what you're doing it for, Jason.
A locket?
Yeah.
It's like the 1920s?
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's it's kind of like the modern version of like that, you know? You know, plushy toy with a Polaroid picture.
It's a Zoomer locket.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just a picture, as we called them.
Well, it was still a picture stored in a locket, Jason.
4-round lead. Timeout called by 3D Max to talk some things over. Make sure this one doesn't slip away. Saving those weapons are nice because they have like they have a big economy. They could have afforded to lose him, but so much nicer as this map is going to start coming to a close to have the luxury of that extra buy behind you. You still have 3,300 on Gravity, 2,300 on Exercise.
There's another rope on the floor there. That's nice. Leave that behind.
How did they save 2 ops by accident? I'm assuming.
Guess so.
Yes, they saved 2 ops. Thank you, production, for the confirmation.
Well, I mean, imagine that's the only reason, because you can sell it, Jake.
I know. That's in my head. I was like, that would be a crazy mistake to make at this point in the game.
Let's see what they're capable of pulling off here for...
Drop's already up brackets and pretty frisky pretty early.
Yeah, this is a little bit more passive in the T's and Banana because their focus is more towards A.
Oh, and they've gotten just splattered there every single time they've tried.
So Insani's role has developed into a passive role. So he's just going to chill in the top of the T stairs. And now they can take Banana a little bit later after that initial utilities pushed out. And Maka, he's often over at B early, but this time playing over towards A, and he realizes there's a possibility that Locality was in that corner. And so Maka holds long enough that Locality reveals himself, and Maka is given a free kill to open things up here.
Yeah, it's really nice to take that space early on and as quickly as they did, but if you don't do anything with it and you just kind of sit there for 40 seconds, like eventually someone's going to come looking. Eventually that defense is going to be like, we need to know what's happening, and you've taken all this control, and then you've given them the ability to dictate how the round plays out.
Exercise taken out, and Sani, that is what we've been waiting for. 2 shots out of nowhere, and Drop comes in with him. So with 15 seconds left, the CTs are forced into a pretty scary position, and it's too scary to even try. So they're going to go back and save those weapons on B.
That's so
and then
insane.
Sani, yeah, literally.
That was a 3v5, and they just got 3 kills instantly. That's a solid defensive setup as well. I like the adaptation from MyBR. I like the idea that like you've been really trying to force this Banana thing. You know it's such a critical part of the map. a critical part of your game plan, but obviously if something's not working, we heard Zaz say this in their game of the night, of just saying like, hey, you need to change what you're doing. If something's not working, it doesn't matter what the cause of it is, adapt, change, and that's what MIBR found a way to do here to get this roll. Didn't really get them the round on the board, but they found a way to win the round at the end of the day. You get Insani alive in a few more mid-round situations, late-round situations when he's got some HP to do some things.
Yeah, perhaps there still will be that Insani performance, maybe not just in the way we predicted.
Well, the question becomes now, like if 3D Max are going to have noticed that Banana was relatively quiet or comparatively quiet to the rest of the half, are they still going to use as much utility in the early going? Are they still going to do that whole salvo of smoke, 2 Molotovs, nades, multiple flashes? Are they going to kind of trim it down a little bit so they can save some nades for the late round? Now you kind of put the defense in a situation where they have to make a decision, and if you're MIBR and you choose to get aggressive in Banana again, maybe you find an opening because they've used less nades. It's a little chess match back and forth.
Here comes Maka. Oh, not too far off, and he needs to get away, and he's very lucky to have actually been able to get out of the fire and back around the corner.
Yeah, but look at the way that adaptation has like set up that sort of a play. Almost a kill, could have easily been a kill onto Maka, but you've brought him down very low and you've made the B defense a little bit nervous. Unfortunately, once again, you lose players elsewhere. Exercise on top of the roof, grabs one, drops away. Some spam damage comes in, but he's all good. 3-round lead, and they get to descend into a 5-on-4 advantage.
Jocko, the only player defending the B bomb site right now, and he's actually going to toss that util out early. Doesn't have the best weapon to fend off multiple opponents on his own. He's got a little MP9, and so he realizes he's maybe going to have to play from the site instead. So first orange is the position he's taking, and they're just going to come through his smoke, and no kill for Jocko. Although, lucky straight through that smoke. Fortunately, removing Insani, and that might create a dream. Yeah, they can come back into this, but they're not budging off the A bomb site yet. They're not rotating away. Safe taking that shot really starts to paint a picture that this isn't going to happen.
Yeah, it should be done now. I mean, even in a 3-on-4, even with the man advantage, it was still going to be tough. Especially with the HP of Maka at 25 health, but certainly that kill from Safe is just like, nah, let's not even think about it. So MIBR.
Back in the game.
Right back into this map. It was 11-6 at one point. It's now going to be 11-9 after 3 straight for MIBR. And where they struggled previously to find access to bomb sites, this is 3 rounds where they've been able to get in and plant the bomb and just win it out easy. Looking much better.
Terrorists win.
As the Jocko attempt to try and hold on it, you're always asking way too much of him. When he only has an MP9, he's there alone, doesn't have a whole heap of utility to delay them. No one really looked like they were all that interested in making the rotation over to help him, so it was either he goes big or they save. And too much to really pull off, so timeout taken here. Last one being used here for 3D Max. Wanting to just figure out how to get these final few rounds to close out Inferno.
Gotta start feeling a little bit nervous. Money's gonna start being an issue. They've done a good job with the number of weapons they've been able to save to ensure that MIBR is always facing a strong buy, that they're gonna have to win this the hard way. But MIBR responding to that call. Op still in the hands of Maka, 16 kills.
Great damage again. You go back into Banana, you're going to get blasted by utility. That's just how it goes. And usually after the utility becomes a Jocko with 1 kill and a lot of damage. Really close to removing Safe. I can't believe Safe is still alive, to be honest. And Jocko's got away.
Yeah, but we're going 1 for 1 in Banana like that. I think considering how most of this half has played out, I think MIBR is going to be really happy with that hole.
Look at this play from Lucazi.
Lucazi just won the round. No, actually,
no,
I take it back. Drop won the round.
Jason.
But you know what? Lucazi was going to win the round.
Yeah, he was going to.
Eventually.
Drop stole his thunder. What a game Drop's having too. You know, as an in-game leader, he's up there at the top. 17 kills, 13 deaths. Really impressive performance. Exit. I mean, technically, he's the guy that won the round, Jason.
Exit wins the round.
But, you know, Drop was the most impactful player.
MIBR, the team with 3 winners.
Everyone's a winner.
4 in a row now, man. This is they've figured something out in these last 4 rounds. I mean, it started in the unlikely fashion, right? It started in the 3v5 at the A-bomb site, and they just happened to get all the kills. But now, destroying 3D Max everywhere they go. The lead is cut to 1.
Unless something magical happens from this aggression, that 1 should be tied up in just a moment. But a lot of aggression being sent down middle and second mid, and the default for Exercise has chimed in. So suddenly there is a big problem here for MIBR. They have to try and pull it back. 5-7 close to the chest of Insani, but the shot at Drop comes back in the AWP, and this is chaos, absolute chaos. But Drop could still close it in favor of MIBR, but he misses a shot, and my God, Jason, how has that happened? 3D Max just throw everybody down bottom, middle, and second middle with pistols, and they pulled out map point out of their ass.
That's such a cool way to execute that, though. They have that deep smoke. They break it open themselves so that they can actually fight against the AK-47s that don't expect that smoke to be broken. 2 players all the way at the bench. That's a big-time kill from Exercise. That player underneath was going to be able to help out both places where the battles were taking, and 3D Max just outlast them with pistols. Oh, what a hiccup. After 4 rounds straight, that's the way you lose. That's the way you give 3D Max 12.
Well, they can't afford to let it end here if you're MIBR. And Sonny goes back to his old tricks, some top banana aggression, but it's a 1-for-1. And 3D Max realized with some extra damage being thrown down into banana that they're in a pretty good spot here at this 4v4.
And it looks like they don't want to lose the round by executing the aggression at top banana. This is still a pretty tense round considering the money on 3D Max. If they're to lose this, they have issues. Molotov burning safe. He doesn't have the HP to stand in it for long. Down to 29 health. Gravity and Lucky have done a really good job stalling out and not taking damage, not taking a loss to this B pressure.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Here for Maka, as he hides in the darkness. Well, now lit up. He'll move out to a better position at short side. He does have a fallback plan here.
He's going to slide right back after the Molotov.
Yeah, he's actually going to move forward, Jason. He's going to go aggressive. He's going to get confident and look down mid.
This is crazy. He knows the utility came from Boiler.
Dude, this is wild.
He knows the utility came from Boiler.
Look.
Oh, but they have the wrong read based off this intel.
Oh.
They see mid clear. It's the complete wrong read. This puts it all on the op of Maka, the sole A defender. And a little bit of a fake thrown at B is going to sell this very, very well.
Mac has got to turn back.
But the bomb is the 3rd player. He could catch the timing.
He's coming back right now. Maka hears the steps, but can he deliver shots? Misses the first, goes back again, and there's nothing produced from Maka's AWP.
I don't think you don't go for this retake.
You don't, surely.
No, there's no way. You can't risk it.
There's no money left over. It's basically overtime if you go for this. So yeah, they're getting out of there. Save call coming in.
Maka's got money for the op. He's going to be sitting like 5,800 when this round's done, so he can rebuy that. So I think if you're a 3D Max, you're just saying, we have a full buy in the next round. This is the right call to save. But yet again, MIBR find another solution.
Yeah, got the wrong read there for the defense, and not great decisions in terms of the adjustments that they made, and so Maka was left with everything to do, and he misses.
I wonder if mentally he was just saying, Boiler's clear. Like, he saw the utility come out of there, heard probably the footsteps falling back up the stairs, and probably just said they left. But he was so nonchalant about ignoring Boiler to take that mid-angle, I was very surprised. 12-11. Overtime or victory for 3D Max.
And just like that, MIBR dust off the previous round loss. The pistols charging down and creating chaos. MIBR able to recover, stabilize, and want one more round to get it into overtime. Like you said, Maka can't afford that AWP, so he's got it out again. 4 rifles in behind it. It's a good buy here for 3D Max to try and close out this map.
Back to the passive banana approach for MIBR. Some delayed utility is going to rein in.
Double porch setup here. Exercise playing anti-flash while Gravity peers down into top mid. Here comes the util. This could be a devastating setup Oh my god, the window spam. It's worked out, and he's blinded, completely blinded, confused, exercise gone as well. And it works out perfectly for MIPR. Has to be lucky to step up with everything, and he's got a double. Goes back, not a third kill. Insani and Safe keeping this going, and this game will keep going unless Maka has a 1v3 retake of this A-bomb site on his own. And it doesn't look possible, but he'll give it a good go, and he is blasted to the ground by Exit.
What a round for MIBR. What a comeback for MIBR. 6 of the last 7 rounds in their favor to force overtime. And if you're 3D Max, I think you gotta take that kind of mid setup that you've just deployed here with the boost. That's twice now we've seen this spam come in and really damage that player as the battle is coming on. Really good details from MIBR to make that a tough defense. Lucky does everything he possibly can. Just no hope. Tied at 12. And to open overtime, we have 3D Max burning their 3rd timeout.
I mean, outside of that pistol push down mid, 3D Max's defense has not been good since the initial success in Banana and stopping MIBR from getting control of it.
Yeah, once MIBR kind of decided to go to that more passive opening in Banana, I think it's been really like those Banana fights gave 3D Max such an advantage in the early going of this half, and MIBR's kind of taken away that ability to find an advantage for 3D Max, and MIBR's equally found some weakness at the A-bomb site.
And I think also when we did see those Banana fights still happen towards the end of the half, you know, Jocko wasn't getting the same amount of success in those fights, right? He was getting multi-kills very often at the start of the second half, but towards the end he was just going 1 for 1 or maybe not getting anything, and that's been a big difference here with lack of impact. JKS up there in the Hall of Heroes. That was the year of 2022 when he stood in for FaZe Clan into the playoffs and lifted the trophy with him. The very next year he went to play with G2 and lifted the trophy again, right? So really impressive. Does not look like he's going to be lifting it this year, I have to say, Jason.
Doesn't seem like it at the moment. Crazier things have happened.
Yes, like in 2022.
to 12. Here we go. First round of overtime. Money is back.
Yeah.
No economic issues.
No tech issues anymore either, so let's get into it.
Oh, we haven't had a single tech issue. No.
Well, there was once there apparently, but here we go. Jocko with Lucky. Okay, good nade for 3D Max because it's a team kill.
Thank God he screwed up and fell off the boost.
Yeah, this is chaotic, isn't it, to start off overtime? Another good grenade, this time going to be landing on Lakalzi down in second middle.
Here's the 3D Max adaptation as well. Like, okay, you guys are getting into halls and kind of bullying us in lane and throwing your utility from boiler. We're going to have a deep smoke in halls with some presence there so you can't get it comfortably. We're going to molly boiler out so you're not just sitting there waiting for a good timing. 3D Max equally trying to deny some of those advantages that MIBR has been able to find throughout regulation. Now you've got a decent amount of utility for this hold of the B bomb site. Lucky still got util. Drops the smoke. He's got a Molotov as well. They're coming through though, but the boost is going to work.
Yeah, Jocko peels off, goes back down, trying to get a second kill through that smoke, but not going to happen for him. They're going to reposition and allow that bomb plant to go down very lightly.
Oh my, look
That's
at the HP.
so close, yeah. One stray bullet would have been enough, but the bomb goes down. Exit couldn't have gone far, so Jocko knows he's likely in pool. He's likely just to the right side there. And he's just waiting for that over peak from Exit, but it's not coming in. There's no overextension from anybody here in this post plant. MIBR do not want to give this up. They're in a good setup.
3 flashes for this retake.
And so they have to come to them. So 3D Max go in. First flash ineffective. Exit, Lakalzi combining together, stopping any chances here of a 3D Max retake. And time is going. Oh my God. Oh, can you believe that timing? That is just terrible for Maka. And he somehow survives on 1 HP from the grenade as well. So it all just comes up. Lakalzi, finally he's dealt with, but the round has already picked up.
Round is cooked. MIBR yet again. And that is a tough hold at the bomb site. 3 on 3, or 3 on 4, 2 players low on HP. Gotta be so frustrating for 3D Max. It was 11-6 at one point in their favor. They've watched that dwindle and now disappear. It's a lead for MIBR.
Joko. And he burns. He burns away, combined with the grenade thrown over. And Sani from the grave will get his trade kill. So 4v4. Minute 25 left in this clock. Exit Lakazi group up in the halls. It's smoked out, and so we'll take a pause, take a breather. The rest of their teammates looking to gather with them. And the A defense is just adjusting now. You can see Ecstasy's going over towards Long instead. Gravity playing close with him. There's no one actually in the site or in the hall, so it does feel quite susceptible to a quick take of the A bomb site here. Oh, that'll certainly help.
Yeah, that might have been falling asleep at the wheel. That was almost like you just never expected anyone to be there. Drop. That's a pair of beautiful headshots that have cracked open this site. It's going to be 14-12.
No, this feels like MIBR just going to close this map out. Now,
well, don't say that yet, Dinko.
That's fine, Jason. You can't believe in curses and jinxes, you know? Don't give them any power.
I don't know.
We'll wait and see.
I've tried that before.
Yeah, that's true. But did you truly believe that it wasn't going to happen?
No.
Well, that's a nice little kitchen they got there.
Cast iron?
Cast iron, yeah.
Yeah, well seasoned?
Yeah, pretty well seasoned. Actually, it looks a little too well seasoned. It looks pretty shiny, Jason.
Yeah, you're not into that slick cast iron?
No. I did see a pretty funny post the other day about someone who scrubbed their cast iron so much they made it like super shiny that it looked like stainless steel almost.
You said a funny post?
Depends on your humor, Jason.
Okay, yeah.
I'm really into the pans at the moment.
Humor is relative?
I'm a pan humorist.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir. I follow the cast iron subreddit.
Okay, subreddit, no. Just randomly scrolling and finding the meme. Yeah, sure.
14-12 for MIBR.
Let us know what you cook with.
Yeah. So are you a cast iron or more of a steel?
Definitely not steel. I've had too much of him so far. It's only been 2 days.
True.
Just chaos, man.
Heyo.
I like the outfit he's wearing today, Steel.
It is a good looking one.
I seen Ghost are back in Counter-Strike as well.
Ghosts are back in Counter-Strike?
Yeah, they
they picked up the women's team.
They picked up a women's team.
Emulate back in action.
Mm-hmm.
See, Dinko, this is why you're not supposed to say things and jinx things, because just as you brought up that we hadn't had a tech pause yet,
No, I didn't bring that up. You did.
No.
While we had a tech pause.
No.
You didn't even notice there was a tech pause on the screen, and you said, we haven't had one yet. And I'm like, no, there's one on the screen right now, Jason.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. During the JKS conversation.
What was I doing?
You were just so into the JKS conversation.
Yeah.
So.
Red, white, and blue. Love it.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Big fan of France.
Yeah. No. Wait. That's not how it works.
Well, the United Kingdom? Well, can't have everything, Jason.
Yeah, I beg to differ. We're about to find out.
We're about to find out. Anyway, a couple more rounds from IBR, and they have got Inferno. Might not be everything just yet, but Nuke is up next. And we'll see what 3D Max are able to cook up here. Timeout. But of course, this one is for MIBR.
Someone came up with a cool idea during the tech, and they're like, guys, I got it. It came to me. An angel came down, the clouds parted, the sun shined right directly on me, and I was filled with a wondrous idea of how we're going to win Inferno.
I'd kind of be pissed off if I had my one sort of religious angel moment in day 2 of the IEM Katowice stage 1. You know, can you please bring that to me at a different point in my life?
But you know, you don't get to pick and choose, Dinko.
Maybe just like, maybe later in the tournament, you know? Maybe to get me into the playoffs or, lottery ticket. Something like that. So you don't want to use it up on this. Presumably.
Allegedly. All right, we're back into it.
Yeah, we are. Mac has got the big old Asimov on his back, and let's see what he's able to do with it. Left-handed peek. I heard the shot, and now it rings out. So Lakazi goes down as he drops into the underpass, and that's a great opening kill from the Alper.
It's been an 8-1 run for MIBR to bring this back. 3D Max could really go for some stopping power. Joko's going to provide a little bit. But 3v4, and MIBR's overcome worse odds than that. And once again, if this just falls into an execute at the B bomb site when this smoke clears, which it's looking like it, you have an op in an M4. So one missed shot from Maka, and there's some issues. Oh, wow, Sandy's a little nervous.
Lucky. First oranges is his location, but he's blinded, and my God, he can't get away. Great shot. Maka from the back of the pillar, and Sani is just leveled up. He is dismantling the defense on his own, and now comes Gravity. Smoke blasted open. Well, it could have been quite hefty. They could have denied the bomb plan if he was just a step forward. Exit forced out of new box due to the fire. But 2v2 to try and close this out. Exercise coming through Banana, and then Sani on his low HP does not want to hang out any further inside of that exposed position, so he drops back, and they're going to be positioned first and second oranges. They double swing. That is perfect timing. Look at that. Exercise now 1v1, gets the pick, and now he realizes it. He's going to run to that defuse, and Sani walks into a wild little spray, and 3D Max pull off the 2v2 to get their 13th round win.
That's a cool double swing, but man, good Molotov usage from the side of 3D Max. Both of them going towards new box because the first Molotov forced him to take some shots just in case. So they knew his position. Second Molotov forces him to play second oranges. Not really a great position for a 2-on-2 for the two MIBR players. They did everything they possibly could, but not enough HP on Insani to outlast the end. And 3D Max get their much needed one round in the first half of overtime on the CT side. Drop's been the hot hand for MIBR, but it feels like most of his impact has come from the T side.
And that's true. I'll see you. I think it worked this 5v4 into a round victory. Looking really good for that now. Drop it in Sani combining. And just like that, 5v2 setup here. MIBR guaranteed 15. Gonna say it now, Jason. Don't see a way in which they 2v5 this.
Really testing out this whole Jinx thing, huh?
Yep. Thought I might as well give it a go here.
3D Max's map pick coming to a close and going against them down the stretch. Safes off. They want to go contact, miss shot, unintentional jiggle, but it works. And with the economy of overtime, you might as well just go for this.
Give it a good old go.
MIBR is going to start shrinking the map a little bit. They just kind of pushed exit and Lukalzi towards quad, towards short.
ESL 1 Katowice, 2015.
Those were the days, the ESL 1 days.
It's a long time ago.
EMS 1 before that?
10 years. No, I don't remember that. Here comes the util. Save. Pours out a second oranges. A lot of fire tickling him now. Oh god, he's gone. Bye-bye. And Exercise is going to be happy about that. Safe no longer there, but Drop in the darkness. Does not have any teammates, so it's on Drop to step up. They charge in, and they fall down. Is there more for Drop in the final 14 seconds? The answer to that is no. Exercise is going to plant in the fountain, gets his feet wet, and now deals with the charge of 2 through CT, but Lukalzi, good discipline. Applying pressure now has to be the stick, so he knows that. He charges in, and he denies the bomb plant from happening. Exercise put in the ground, and MIBR up to 15.
Well, 2 chances now for MIBR to close this out. They've brought it all the way back. 6-11 at one point, as I mentioned a couple of times. And now you're staring at a map victory. Good job using the clock as an ally, as a teammate down the stretch as well. Just looking to steal 3D Max's map pick after a phenomenal run to close out the map.
Oh, force them away, off the boost. Unlucky back up again. He's got Maka. Okay, Maka, that's exactly what you like to see in Sani. Cohen nades in hand, and Maka's gonna go. Drop tries to get his gun out in time, but Maka does not slow down. He accelerates with a little sidearm and cuts through the B bomb site. Nothing they can do about that. MIBR will not win the map here and now. They've got to save those 3 plays on the other side of the map. There's no reason to even go for it at this point. And 3D Max once again, a dream of overtime. This time, a second OT.
Man, that is, Maka came into that situation with an attitude. He had something to prove.
I think when you catch Insani with nades in his hands, you realize, well, if he's not really in a good position, then surely there's only one play here where we just overrun him. Take that moment.
You'd also probably hope that one of your riflers is going to have that kind of initiative, to be honest with you. If you're Maka, you're like, someone come on, oh, fine, I'll do it.
Yeah, he was already at the front. He's like,
I got a Tech 9.
I'm going to catch him.
I'll do it.
Sometimes the Tech 9 can be just as good as the rifle, it seems, Jason. take control. I like it. That's exactly what Maka did in this round, living by that mantra. There we go again. Or we close Inferno out with MIBR on top, 16-14. A visual of the violence in Banana. And then Sani puts an end to it for the time being. Ceasefire as 3D Max start to drop further back. But they don't want to be quiet for long. Here they come. Utility over the top of the half wall. Molly going in a boost as well to get lucky over on top. And with that util, they realize they've got top Banana control. Now, Sani did get caught by Maka in the previous round from a position similar to this, so he doesn't want to have that happen again. And he won't play from CT. He'll go back to the coffins instead.
All right, Lucalzi. Towards a boiler. So tense, there's been no engagement up to this point. Big win. Huge win. And while 3D Max was lining up at the B bomb site, that kill is going to bring everyone back, and the MIBR defense not shifting.
Exit's got to go huge. He has to go huge here, and he's only got one kill before he's forced into the wall. And with 15 seconds left, it's overtime 2, or somehow a recovery here for MIBR and a 3v4 retake. It just looks so unlikely for the Brazilians. It looks like we're going to go again. This is a strong setup. Gravity in the site, one player in the graveyard, Jocko out short, one in the pit. There's no way you could break back into this.
And you just hear that footsteps, you're going to call it they were boosting over. Yeah, this is impossible for MIBR. An unwinnable round. You could take your hands off the mouse and keyboard if you're 3D Max and still find double overtime. There's the kill. Trade's nice, but setup is way too good, way too strong. Safe coming in late with the op. He was supportive, looking for a peek from pit that never came, and now he's gone as well. 3D Max show the same kind of fortitude as MIBR, and they force a second overtime.
Yeah, a combination of celebration and relief as they get to keep Inferno going. No, it seems to be a little headset issue here for Maka and perhaps even Jocko. So we'll try and get that one resolved quickly as possible. Glad to see Maka getting a little bit more success, getting to come to these tournaments. I look back on his career and I recall some of the teams he played on, the likes of LDLC, played for French Frogs. You remember that one, Jason? This one?
Yeah, I loved French Frogs.
Everyone loved that one. Heretics, notably, I think.
Freedom Frogs, we called them in the other side of the pond.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty good. But I mean, he had a lot of teams so far in Counter-Strike, you know, and he never really found too much consistent success. I felt like he was in the team for a short amount of time, and then he was sent back out of it. So, yeah, good to see this 3D Max team has been together since November 2023, or at least with Maka in it, so...
Yeah, it's been cool to watch, especially with how surprised I was seeing them at some of the pro leagues last year have success and make some runs. It kind of came out of nowhere in my mind, and seeing them kind of continue with that, some impressive runs is very, very nice. Tough battle here between the two teams. I knew this game was going to be good today, Dingo. I could feel it when I woke up. Ooh.
I heard you couldn't sleep because you were so excited about this one.
I actually did have a rough time sleeping last night.
Yeah?
Not because of this particular match, for other reasons, but yeah.
Was it the matchmaking, Jay?
Yeah, I woke up at like 4 a.m. with a massive headache.
Oh.
One of those really painful headaches. I did at the time, I guess maybe not ahead of time. I did chug 3 bottles of water, but I was up pacing my room and taking showers till about 7 a.m. and then, you know.
Well, I feel bad for you.
Took a little nap after that.
Well, we'll get you to bed soon, Jason.
Thank you.
Get your nap.
Working on it.
Back into the action, though. Overtime 2.
Oh, and look at this. They crank up the aggression in Banana. Straight pushes, followed by all the utility. And 3D Max have punched MIBR in the face in round 31.
MIBR are actually really lucky to have even got 1 kill out of that engagement. It looked like they were not going to get anything. Nice job, Safe. Close quarter combat, and now comes the top mid play. Lakauzi seeing 2 come into his crosshair, but Gravity decides to cast him away.
That's the second time he's probably thinking to himself right now how frustrated he is losing that fight right there, and then also losing the fight in Boiler that allows 3D Max to force double overtime at the end of first overtime. Those are 2 fights he's really going to say, I should have had that.
Really got to win those. Well, Safe wasn't ready for that. Not even in the slightest.
16-15, 3D Max take a lead.
Hard to call this one now. Very difficult as we get into overtime too.
And both halves have been really close. Seems like T-sides it's leaning T-sided. It's 7-5 in both halves. Success on the T side continuing in overtime as well.
Balanced. This, yeah, that little kill from Drop right at the end. Wasn't expecting them to get anything. It could have been even more disastrous from RBR. Doesn't change the result. Obviously, every time there's an OT, you get the old timeouts back. You get 1 each.
MIBR burns that one right now. Looking to get the CT side into lockdown for these final 2 rounds of their overtime half. Seeing 3D Max yet again being willing to change the pace, change the approach from tactical to brute force. Something MIBR struggled to deal with in regulation. Last round was very fast and aggressive up Banana. Let's see what 3D Max do here. Could very much be similar. But instead, it looking like Exercise up middle wants to challenge. Oh, baby, he's up already.
A little bit more than a challenge. Oh my god, he gets into the apartments.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's sick, but how does he not get to that? It's so close. 1 extra bullet, he would have both kills in the apartments, but it's still devastating for MIBR to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's actually a sick play to make. And I think if he starts with exit and transitions over, he gets both of them, but I'm not going to nitpick his decision-making in that kind of a scenario.
Smoke if you're at MIBR, you're just going, why the hell is there a player on the boiler stairs?
How did he get here? Left side smoke is thrown. That's going to pull Drop back to the A bomb site. Makes them feel real nervous as comms come in from Lukowski. Meanwhile, over at Sandbags, it's 1 for 1 from Insani, and now it's the B bomb site that's empty. MIBR getting pulled every which way. And Plant's going to come in for free in a tough retake. Decent amount of utility. 2 kits to work with.
Lucky just waiting for the push, but his timing. Oh, at least he gets the bomb down here. Here comes the swing out from Drop. Great kill. Second offered up on the immediate swing from Lucky, and Drop was ready for both. And so Maka is now cast into a 1v3, smoked out. He does have a grenade to disrupt that smoke and give his vision back momentarily, but this will start to fade in. Great shot to land the damage, but not enough to remove them, and he has the worst weapon to try and deny this defuse. Just getting closer, but never on the mark.
Especially considering the HP. 12 and 4 on the bomb. Like that would have been absolutely lovely to
find. Could have just sprayed 2 away.
All tied up. MIBR's timeout gives them a CT round win. Who takes the advantage going into the second half of second overtime? That's the cool play. Set up by Smokes to give him just a little bit of a bump to hide his passage into Boiler. That'd actually be a really fun play to make in matchmaking.
I'm going to try it later. That is actually one that just looks so good.
Gotta learn the smoke though, Dinko.
Now, someone needs to learn the smoke, Jason. I just need to hold W.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Lakauzi. He's going to go and hit the deck. Exercise. Making sure that it stays at a 4v4. Insani up on top First oranges. Drop's going to play out at Coffins. And we see that common half-wall smoke coming in, allowing Insani to get aggressive, and he gets away. But maybe not for long. Drop has to defend him, and they do a lot of damage onto those two B defenders. They're not stopping. You want to try and catch them as they're disrupted, but Insani's doing a great job. It's slowing them down, but they know Drop is still here somewhere inside of the site, and he can't survive long enough, but he actually swings out, and he got an extra kill. That is huge from Drop. So now it's Exercise in a 1v2, and Drop's movement and quick kill has put his team in a position where they have the advantage.
He's got a Molotov as well, Exercise, so you got to be thinking if you're him. That's an idea for the bomb later on to prevent the defuse. There's no smoke to extinguish it if you're MIBR on this retake. He wants to turn it into a 1v1, and he's got it. Molotov into the choke point to make him go the long way around, and Exit's just going to wait it out. Plenty of time on the bomb to make this work.
He's got a molly to play with as well.
Another one?
Yeah, he's got another one to play with, so he can go back into this. A peek into the open, denies. Realizes that defuse not being stuck, but now he's got to check it. Now he goes around the corner, but Exit's off it. Can he get back there in time? He's going to stick it. It's going to be real close, but he's got his hand to his face as he realizes not enough time to hold it all the way. Another round for 3D Max, this time picked up in a clutch by Exercise.
Yeah, big time clutch in the 1v2. Beautiful. And 3D Max take a lead. 19 being the magic number to take the map win.
Vou fazer o seguinte. Safe, joga esse round pra segurar.
That's a nice sip of water.
Stay hydrated. Getting in this deep into a game, Jason. This is only map 1. We got more of this.
The intensity as well as you're kind of trying to dig deep within your brain because you've exhausted the playbook, you've exhausted the plans you made coming into this. And now it's about adapting those plans to match what you've seen in the previous 33 rounds of play.
Exercise about to break the 30 bomb barrier. Drop has already done it.
You know what they say about guys with 30 frags. Defensive Molotov at the half wall, and it looks like we're going to get a mid-round aggression, and it's been successful for them at this part of the map, just this time not super committed.
Here he goes, the Joker around the corner, and, well, Sonny laughs in his face. Just chops him up. MIBR now with the player advantage. A couple seconds into round 34. Here comes Maka. This time pushing forward into the open with a big AWP. It's a very committed angle, but we know Maka thrives in these close quarter combat situations, and he actually gets away with his life despite the missed shot.
He's been punished by this though once when he's defending here with the op, that close up, that straight on angle along the wall, remember? It almost seems like he's a little bit nervous to take that. Now that there's a smoke up, he gets closer to wait for the jump through. His teammate telling him, I dropped the smoke there earlier. So he's got an extra one for this B bomb site. Oddly enough, even with that extra smoke, they've got 3 defenders at this B bomb site. So 3D Max reading this very well for the moment. But that moment has disappeared because now it turns into a fake, and now it's going to be extra easy to sell the fake because it's already sold.
Exercise awaits for Exit to come around this corner with the AK-47 in front of him. Exercise got to deal with that threat. Maka got a double kill in the AWP real quick over that.
Oh, so smart.
Yeah,
with the success at the B bomb site, he's like, oh, I don't have to do anything. I just have to live. I just have to wait for the retake.
And yeah, you let the bomb go down, but sure, comes down to a retake. But will that cost them? Can MIBR pull this 2v4 off? It's going to be tough, but Locality's in a strong position to pit, and Safe is a really reliable fragger inside of the bomb site.
3 different angles on the retake.
Utility-wise, there's one flash left for the CTs. They're going to use it up right now. Lakazi in the sight. Gravity actually got blinded by that one piece of utility, and they're fighting on. Lakazi in the pit has everything to do, and he's not doing a bad job at it until the bullets betray him, or the lack of bullets, and they get back in on the retake for the defuse, as it is now map point yet again here for 3D Max.
It's giving them 2 chances to close things out. 18-16, nice retake. I love the decision from Exercise. That's so magnificent. I love seeing players make that decision in a chaotic moment. It's the right call. And with teamwork, 3D Max give themselves a chance to close this out, and that would be a deep sigh of relief. It's their map pick. MIBR came back from 6-11. That had to be shocking if you're 3D Max. So to get away with the victory here is, thank God, let's get it out of here. Let's move on to the next map.
Now, it's going to feel good as well if they do close this out, that they were able to dig deep enough, get this deep into the game, and still find solutions. And Insani into the top banana fights, gets caught, not ready for Joko, who has played this position so often, but he was fumbling through his nades. So he gets caught, responded to, and lucky. Oh my God, I did not expect him to win that fight, but he just steps into the open and rips Drop's head off. So now the next fight's in the apartments. There's 2 players coming in here for the tease of MIBR. And a little bit of a shoulder tease from Gravity. He's eventually taken out by Exit. And Exercise is not stopping. The Exercise really is not stopping. He's going to drop back into the site, applying pressure to Lakazu, smokes himself off and tries to move forward, but Exercise has no problems. Flash is good. Thrown out by Maka. He's going to look at the long side. Flash is better on the second time of asking, and 3D Max, they're going to close Inferno out. They had to dig deep. They had to come back into a double overtime, but their map pick is theirs, and they do it pretty comfortably right at the end. That second OT felt like it was 3D Max.
It was good to see them bounce back in this map because MIBR took control at a certain point in a really, really big way, and 3D Max had to grind themselves back into it. So fair play. Great map from both teams. To come back from the deficit that MIBR had, super impressive. And they did it with the adaptation. If Banana's not working, we'll focus on A. That got them there initially, going away from their initial game plan. But 3D Max just too many opportunities to find their own adaptation, and MIBR missed their opportunities to close out Inferno. We've got Banks ready down in the Hall of Heroes.
Well, I'm certainly ready, but I don't think I'm ready after we just saw that crazy map go down. That was a long, drawn-out one. Oh my God, I did not think that 3D Max were going to be able to pull it over the line when they threw away that 11-6 lead.
I was trying to keep my eye on both the A stream and the B stream, and I thought the A stream second map was going to end before your first map had even finished.
Yeah, there was great potential in that.
It's been kind of crazy over on the A stream side of things. We've got to see Astralis taking on FlyQuest. Now, Astralis, they actually picked into Train, which I was kind of perplexed with because we saw FlyQuest picking into it yesterday. They've not been strangers, they've not been banning it out at all. I spoke to Rugger afterwards, and he said, you know, we've been practicing it quite a lot. We want to focus a lot of attention.
Okay.
As you probably know, James, practice very different than an official, right?
I saw at one point they were like completely being destroyed.
It was crazy. First half, I believe 10 CT rounds for the side of FlyQuest we can see with some of the rounds coming in just here. Rugger was talking about, you know, they tried to get a little bit aggressive. A lot of the 1vx situations just not going their way.
Yeah.
But he did tell me, you know, all hope not lost when we move on to Ancient, which turns out to be true because it's still going down right now. But
11-1 right now.
Okay, it's 11-1. I was going to say 11 rounds for the side of Astralis on FlyQuest map pick. He was talking about the fact that, you know, you go back 6 months ago, they're one of the best teams in the world on Ancient. Obviously, that was without Cadian and Toast. So I was like, okay, you know, tell yourselves that, but you've got a bit of a different in-game.
Good mental confidence, you know, boost yourself up.
But it's great to see the bounce back. And Starn, he's been on fire for that first half, so that's very good.
You think they can do it? Do you think we can go to a third map?
I hope we get to go to a third. I mean, it's elimination, James. We want it. We want to see all the Counter-Strike.
It should go all the way. We'll have to find out, but you guys can get into the game with us here on the B stream for a little bit.
Astralis' Ancient has been underwhelming, undeniably so, in the past 6 months, but right now against FlyQuest, with their backs against the wall and elimination staring them dead in the face here at the Katowice play-in, they've stepped up in a big way. They found 11 rounds on the defensive half, and Device has put on a bit of a masterclass, plus the fragging power of Stown and Yabi. Where did this come from, and is it too late? Only Astralis can answer that question. Goal is now just to close it out without getting too weird.
The big question here is 11 all they get?
Setup looks good to start. Oh, even got a nade to bounce if they're trying. Wait, whoa, through the smoke. Okay, bomb denied. That's going to be weird. This gets a little bit shaky all of a sudden. As Astralis' heads hit the wall and roll onto the floor, running through the cave smokes, down with a chance, but too many bullets coming his way as FlyQuest sneak a pistol out of the back of that smoke span from Inns. Bomb denial is where the problems began. And the round ends for Astralis.
Everyone, strap yourselves in. We're in for a big night because this is happening. I'm calling it now. Calling it early.
You're such a showboater.
Calling it real
You're a
early.
bandwagoner, Harry.
Ain't nobody on this bandwagon right now, bro.
You are on the bandwagon. You are alone. There are no horses. You're just sitting still in the stable. I'm not buying in. I'm not believing. I'm not joining you. I actually refuse. I don't allow you to get on the bandwagon. There's no room. It's a pistol round, Harry, for crying out loud.
Look, bro, I talk to the horses in my head.
Yeah?
I'm mentally stable. Here's Vexite pushed up over towards the B ramp.
Hey. Actually, nay.
Dexter's taken all this room, but it's misinfo. Because look at Astralis. They do be coming back. He's going to hear these footsteps at least. Oh my. Suddenly, he's actually in a good position here. That's the bomb going in first, so surely that's not going to be a problem. Bomb now spotted, rotate starting to come through. Astralis, no chance for them in this Glock round. Dexter calling the shots and thinning the herd. This guy does it all. One shy of the ace, but all he had to and then some.
Yeah.
3-11. No one thinks this can happen.
You're right.
And that's what makes it so terrifying.
I think Astralis think it can happen.
All right, Astralis in with the buy. They don't have an AWP, but they've got rifles on everyone. Enough util to make this happen. Out in the mid early, it's a lot of damage from Stair, but there's Regali, the one to actually win that out. Far from unscathed in that initial skirmish, still good for one. Stown makes his play now, but he never saw Dexter creeping and crawling through the smoke in mid.
And his team even bait for him by shooting from cave. Dexter's got to kill at
Yeah,
least.
you got to watch out. Creepy crawlies down under. They will get you if you don't keep an eye on them. And Dexter delivers the double to FlyQuest. Still, Yabi has gained some ground, and the bomb is here with him. Cadian's going to secure that plant, and there shouldn't be anything that Inns can do about this. Gets out with one, and make it the double. In trouble now as the rounds keep racking up for FlyQuest. Astralis make out with a bomb plant at least, so still have chances going forward.
You know, I think you're a bit disingenuous in how you're framing it, with the rounds racking up
it
for
depends the
FlyQuest.
lens you're looking at
But
this game through.
technically, yes, they've won 3 rounds in a row. 4 rounds in a row, actually, if you count the last one of the half. It's a nice play for Dexter. Can't believe Inns recovers this as well. The nade goes out. Yabi doesn't turn in time, and he even still uses the broken smoke to find that final kill. So a clean round, and that is a prerequisite. FlyQuest were going to win this game. They've got to get clean rounds. They've got to build money early. They've got the AWP now on Regali. Great sign for FlyQuest as Astralis use their second of 3 timeouts.
Like Hugo.
Get on it early.
To avoid the copyright concerns, I'll give them different names.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Freak.
Yeah.
I can see, I see the timeline. I respect it. You're Dr. Puss. You have no... It's Dr. Octopus and Doctor Strange.
Could have just gone with that, I think.
No, I know, but you don't know what I'm talking about. I can tell by your face.
Either way, I still don't know who those people are.
And so you don't, you think you can play God.
Yeah, sure.
And that you have control over nature here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, okay. Anything can happen.
Were you going to say the phrase, I don't think I can play God?
No,
That's insane.
But obviously, I wouldn't say that.
All right. Astralis just down to the pistols.
Your optimism is inspiring. But your pessimism for Astralis is even worse. Mid-take here late with the pistols. They get a CT smoke in on A. Dexter gonna try block them. Oh, they're coming his way. It's an awful flash, to be honest. And Dexter's allowed to feast. Oh my god, there's no remains to be seen. They're all dead. That flash was terrible, but it's okay. What are you laughing at?
Nothing. Just at the breadth of this comeback.
Okay.
FlyQuest, couple of rounds now going their way.
It's an anti-eco, yes.
And starting to build some faith here on the FlyQuest side. It's still a ways to go. There's no denying it. And Astralis, all it's going to take is one big moment, one big round from any individuals on a star-studded lineup to make all the difference.
Should be fine.
So the pressure is never truly off.
True. Oh, I like that. Is that Cubby Molly? They're just going to go for a late hop from up close. They run through the Molotov. CT Molly's gain no respect on this B side, but Regali forces it. Two great shots with the AW. Puts Device in the clutch. If there were a player to rely on right now, it would be Device. But this is going to be a long road back in the round. Vexai's dead. Oh, what? He was trapped in the corner. He is dead. It's a little bit delayed. Don't do it, Device.
Oh my god.
Don't you dare.
They are pushing him through cave. The bomb is away from him. The odds very much stacked against Device here.
Carly's moving in with a pistol. He is a very confident young man on this Deagle, finishing what he started. 18 kills. Top of the server, Harry, despite only having half the rounds of Astralis. Great round for Regali, because Astralis managed to pop in with a nice B rush. And Regali puts it all to bed. But that was, again, it was only a half by Astralis. They've got the big guns. They've got Devices AWP, Harry. This is where stuff gets real.
That is what the nation of Denmark is saying as they look on. But the nature of this game has changed. Just as FlyQuest had to adapt to how different this felt from the first map, this second half is nothing like the first. Far more tame from Astralis in how they approach middle, but they are being given the respect. It's Dexter waiting in red room. They have to clear this. Two players over in middle. There should be a trade at least, but how much can Dexter get away with? Stair goes for the check, but it's Dexter getting out with a double kill. Astralis get mauled in the red room. It's straight murder from Dexter. 3 kills on the swing, and there's that Regali AWP. Mid is closed. Mid is off limits. Astralis have to go elsewhere. Just down in the 1v4 and all across the map. Come FlyQuest, full pressure, no brakes, full throttle.
Hey, Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Looking at MIBR right now, it's all about drop, and since he's been taking over the IGL, we had a good conversation about this not so long ago. I remember when we spoke before, though, you were saying your individual level, you were not so worried about it. We're seeing the old drops not really come back into it just yet. So I wanted to touch on that first of all, is how are you finding things? Like, is it starting to affect your own game maybe?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the major was like my worst performance as not only player, but I think as a leader it wasn't great either. But I just had a conversation with my teammates and my coach, and I was like, okay, I think I had so much things going on, and I need to take care of everything. So I'm start to delegate some responsibilities for the other players, so I could feel more free, and they could also feel comfortable playing. So we are trying some little new changes and little new things on this tournament, and I think it's going pretty well. But we need to see. I need to play more, and we will see in the future.
So you're going to delegate some responsibilities, which is good. You can't do it all. But how did you come to the decision on who would do what? Can you give me some insight into what delegation has been done?
Oh, it was more like of a feeling that I was like, I need to talk a lot and I need to say like what everyone was going to do. So sometimes we were going to do an execute and I was going first, and I need to say exit, you're going to smoke this, and Insani, you're going to flash this. And now it's more like guys, we just gonna be execute, I will go entry, and then they just okay, I will smoke here, I will flash here, and out of the game, like bring in new things. So it's more like exit and beat. They like to search for new things, and I don't like that much. So yeah, that's kind of all.
Now, looking at this game ahead of you, right, you obviously have a chance to go and make it to the second stage. How important is that for you guys, considering I think you guys have certainly been trending upwards, you've been performing better?
I think it's our first goal to make it to the second stage, and we just beat Astralis after the disappointing start of the year for us online, saying, and now we are feeling more comfortable online. We just beat Astralis as I said, and I think we are pretty favored playing against 3D Max. We just beat them on major, and we were pretty. It was a easy win, I would say. I'll say we kind of chose some rounds, but we had a control of the game like the whole series. So I think we're gonna beat them again, and we're gonna reach our goal.
He thinks he's gonna beat them again. He thinks he's gonna reach their goal. I love the confidence he's coming with now. Let's see what they're gonna be able to cook up in the game.
MIBR versus 3D Max, so a great first game, and we went to overtime twice on Inferno. 3D Max still able to pull through and get that win under their belt. Now we're going into Nuke. This is MIBR's map pick. Excited to see what level they can bring to their map pick, because it was an exciting first map of Counter-Strike, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're forced to 3.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the 3 Max has played this map a couple of times. They've played close and really good competition. Mao's Eternal Fire obviously beat OG, but this isn't exactly a weak map for them when you look at how they performed against some of the top teams in the world. So yeah, we're not out of it just yet. MIBR got to feel comfortable, confident going into Nuke. I like the conversation of drop, of just being like, we got eco a couple times. That game felt really chaotic for me. I had to like start delegating responsibility, had to start taking some things off my plate so that I could play my game. We saw him come alive individually in the second half of Inferno. That stuff's got to stay up all the way through Nuke right out of the gate, because 3D Max starting on the CT side, it can be so unforgiving starting Nuke on offense, especially when you're facing a series loss.
Well, pressure will be on Drop, who we just got to hear from with Banks. Closed out with some confidence. Let's see if he can open up Nuke with some confidence. Insani, great shot. Lucky to go down. And he's not stopping. He's still going forward, but Maka out from CT vent to play. They just weren't ready for us. So Insani traded. Safe instead through the ramp room, cutting through the defense, drop and exit combining, and a really strong start to the round here for MIBR. And no question of how it'll finish.
Yeah, that's actually a sick round from MIBR. I mean, you could see a little bit well-planned, well-drilled pistol round, because they were so prepared for all the flanks and all the pushes that were going to come after that initial frag, after that opening kill. Ready for the vent drop, ready for the ramp push. Anything that 3D Max wanted to do to respond to the upper hit got negated.
A revolver has been spotted, Jason. He's exercising his rights.
Oh, is that a revolver like Fade?
Yes, it is.
That exists?
Yes, it does. Evidently.
All right.
Well, that's kind of the best thing about the revolver. That and that one JL clip.
I want to see the revolver in action. Exercise, go find some things. Get in there. You can't just buy a revolver
and then not do anything.
And then just sit in the site.
Exactly. Got to go and find where the action is. Gravity. Gonna be taken out. So no problem there for Insani. It's a good start to the rounds here for MIBR, and Lucky gonna have to tickle his toes in the fire and take a few steps back. He's starting to move forward. He's starting to get a little bit more frisky with the revolver. Not quite the levels we want from him yet. Lucky getting information of how many players are down lower, and so Exercise likely to try and join
He's
them
got one
soon.
fight. Oh, that's all we need. He's got one battle in front of him.
Right in front of him. Below him, in fact.
Beneath him even.
Oh, he's going into the lobby.
Okay, he's going to come down the ladder. He's going to get spotted. He's never going to get to use the revolver.
Well, that's it. That's probably the only revolver purchase we will see, and it did nothing. So at least it'll look good, Jason. And that's all that really matters.
Do you think he switched it out for this game, or do you think he was like memeing and matchmaking a couple days back with some friends from back home and just forgot to change it back?
Well, I think now that you have the loadout, you're probably...
True.
You can probably do whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, that's that boomer just switching to like an old school thing.
So you could probably, you know, leave it in there.
Yeah.
You just buy it when you're wanting to meme a little bit. But it really is a wasted spot. You know, right now, I think they'd like a revolver. They've only got USPs, P250s. Should be no problem for Exit to clean this one up. And, ooh, 3 HP left in the corner, eventually peppered down by the pistols. Here comes Safe. He's had enough. He's forced away, and a couple of kills there. Not bad for 3D Max considering what they had, so, but it's a 3-0 start for the side of MIBR on the T side. Now, you just mentioned how it can be tough to start the T side, especially when you lose a map pick, but 3 rounds in a row, I mean, this is an idyllic beginning for MIBR.
Yeah, everything you'd hope for if you're looking to force a third map. That would be Train, if we can get there.
Ooh, I would like that.
I would like that very much.
So MIBR, if you could just win this game,
yeah,
that'd be great. Just send us the 3. Little taste of Train over in the Astralis FlyQuest game.
Hot start here for MIBR. Molotovs everywhere, but they've been slowed down. They kind of want to take advantage of this initial salvo of utility. They need flashes because the defense is here, and they're not blind, and they are holding down to all the choke points. Drop, taking down Exercise, but the op grains an upper perch to peer in towards Hut.
A moment to breathe for MIBR as their final 2 players, and Drop and Insani look to try and come out of this top site. You've got Lucky playing a Tetris up on top of the rafters as Maka, and he's often in a dangerous area with that AWP. But I don't think they're going to be expecting the AWP to be up and perched in that corner, but Insani getting out. Lucky using his utility, now spots Insani, realizes how close they are. And this comes down to a fight for Lucky to peek out. Insani never went around the corner, so his teammate goes down and Drop. He will fall, and Insani to follow suit. So good round for 3D Max once the rifles have come out.
Yeah, good holds as well. I mean, you could see both teams with their initial salvos, like 3D Max to stall at MIBR. MIBR wanted to hit a nice little uppercut at that upper bomb site. No real flashbangs when they actually end up pulling the trigger. Excuse me, there is one, but turn from, telegraphed. And 3D Max handle it just about as well as you possibly can. Good hold. 3-1. And money already an issue. Insani with no rifle just meant to have presence. But with this aggression at red box, Lucky's like, guys, there's no one here. Don't worry about that smoke. Nobody's crossed. There's still 3 defenders outside, so 3D Max got to be careful about the allocation of their resources. Nobody defending in ramp room whatsoever. And Maka just now going to slide over with the AWP to take this responsibility.
Responsibility for Maka. Let's see if he can connect. If he can deliver upon it, he decides to go aggressive instead of falling back immediately, but with another missed shot, he has to run away. Look it into the lower site. He'll make it away, but in doing so, concedes control of the ramp room in the final 30 seconds to that of MIBR's T side. But they don't want to move down to B. They're going back into what is going to be an A finish. And here they come out of the hut, charging right into Gravity. He's got himself one. He's got teammates inside the site too, and just too much for MIBR to deal with as they just get shredded as they run out of HUD.
Yeah, which one do you want to look for? Are you top of the HUD or on the ground? Yeah, you're screwed regardless of which way you look. Back-to-back good defenses held at the upper bomb site, which is a really good sign. Now, you know MIBR is going to come back to an upper bus at some point later in the half, but I think for the moment, if you're 3D Max, you're saying, we've stopped them cold twice, late in the round, and then right out of the gate with utility. They're going to have to go away from that upper bomb site, as we've shown we can hold it. Next round, if you're 3D Max, you're likely thinking there's going to be some yard play. 3 attackers coming out towards red box might be where you want to align your defense.
Oh. Nice little tap on a drop, eventually. Yeah, he's going to get melted. So 3D Max going to tie things up. And, you know, what does a win for 3D Max against MIBR do for you, Jason? What does it do for your expectations of 3D Max here in Katowice?
You know, I still haven't really figured out exactly what I want my expectations for 3D Max to be, other than, like, I just want to see them continuing to improve. I think they're a very dangerous team for top squads. I don't know what it's like. Is that like a smoke they've lost?
No, it's a deagle.
Deagle.
But it looked like Lakowski made some progress. He actually got it out, and then his teammate shot it back into the corner again.
Insane.
Come on, guys. You got it.
You got a minute.
Let's go. It's coming. There we go. Just give it a sec. It's getting there.
You get a stuffed animal.
Do not. There we go. And congratulations. That is team play.
Beautiful.
That is beautiful stuff from MIBR.
It's going to get nothing done.
That has to be a highlight.
There it is. All that work to get shot by an op.
But, you know, it's all about the friends they made along the way, Jason.
True. They'll always have that memory, and so will we. And so will you.
For at least the next minute.
That's a good point. I will forget about that tonight.
Or maybe not. Maybe you're going to have that insomnia again, Jason. You're just going to wake up 4 a.m.
Thinking about this deagle at the side.
Deagle. Can you believe it?
Just hearing that Glock shots ring out at that cadence. 3-3. AKs and rifles back in the hands of MIBR. Up for Maka. Here's that change from MIBR, sending forces outside. 3D Max passively watching it. It's Maka's op, but look at this from Gravity. Oh, damn. Surprised he didn't go for the big flank, but it's tons of information. Just look at the minimap. Look at all the blue dots that just appeared downstairs of that B bomb site. That's Maka and Joko over in control side window. Exercise in the bomb site itself. There's a minute to play with, and they've conceded outside control, so an opportunity for MIBR to wrap around. Good shot, Maka. Never expected. Exit goes down for free, but they still have the option of going to the upper bomb site, or is that the bomb?
Bomb's down.
Oh, that's the round.
No, well, they've got it in their possession. They can hold on to it. It's just outside of those double doors you can see, now smoked off. They're going to try and get it back here. Safe going into the smoke. Exercise trying to block it from happening. Bomb has been picked up by Safe, and he's actually got away. So very good job there. Mission impossible.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have Lucky right up at the top of the vent.
Yeah, that's the tough part. 20 seconds as well. What do you want to do? Do you want to just fly up the vent? Safe is still fragging. Now Lucky, oh my god, that could have been something ridiculous. But he's able to react in time, gets back to watch Heaven, and Lucky combines a Gravity to close the round out. So tense towards the end. Safe does his best to try and get the bomb back and figure a way out to the site, but in the end, it will be a 3D Max round victory that puts them into the lead.
I thought MIBR would put like 3 players outside and like still kind of have like the sort of default opening towards lobby with the player watching, but all 5 members went outside. So 3D Max, when Gravity gets on top of the roof and he's like, oh, it's clear, boys. It's like MIBR's beat at that point and don't even really realize it just yet. And to make it go from bad to worse, that opening kill is the bomb dropping all the way down to control doors. That round was horrible in every facet from MIBR.
Big old Deeg for Insani. Everybody else going to be on Tech 9s for P250. Chance here for MIBR to do some damage, but most likely the outcome is 3D Max head to 5 and Gravity getting into the smoke. Oh my god, more than that. He's just pushed all the way through Squeaky.
Surprised he's sticking around after the Molotov tick. Gonna bail out on that smoke timing, but dangerous game and loses it to the P250. Exercise fortunate to get a blind kill. It's still just pistols. They can recover this, but it's getting more and more difficult.
My god, this is crazy, but Jocko stepping up, giving his team a chance back into it. 2v2. Minute 18 seconds left as that bomb goes down. This is huge already for MIBR, but they could win it all. They could take everything away because Exit's got an AK-47 now in hand, and we know what Insani can do with that Deagle. But he wants the AK, and he's got it. Turns back, looks up towards heaven. Maka's head shown. Insani now knows his target and is just pinning Maka back, not allowing him to comfortably walk over the top of heaven, forcing his teammate to make the play instead. Insani, that is what we're talking about. That is beautiful from the Brazilian. And MIBR on Deagle's Tech 9s and a little P250 get their way through the A-bomb site.
It all just starts with an unnecessary play. Gravity sticking around after giving away the sound cue of that push to the Molotov. Just letting himself get taken down through the smoke. All the opportunities exercised in a very tough situation after that. And even Joko's double kill heroics can't do enough to get them back in the round. So MIBR find a fourth to stop the streak of 3D Max defense, but they've got plenty of money to come right back up into it. And MIBR still going to apply a lot of pressure on this upper bomb site early. Missed shot from Maka, and he pushes into the door as well.
A lot of people going through that door right now, Jason. Not a lot of people coming back out of it. It's not looking good here for 3D Max's CT aggression, which is something we said was so positive for them, but they have lost one too many members, but it's come back, and now it's a 3v3, and the dive down the vent has already happened.
The CT aggression pushing into Radio Room stalled out that entire attack, which has allowed them to even things up. Yeah, the aggression didn't actually net the results, but you could see the forces of MIBR pull back to handle that push from Ramp Room. And then all their little lurkers in different positions on the extremities are making plays that are off timing.
Well, here comes the retake attempt. Safe is going to try and hold Decon. He'll do that with no issue. Joko now coming out of double door, but he's been smoked, and they're held back, and they realize no chance. They're not going to win this one. They retreat. They fall back into the save call. And MIBR head into the lead. So a very back and forth start to this game so far on Nuke, and I think for MIBR, they're going to be happy about 5 rounds already at this point. Absolutely. On the T side.
Yeah, the luxury of winning that pistol round means these last two round wins is you're pretty pleased with where you're at, and you're going to be extremely pleased with wherever you go from there. 5-4. And 3D Max, it's the other side of the coin. You had that nice 4-round streak that is now being ripped away from you, and money has dwindled. You can still buy in this round, and you still have some money left. You still have some. No, you really don't. In terms of having money for a follow-up buy. So a timeout to talk things over. Maka had money for the op, so they're going to go for it. Residual cash on Gravity and Exercise. Maka will have a little bit to work with at the end of the day, but this is an important round for 3D Max. And you don't want to get broken at this stage of the game. Whether if it's 6-4, you don't want to be out of money. So I think there's an element of this 3D Max coming into this round and just saying if the opportunity is there and we just have a round that we've lost, we need to save some of these weapons. Just remember that in the back of your head. Don't make any kind of crazy plays. We need to have some weapons as this half closes out.
Maka flying through the sky, great boost. Run boost, gets him into an early position, but he just didn't seem ready for the door fight. It looked like he was going to get exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, all this love that 3D Max has put on the squeak door the past 3 rounds has really backfired. It's really what's put them on the back foot in this map.
I mean, that really did look like Maka was going to have the chance, though, for an opening. He just kind of fumbled getting his weapon out in time. But yeah, I mean, that's 3 rounds now in a row where they just lost an early player towards door.
Not ideal.
Nah. At least they've had a lot of different variations of dying at door, Jason, you know?
Sure, but they all do end up with you just running through a doorway, so...
Yeah, Maka didn't even make it to the door, actually.
True. Joko's got that deep spot behind the box. Sees the utility coming in. Does he want to hold the angle? Yeah, he really does. Nate is going to come out, soften a couple players up as he transitions. Good repause. Better shot from Lukowski.
Gravity getting himself into the darkness. The cover ready to go. 45 seconds left. Biding his time. Here's the steps. The clinks of the metal just above him. But they've silenced. They've gone quiet. They're going to move out to the rafters on the right side, and Gravity's still waiting for them to come down. And you hear that drop. Now he starts to move into position. The plant is coming in. He can deny it. He can get 2 kills here. In fact, it's perfect. Exactly what he wanted. Gravity gets 2 kills out of it and leaves Safe in a 1v2, but the ball plant is not denied. It's been planted. It's been locked in. And Safe has a chance, but he got very difficult fights. He had to worry about door and behind him, and that's just too much to ask.
Yeah, nice patience from Gravity as well, and just the pathing that MIBR chooses just to get that bomb planted means they're in no position to clear out that position from Gravity. So all tied up again at 5. As 3D Max stay in the fight. Don't let MIBR go on any kind of crazy streak of their own. And that's a round they recover the 5-on-4. Good job again from Joko. Early information that allows Gravity to get into this position on top of his 1 kill. And we're live in round 11.
So everybody has a rifle apart from Insani. Here comes Exit out through the smoke. Oh my goodness, if that flash didn't land, he would have been in a really good position, but enough chaos has been created. Enough space has been opened up. But Gravity looking to shut that down. He can't do too much other than the 1, but Lucky's alongside of him, and Joko comes in from the rafters. So 3D Max handle business.
I just love the way Gravity moves on top of that hut. For as much as I criticize him about the door play, this one, the way he moves during those fights and during that sequence as he backs up, he's forcing them to swing wider, which exposes them to Lucky, who's over in mini. That's just like, you know, it's a nice piece of movement to allow your teammate to get activated as well and make everyone's job easier. No one's even looking at Lucky.
Yeah, MIPR once again gonna have to go with what they've got available, and that's Tech 9s and 1 AK in the hands of Safe for this last round of the first half. No, I said a couple rounds ago I think MIPR would be happy with 5 rounds in the T side at this point of the half. Don't think it'll be as happy if they end with just 5, but still enough to work with. And that's why getting a good start in those first 3 rounds of the T side is so important. Because without those, you know, you're looking at 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's just such a nice luxury to find yourself in. Molotov at the J-Hall to hold the defense back. 1 smoke, 1 molly for this lower bomb site.
This angle's good from Joko. Let's see how many he can get
The
out
barrel
of.
shows, I think, if he swings too far to the right, or is that just the silencer? Oh, nope, it's the AK as well. It is also the AK-47.
It's like, it's almost very awkward when you hold the right side for that long, but gets punished for it. Bomb plant coming in. So a 3v4 to try and close this one out for MIBR. And got a little bit of utility on Exit and Lakauzi. And they've all got out towards double doors. So up to control room window.
Good util.
Yeah, great util, in fact. It's making things a little bit uncomfortable now for this post-plant setup. They're worried about the space that 3D Max are taking back into this. Maka gets involved in a fight. Exit to go down. Now the defuse being stuck all the way. Lucky holding it. And Lucky is going to grab it. It will be a 7th round collected at the end of the first half. 3D Max 1 map up. And they now lead going into the second half of Nuke.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you.
Seven rounds for 3D Max on their defensive side. Now they switch to the attack. We'll see what they're able to do. And if they can close this series out, a 2-0 over MIPR would be a big win for the French squad coming into the 2025 season. And I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from this team. So I feel like the T side is going to give us a little bit more of a spark.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the hard part is you do have to do it from the T side, and it's not like you had some dominant CT side that makes this easy. You know, you can't just win the pistol and kind of waltz your way into a victory. Pistol's obviously going to help if you can get there, but there's a world in which 3D Max has to grind out, what, 6 rounds? Gun rounds to close this out? That'd be so hard. They're going to need some economic advantage at some point in this half.
Or just get this, first 3 rounds, just like MIPR did.
Yeah.
That would help.
Then you're still 3 away.
Let's see what they can do. All right, Mako, utility going outside, but it's a 3-player setup just outside of that squeaky door. And great damage from Gravity. Solid opener, and Sani's going to go down, and they're going to continue to fight into the site. Locality's running out of bullets, and he's now starting to run out of friends. The drop in from heaven chimes in. Exercise to hit the deck. Great turn back from Gravity. Great read to think about the flank. And they don't even need the bomb plant. They just take kill after kill.
Yeah, no one was thinking... All right, I need translators everywhere. I need translators tweeting at me. I need them in my ear. I need them telling me everything that's happening right now. Because that looks like a little bit more than just some friendly banter. That's like, you guys been yelling at us all day. We've been listening to this Portuguese being shouted over us. Now it's my turn.
Yeah, have some of that. Gravity has been like the only loud one on the team, I think. So, step it up for the squad. Although the buy's back for MIPR, 2 MP9s, 5.7s, Deagle, and exits. Got a little Brazilian barbecue. He's 36 health left.
You wanted them to win those first 3 rounds of the second half. First step is there. Surviving this round, it pretty much seals your ability to take those first 3 and get up to a 10-5 lead. Massive round for 3D Max, and this is one that, at the end of the day, if they end up losing this map, they're going to look back and they'll just say that round was important.
Yeah, Jason, what you're saying is really important, but I feel like everyone needs to be in with me and see what I'm seeing right now. You're shaking a big old banana in your hand, and that felt really sort of important.
Making my point.
The emphasis was there.
With a banana.
Because that's a large banana you got there, Jason.
It's the only kind I deal with. Gravity chucking out a late smoke. That smoke wall had a massive gap in it, but because of the low buy and the stack and the setup, they never actually Gotta use that gap. But now they're hearing things. Plenty of footsteps wrapping all the way around. Gravity's gonna jump over the 5-7 bullets. And oh, what a shot from Safe as he spins at the last second. And then Sani's providing resistance for only so long he can hold on. Bomb site available. And 3D Max have found a way in. Bomb going down, and MIBR, I think you save and use these 3 weapons for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, you got no shot at winning this round. You might as well just hang on to it. You would have nothing anyway. But in terms of giving themselves the best chance possible of closing out this map, 3D Max have taken the first steps. In the first half, we got to see how important those first 3 round victories were for MIPR, who only won 2 rounds outside of those first 3. Not going to have a lot going into the next round here on MIPR, but with those 3 saved players, they will at least have some tools that they can maybe get a bit frisky with going into the next. So you can free up those 3 players, be a little bit more aggressive, trying to do some damage to 3D Max, but realistically, we are most likely looking at a 10-5 scoreline for 3D Max.
Most likely.
Most likely, yes.
Let's see what they got. 9-5, MP9, MAC-10 still on the board, 5-7 still on the board. This can go south. Tons of utility, and in the craziness and chaos, it's Lukowski to find his death through a smoke. And 3D Max happy to just pause and play with the time in a 5-on-4. Yeah, man, you asked it a couple of rounds ago. I still don't really have expectations, but every time I watch this 3D Max team play, I'm like, I just really I enjoy watching them play.
Yeah, me too. I think it's the great thing about them is there's periods of last year where I really didn't enjoy watching them play. I think just before the major, they had a really bad tournament, and they looked lost. They looked really lost. I think even at times they looked a little bit lost the RMRs, but obviously they've been putting a lot of work into their map pool.
Yeah, they play cool Counter-Strike, and I mean, they take some risks and they make some aggressive decisions in plays, but none of it seems like crazy, and none of it seems like super individual. I think, you know, there's a couple times you notice them slip out, as you do with every team. But overall, I really like the game that I see from them every time I tune in.
Yeah, we've seen them play 5 different maps so far this season. I mean, we've only seen them play in 3 series, including this one. So, you know, they are showing some depth in their map pool, which is maybe a criticism we have for them in the past. So certainly taking that next step forward. That's going to be critically important in getting significant wins here in Katowice. If they do have ideas of how deep they want to go to get into the stage 2, see what you can do there. Maybe you can ruin some big teams tournaments. I think that's how we sort of set up this team kicking off their opening game against FlyQuest. Is like this is a squad that you wouldn't say are a team you expect to go through, obviously, into the playoffs or even in that conversation.
We know it's a possibility because we've seen it before. We've seen him make the playoffs. Although, yeah, fair play. It was at Pro League where like 18 teams.
Who doesn't make it to the playoffs?
Yeah, there are a lot of playoff teams there. But no, I mean, just eye test wise, I think the game looks good, and if they can keep showing this against better and better teams and keep improving and taking those steps, I think this is the year they shake off that like we're just a dangerous upset team and we're actually a team you gotta be really concerned about. 10-5. Utility being chucked outside. No one's home behind the smoke wall, so that break yields no information. Neither does that one. It's all 5 smokes used for 3D Max setting up an outside wall, forcing out the utility and setting up a second wall after the fact. And this is the one that'll make MIBR say they could be walking downstairs in secret.
They're coming swinging, and it's Katowice getting one and done. Is Jocko decides 2 is for him. Mako get that 3rd kill locked in, and a ferocious finish on the A bomb site here from 3D Max. Drop in safe, nowhere to be seen. Their teammates are gone, and it doesn't look like it's going to be all that difficult to win gun rounds here on the T side for 3D Max.
This is part of why I like watching them. Like, they just target this one particular spot on the map. You know, like you're just like, okay, we're going to send this lurker in towards mini, and then we're having 3 come out door. So yeah, he might be able to handle the lurk. He might be able to get 1 kill on the swing at door, but we're going to trade him. And then all of us are ready to abuse and attack into the bomb site and abuse and take everything away from MIBR. Op hits the deck back in CT spawn. Drop would love to try and make it as the bomb's about to blow up, and that kill maybe allows him to. Does he have time to get there? Yeah, he should.
Run! Hey, man.
Oh, no! He got it.
Did the HUD scare you a little bit, Jason?
No, it was switching. Oh, it was switching away from the screen.
Yeah. I was like, no, is he gonna make it? But he did. He made it.
It was the bomb blowing the op away that I was like, that sucks.
Yeah. He got it. But I think for 3D Max, it's just, it's such an exciting way of playing because even on the CT side, they're targeting an area.
Yeah, the aggression they had on Train yesterday against FlyQuest was a lot of fun to watch. This isn't a team that just likes to sit back and play like, just textbook Counter-Strike. They're going to mix some things up and get a little crazy.
Do you think that's important for a team like this, though, who, they're good Counter-Strike players, obviously, but they don't have some standout star player that's on the rise up and is able to compete with the best? It is more of a team. And is it important for them to maybe play a slightly disruptive, slightly different style of Counter-Strike?
In today's Counter-Strike, everyone has to be able to do that. You see it from the top teams as well. I think you're looking at it, your question is from the wrong perspective. I think it's playing like that and having plans like that that allow you to figure out who your star players are going to be. That's what you set those plays up so your star player can have success. And then you start setting those plays up more and more because he's just getting better and better and delivering and delivering.
Gotcha.
And that's where you kind of discover this guy can handle the responsibility. This guy can handle these kinds of aggressive plays. This guy's going to be our star badass who's going to push forward and get us an entry kill or 2 in this round. Without those plays and everyone's just kind of running around without a great idea and great details of what everyone's doing, I don't think anyone can reach their full potential on an individual level. Game's too complicated for that nowadays.
The safe sniper ready to go. And I mean, in a round like this where you have very limited weapons, there's even more pressure on safe to deliver. And I think he's had one of his quieter days today. It would be great to see some impact from him, especially in a round like this. Here comes the util. Safe is waiting. Here they come around the corner. First shot is good. Maka able to trade his teammate out, but Safe ain't falling back. Okay, that is the kind of impact you need from Safe in a round like that, in a moment like that. And now Gravity comes through secret, silences drop, and a 2v2 set up with 50 seconds left.
He's got plenty of HP, Gravity, as well. And good job, 48 seconds. They know they can be patient. They know they can wait. Looking for that second player who's been unconfirmed. Actually, both players at this point unconfirmed. So Joko up the ladder. He's got the bomb as well. Gravity coming in through mini. Secured the upper bomb site. Exit knows he can't stay here. So he's going to push in towards lobby. Footsteps will give away the sound cue, but such strong positions, advantage of weaponry as well. 3D Max in the driver's seat in this 2v2.
No kit.
You have to go for this too if you're MIBR as well. There's no salvaging an AK and saving, not at 5 to 11.
Yeah, but no kit as well, so you have to move quite quickly, and it's only at 5-7 and an MP9. You've got to catch him looking the wrong way, and he did have that opportunity. Now they dive in, but Jocko will cover off his teammate, and Gravity composes himself for that final kill. 3D Max on series point.
Yeah, 7 chances to close out the map. Looking strong on this T side, have had no hiccups. And MIBR's map pick is getting ran over. Remember, in the series, nobody is eliminated. 3D Max will progress with the victory in the series to stage 2 of IEM Katowice. MIBR will drop down and play some of the loser bracket games. They'll have to kind of go through that whole thing, situation.
Yeah, they're going to play VP if they lose this.
Okay.
Let's, I would have said that it's not too scary of a game, but VP looked okay today. We'll wait and see how...
Yeah, well, they got smashed by Brazilians yesterday.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that's a very, very winnable game for them. 3D Max looking to just get the job done in the fastest way possible. Here comes Insani. Oh my god, that's going to be pretty depressing for him.
I wonder, kind of cool little sound cues making the noise like you're running back to the other side of red box and just pausing. I don't know if that's what had pulled Insani to make the play. Maybe he just wanted intel. Maybe he's trying to be a bit of a hero at 5 to 12. I'll tell you what though, Exit's kind of sad. He's alone in the upper bomb site, which is the worst feeling in the world.
There's a little push from Drop. He falls back.
Oh my
what?
God, and that's safe. That's a different player.
Yeah, exactly. So they know there's 2 players there, and that's great information to pick up, and also just eradicate the AWPer of the defense. Here comes Gravity over the top. Exit did turn, but Gravity's still faster on the headshot. Localzi gets cleared out from the bomb site, and it's all Drop left alone. It has been an incredible showing here from 3D Max. A great start in Katowice. They came in yesterday, and they got rid of FlyQuest. They did it quite simply. They moved on to MIPR. Pretty tough fight in Inferno. You know, went double overtime, but got the job done eventually. Had to dig deep, but this nuke, this has been one-sided as hell.
And I guess the takeaway from this is kind of how I've described it, is sort of like, if you're not just continually impressed or happy or pleased with the way 3D Max is playing the game of Counter-Strike, should rethink a couple things, because this has been very, very cool gameplay to watch. Cool individuals, good, smart, team-based decision-making, and now they've got a series victory and progressed to Stage 2 of IEM Katowice. 3D Max came here to play, and they breeze through Stage 1 and get a move forward.
Yep, Stage 1. Stage 2 is up next, and who knows what lies in wait for the future of 3D Max, but they've clearly put some hard work in the offseason. This is a team that made some solid progressions last year in 2024.
Fleshing out the map pool.
Yeah, exactly. Getting rid of just their one-trick pony on Anubis, showing us that they've got more to work with, more to be excited about. And French Counter-Strike, it might be back in 2025. Who knows?
It could be, yeah. Now, the reverse coin to MIBR, it feels like, you know, similar situation of these two teams where, like, yeah, you're like an upset team. You can win a series here and there. You can be dangerous on a map or two. But they're still looking to make that jump. And that Lukowski addition to the team, I think, has given them a boost. Maybe not as much of a boost as people would have expected, but still seems to be a work in progress.
Yeah, certainly a work in progress and a project that definitely has a bright future, but maybe going to take a little bit more time to reach the heights of what we think they're capable of achieving. There's a lot of great teams in Brazil, a lot of great players. We'll see who is going to do the most damage here in Katowice. But for MIBR, they pick up their first loss. But it's all about 3D Max today, and we've got Exercise down the sidelines with Banks.
Oh yes, I've got him with me after the first Kato. You go straight through to Stage 2, and well, this time it was one hell of a fight, but just the fact you've got to Kato, considering how bad Clone went last year for you guys as well, how much does this mean to you?
I mean, we worked a lot till we came back from the major at the early of January, and we put so much effort on it, and like we are happy because like it paid off. So yeah, this is good. Even if on Inferno, I feel like we throw a bit. We have some big advantage that we just throw away, but I guess we give good effort, and that's why it's paid off today.
You said you had a big advantage that you threw away. Yes, you were 11-6 up, but I want to ask you, it felt like you guys allowed that game to get scrappy. It was coming down to these clutches, these individual moments. Did you kind of go away from the game plan you wanted to follow?
Yeah, I guess we put too much space for them. Like, we put some aggressive move, then we were like, okay, let's go back. But some are still aggressive, the other are like passive, and we are like not straight. We are like mix of everything, and it's just bad, that's the guy, I guess.
And for you guys as well, when you were going up against them, they were getting very loud when they were coming back into it, and then coming on to Nuke, you kind of humbled them. They were very quiet after that. I've seen even Gravity was shouting out a bit. You wanted to give some fire back to them?
No, I mean, he's young. He also whine and cry at the beginning, so I guess it's fair. I mean, he's like this. He's young, maybe. Young blood.
Young blood, okay, yeah, I like that. And for this, though, for you guys, we're talking about a lot of the journey, how the VRS system is working for you guys to now be in this situation. Do you feel like you've almost always deserved to be here? It's just so hard to get in? Because you guys have had some opportunities before where we say, okay, look, you guys are looking good. Do you think now is the time for you guys to strike?
Yeah, I guess we kind of find a way how to work together. I mean, that was like the big difference before, like even the 5-man we had. Yeah. Maybe we didn't have the right balance on it. And I guess we find with this lineup the really huge potential that we have in France for many years now. But now we can like exploit it, and I guess this is good.
Anything you want to say to all the French fans out there?
Bon, bah, Kato, après, c'est pas fini. Hein. Objectif playoff. Inch'Allah, j'en sais rien, je dis au hasard. Inch'Allah, voilà. As we said. But non, ça fait très plaisir d'être ici et continuez à nous soutenir. Merci papa, merci maman. Et voilà, bientôt, je reviens bientôt à la maison parce que là, je suis dans les Pyrénées. Et donc voilà, hein, les montagnes, ça paye.
I love that he said, at least the only bit I understood was objective playoffs. That's what you want to see 3D Max try and do there. And they got one more stage to get through to make that happen. But for now, we're going to go kick it over to the A-Stream.
Slow swing, a slow peak, and it didn't work out for Yabi either. The two players that Astralis just regrouped to try and join have both died before the reinforcements got here. And so now into a triple stack, into a heavy lean. Dexter continues putting up numbers for FlyQuest, and there shouldn't be any hope for Stown here as he is sandwiched between pit and sight.
I feel like Astralis are overcooking in some of these rounds. I wish they would just commit into their B plays. They're probably thinking that FlyQuest have started stacking it because of how successful it was, but it was the inverse there. That was Ins on 10 health with no nades in Dark and 3 on A. If Astralis committed off their entry, even if they did late in the round after the 1-for-1 at B, they would have won the round without a doubt. And there's a couple of those now that leave you scratching your head and wanting more from Astralis. Just playing with more balls. Going for these B hits. Up ult mid this time. Regali gives him an AK. Oh dear. Arming Astralis on a Tech 9 round to close the half.
Double setup in the apartments. Sometimes see that get weird. It's handled well. Liaz having a drop on down now. His support system's a little ways out, but we'll get here just in time. Vexite pulling up to join him. Even Inns floating around at the spawn. FlyQuest have fully conceded this B side of the map. And they've read this one well. All in the right place at the right time. Astralis get the info of a second player here. Is that going to give them a moment of pause? Big pickup there from Device. Player sneaking in through the spawn. Inns is one step ahead of it. He even holds that shot. Bombers floating with the idea of going back, but they just don't know what's happening over towards B, and they heard that molly get lobbed in by Inns, so that's info enough. They know they have this 2v1 laid out ahead of them. It's Liaz they've got to get past. Last time he was able to find one in this position, but it wasn't enough to win the round for FlyQuest. This time, he takes out the full HP player. Device dead. It's left on Acadian. 2 kills deep already. He's going to need the hat trick if Astralis want to tie up this first half in the deciding map. Wow. And Acadian is their safe pair of hands. Huge round from
Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Issues, audio issues, and visa issues. The hopes of an entire gender rest on the shoulders of one man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Dori has visa issue. She can make it. You will have to play.
Wait, if I play well, you look like a bot. But if you play well, then I will look like a bot.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, not gonna lie.
Cadian walk, so we could run.
One man,
I need one thing.
one role.
No, let's go. Come on.
has happened. Oh! Zaz turns up with a 1v3.
Handle
Playing aggressive and button.
the pressure.
You need to relax.
Retake B, retake B. Get back in kitchen.
One man.
You know what I meant?
It's elimination time. The pressure is certainly high, but Imperial Female and Anna's got here to the side of me to see what they can do against Big. But I'm going to say what you did yesterday was more than impressive. Was it frustrating, though, or was it sad with how you lost in the end, despite that amazing comeback you guys made to Furia?
I mean, obviously, it was in our hands, especially Mirage. We took it as a lesson because I believe that it was on our side that we did a crucial mistake on a 12-11. But we don't regret anything. I think it's for a reason that happened, and we're just going to learn from it and become better, right?
In terms of becoming better, you had a lot of positive comments around how you guys have been playing. What is that like to see that from the community?
I mean, for us, it's like a huge deal because all these positive comments from the players, from the people who are watching us, it's boosting us and gives us more motivation to keep going and to play better CS. So it means a lot to me and to my teammates.
Now, it's not an easy situation for you guys to come into an event and not have your in-game leader with you, but how's he doing in the back there?
I mean, first of all, I think obviously it's sad to not have our in-game leader who has like a strong role and leading us up in the server and outside the server. But I believe that our coach is trying his best, and I believe in that short time he's doing a lot of stuff, and we are very proud of him. Yes.
And what do you think about going up against this big clan right now? Because they have some kind of mixed performances, very up and down, but it's a very structured team, a bit different to what Fury or Na'Vi would play like. Does this suit you guys?
I mean, I think it suits us more because we saw how they play, and we believe that we are capable of distract them a bit and put some stomps into the server, into the map. So I'm very confident, and I believe in myself, in my teammates, that we're gonna perform well.
She's always oozing with confidence. Let's see that go through on the server. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Few words from Anna before this game gets going. The structure of Big versus Imperial Female. I think that James's question was dead on. This is going to be a very different system to what maybe we have seen them play since the start of 2025.
Yeah.
But Big's hot and cold appearances throughout the last week and a half or so, Launders, is it enough to put them off kilter so Imperial Female can cause an upset? That's the question we ask tonight.
It was a hard read because yesterday we saw Big, really get handled quite easily by Wildcard. But the thing was, we can definitely credit Wildcard for doing incredibly well that game, especially on Ancient in that first half. I think Big, if you just looked at Blast, you'd think there might be no chance here for Imperial. Like, they're having such a good start to the season. They've got a lot of experience, but I'm starting to wonder for sure about their confidence, because I think they came in super excited. Then I think Wildcard was a big surprise for them. So we'll have to see. But right now we're looking at Imperial, who have shown us impressive games, but they haven't won any.
Yeah.
And this is the last chance.
Solid showing versus Na'Vi in 2 maps. A near victory versus Furia yesterday that really instilled a new level of confidence and belief in their fans. But then that second map, of course, versus Furia maybe took some of that back. There was some rough goings in that second map of the series. Today it is versus Big, and it is for elimination at IEM Katowice 2025 Stage 1.
The play-in. Wait, we're not supposed to say that.
Nope.
The Stage 1.
Stage 1. Zaz has found a headshot to kick this off. First blood is hers.
Saw that 1v3 yesterday. We were actually watching that game right here.
Yeah, it was on the A stream. We could hear Harry and Hugo through the walls, but we had a 15-minute break, and we spent the whole 15 minutes watching that game.
Yeah, cheering them on.
Glued to the screens.
That was good. We got to see the real Anna and on Mirage.
Yeah, much better.
Definitely some great shots.
Which is great because obviously her individual level versus Na'Vi was just sort of absent. Lowest rated player in the server that evening. Said straight up, bad day, happens. Watch me and Kato, I'll pick it up. And
I think she took it on the chin.
Ooh, 23. Saw a little sliver of Crimbo.
Yeah, that's good info. We still got to get the kill.
Crimbo's going to find it. Oh, he turned for a second. Then 23's into the balcony room. They lose man advantage. And it's going to come down to Cat and 23 pushing up short side. Very passive Tabson here in the corner. He's alone for the moment. Fast flank coming out. Tabson's going to get one at least. 23 fast plant. Here's the approach of Hyped, who pauses out and waits for his teammate. I mean, she could piece this together. The Moto smoke's probably going to get pushed. And, 1v2 to start it. Imperial female hang on to the bomb site. There was an advantage for them that they lost, but the recovery's all that matters.
I was thinking, Crimbo gets a little bit too much up in apartments, but another clutch, man. We see some great clutches out of this team. That's so impressive.
Ice cold after the fact. Honestly, good movement to put the pillar in between her and the push through the smoke.
Yeah, backing up into her next fight.
Yep. Now, Hyped. Talking about people who started strong this year, right? Again, like you just mentioned it, if all you had seen was Big back at the Blast Bounty, then that's the Hype you have already come to know and love in 2025. Looked, a fair bit more human versus Wildcard, but all of Big did. It felt like systematically they were picked apart by Stannis Longco.
I think I was critical when they removed Hyped, but one of the problems was his inconsistency on given shots, and we saw a little bit of that yesterday, where we didn't really see that at Bounty. He was doing a good job being way more consistent. Still going to be time where that happens, and he's going to work on consistency as he sort of matures as a player. But I think that's something that he basically has to focus on. We saw like a 1v2 where he was on default on Ancient. He didn't have to swing at all, but then he swung and he missed a flick. That's a moment where, okay, that's just a round. It's a moment where you're feeling yourself, but there's a whole other team that you're playing with that you have to be mindful of as well.
Full utility exec in. JDC doesn't see a thing this round, fully blinded as he's toppled. No push through that smoke just yet from Tabson. He's going to open the invitation for Zaz to run in and gun him down.
I don't know how purposeful the smoke was, because it actually worked perfectly. JDC was blind. He thought he was still standing in the smoke. And it actually covers Zaz as well.
Nice, and she catches Tabson on the reload, drops the smoke to her right side. Of course, very little HP there for Zaz, so no surprise QB clears her. And it's 3 versus 3, still a lot of tools to work with for the next round, so no surprise to see the save call happen. Imperial female getting up through Banana. And like you said, very purposeful looking smoke. Poor JDC thought he was in cover.
Yeah,
poor
I think
guy.
He was ready to swing as soon as his teammate shot from the site, but he was standing there blind out in the open. And that deep smoke worked for Zaz to transpose into CT control with her kill as well. So,
cost though racking up. Ana not going to get away with it. So very cost effective here from Big. It'll be the second round to the T's, but losing all 5 members.
Yeah, that's pretty great from Big to punish the exits on a round like this.
One of the criticisms I had for Zaz versus Na'Vi was there was a couple times where she would see an opening and she kind of like in these kinds of aggressive Mac 10 moments, and that's what she does. She's a space creator for Imperial Valkyries. Sometimes she would jump on players, but she would do it with like kind of throwing her movement out the window a bit. Get a little too hyper fixated on the one kill. I thought versus Furia yesterday, already a marked improvement in that regard. So I'm going to keep a close eye on it when she's got Mac 10s like that. See if she can create more opportunities for her and the girls to thrive.
We didn't see Inferno in the game we casted. I don't know if we played Inferno in the last series so far. So that might be an interesting thing for Big here in terms of teams they're playing against that they're familiar with. But for now, JDC in the fire. He goes 1 for 1, but you can see the crawl through halls, and there's no pit setup. So really, this comes down to a flash, or if they're just going to walk out and pop, it's perfect.
Tabson eats the whole damn thing and then some. Bubble hits the ground running. Hyped, looking for support. He's got players around him. 23 in with the clears.
Clean.
But the player on the close truck still catches them off. Lost track of the one. Hyped hits the scout shot, chasing her down. Hyped, how has he managed? 2 kills in the middle of all of that. Has Cat breathing down his back, bomb towards the pit, and things slow down.
And Hyped, he's going to get an opportunity. What a shot!
Denied! They lose track of him, and he thrives within that chaos.
Oh man, that was actually insane. He used that smoke to connect the default to the truck and created one opportunity to hit a shot. It had to be through a wall, in the head, no scope, off the corner of a smoke. And he hit all that criteria in one bullet. Running out of ammo is the only thing that saves him and creates that opportunity.
Damn. Boy, oh boy. All right. So, Hype's bringing the X Factor early, as has 23, but besides her and Zaz, still 3 players for Imperial Female on 0 frags. So you give Hype the chance to thrive, he will. Crimbo falls back from short side. It's going to be the upgraded pistol pop. Still some nades to play out. Hype now into the AWP. Misses the first one. Molotov down in front of the push. Good grenades to deal with Zaz. And a bit of damage goes the other way, but the kill feed is all big all day. Short side held back. 1 casualty. Not even. Sorry, Hyped is just low. And that looks all too easy.
Yeah, so it was Mirage Dust 2 yesterday, and then it was Ancient and Mirage again before. So slightly new territory. But of course, Imperial actually looking for this because this is their strongest map, not playing in Tier 1, obviously. But it's the one that they're probably most confident coming into. Recent games have looked good, but Hyped with a start like this, they'll definitely need Ana to match up. Now, you don't really get that op versus op, you know, as a highlight when it comes to T and CT side on this map. It's just, it's something you pick up on T side if it's available, but it'll mostly be about Ana matching his impact when they swap over.
Shooting gallery here for Hype. He's not going to be showing any fear early on in this head-to-head. Not in a round like this with Glocks. You know, I think the Imperial female inclusion at Blast Bounty and now at Katowice has been kind of a pleasant surprise for many in the community. A new team to cheer on, and I mean, definitely a great opportunity, but this is starting to become a serious conversation, Mohan, today versus Big, because we know that with the VRS points and losing to teams at these sorts of events, they really are on the edge of the cutoff, right? And with unsuccessful runs in 2 events at the start of the year, it could very well be enough to push them down in the rankings so that other teams start to take those fringe invites instead. And I think that's why today they're really hoping to get a win and not just close maps, right? A match over Big would do good to keep them afloat in that very critical cutoff area as we go further into 2025.
And even beyond that, you know, taking the wins where you can get them. We're looking at great moments, great rounds, but so close to beating Fury yesterday, but not actually taking that map victory. That's what they're looking for.
Great flashbangs, too, here on both ends, but CT's come out on top of it with man advantage. Peel back from Banana. First gun round features Banana fights. Bomb trying to filter towards A instead, at least to chuck that smoke out. Crimbo peels back away from it, but again, I think Hyped is going to be one of the more confident pieces of this big formula as the game goes on.
Yeah, they still retain bracket. They've got the... They're still up material. They have, like, vision. Right now, they're even spotting with Tabson. Now, Ana could punish that. That would have been a nice opportunity, but Tabson for now can actually just stay. But with that flash repeak, seeing nothing, they'll peel back. And we're talking about QB on the site with 33 health. So actually still a great time to go B. No grenades to hold the site. I mean, this really could be a round for Imperial if they're careful. They've got the utility advantage. And honestly, CTs haven't rotated off the A side. They don't know what's going on. They're actually scared of a rotation back.
This would be a huge moment for Ana to get a pick on Coffin. QB though, gonna take her head off, and a second, and that just queues up Tabson perfectly. 23, anticipating the CT push, but if they're able to kill the Coffin player after just the one, or even better, not allowing QB to get a frag on the hold.
Did Ana not have armor
I didn't
that
see.
round? I don't know if that was a situation with no armor, but It looked like she got aim punched pretty hard.
Do we catch it in the replay?
It's possible that she didn't have head armor. I'm not sure. Man, it's been a lot of close rounds this game. But right now, Big are up.
Yeah,
They
stabilized.
have the half buy here for Imperial. Yeah, the money is looking very stabilized.
And no bomb plants even for the T's in the last 4 rounds. So they're cash bottoming out. Enough util to try to pounce on Banana if they want to, but that smoke's going to cool them off and just allow for the rest of the pack to group up on the half wall.
Okay, so this will be no telegraph. They're going to probably run. I think they want to continue with this. The flashes are looking good.
Yeah, really nice. QB blinded, has to take refuge behind Coffin, comes in, kills Cat. And then that drive-by Tech9 from 23. Frag Grenade won't open the smoke, but JDC just right on the perfect angle. Again, these moving Tech9's going to continue to get some kills going, but the recovery's all good. Nice rotation in from Tabson. Supportive utility to fluster them into JDC, and then he himself with a 2K. So nets them a bomb plant, but Mohan, it's got to be stated. I mean, 23's racking up frags with that Tech9. 11 kills to her name.
She's incredible, man.
4 frags for the other 4 players put together.
That Na'Vi match that we watched, we were wondering which of them were going to be the standouts in a game that difficult. I think 23 was a massive standout. But fragging is a problem. That's a round where also I think head armor comes into play. It's 2 kills at the end, but it's obviously Tech9, so they don't invest everything. It has kind of become a thing, just thinking about not buying head armor on T side as well. Just because you get chipped away with utility damage, still a one-shot kill, but oh my goodness, everybody has taken hits. 23 is out. Cat and Zaz are down low off this util.
Bubble on the brink of death despite his first kill of the map. And it's going to be the silent walk up from Ana. She's got their full nade still. Nice flash from Cat to set her up. Can't throw caution to the wind with this CT up in Boiler. Crimbo's got a good position and an even better distraction offered by QB. Yeah, that's going to prime Crimbo perfectly. Comes out swinging for the double, and poor Zaz wasn't able to walk away from the B site fast enough to join her teammates. Big.
The CT utility was so impressive that round, and you start out with 1 player down, 2 players down on half HP, you immediately think, like, we've got to think about the next one. But even kills back would mean something here. So much money left over for Big to close this half out. And they've gone from escaping the close situations, winning that hyped clutch, into now much cleaner rounds.
Solid team play in this one. With that arch peek into the Boiler walk up. Crimbo doesn't miss the sitters. And it's a multifaceted Big officially.
It's so brutal that Tori's not here, man. Because, like, yeah, watching yesterday's game, absolutely she makes the difference.
Yeah.
We saw some, I mean, it's not that the calling's fallen apart or anything. It's like, obviously, Bubble's making the game plan along with her. But a coach is a coach at the end of the day. Bubble used to, I mean, at one point, Bubble, I think, had the most maps played in the tier 2 of, like, any pro. But he's not a player anymore. And, yeah, you could still obviously see it sometimes. But that's to be expected. Some people thought he would come in and be an upgrade. No.
Right, yeah.
I think Tori, if anything, got some of the most credit for the rounds they won.
Especially being a player that, you know, Tori just taking over the in-game leadership in like the last year or so.
Yeah.
So very capable of fragging. Had already earned her place on the most winning women's team with her level of play. So definitely could tap back into it. But I do think it is the unfortunate underbelly of the last 2 weeks. Couple frag grenades on Zaz. Not that bad.
Could be worse.
Definitely 2 nades with her name on it.
It looks like they want to set up for another something quick towards B. I don't know if they're going to wait this out. We do see sometimes Big just like they posture really heavily on B, but then they give it up entirely. I think that's actually been a problem for them. They want to go now into somewhat of a passive setup, but we're talking about a very opulent Big. You know, they have so much utility still to left to work with. Ooh. That kind of makes it very hard to earn your spot to be able to attack the site, but as long as you've got car control, it's worth thinking about. And I wonder how 23 is going to be used in this round.
She waited long enough to get past off.
Even if you don't, you know, use her as bait or to peek anything first, she just keeps the option open of going back to A without having to clear everything out. So if the attack's successful, she'll become alert.
He's trying to press in. Too many defenders ready, and the flash is not disruptive enough, not nearly disruptive enough. 23 does get her entry. Here comes the arch peek while she's chucking nades out. And so Crimbo's just been such a nuisance for them to deal with on A. There's a chance Ana pulls this off if she can best Crimbo in the head-to-head, and then that 3-player retake's going to scramble over. But, I mean, she's got no idea where Crimbo could have gotten off to. And unfortunately for her, back turn to Crimbo, who's going to keep the A site hold nice and easy.
Yeah, half's going swimmingly here for Big so far. You brought it up, but 23 is going to need some help.
Yeah, 7 rounds straight. Single bomb plant within those 7 rounds. And still only 1 frag for Bubble, Ana, and Cat. And
that was the 23 1v2 on the pistol as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 1v2 4K. She goes above and beyond to try to start this positively for the Imperial Valkyries, but it's been anything but smooth sailing since. Tabson looking for the mid play. Ooh, good Tech 9 dink. Tabson not able to get around the corner. Zaz set that one up. And a run-through fire is going to cost Zaz at that point. Now, they could try to press short, but Hyped, he's going to get that off back on the line. He was so good in that scout round. This time, singular frag for him. That's it. 23 into the AK. Has caught herself a second frag of the round. Another 1v2 for her to win. As the CT's presence not hidden. Fakes it out. Both CTs go for the swing. It's a similar clutch. She's got QB where she wants him, right in front, but he hangs on. Denies the clutch this time. It would have been another 4K 1v2. Instead, it is Big's 8th round win.
You can kind of see everyone following around her. She's getting these trades. He's definitely feeling the 1v2, man. Just having a great game, but now we're going on to the round 11, and it's tough. Her teammates aren't trading.
Yeah, she's got the most kills in the server, in fact. 1 ahead of Crimbo.
Welcome to G2. 23.
Nico Sports 2025. Oof. Pressure here from Big. Love the tempo. You know, a lot of times they've been chucking those nades, but not actually fighting behind it. This time they swing in, and it is obliterated. And Hype, yet again, confident sitting on this one.
Yeah, they've actually looked a bit better on some of the other maps, even though it seems like Inferno's more confident. Big's utility has just been getting way too much damage early on every single round.
I mean, Inferno, the map Imperial female do damage on in the women's circuit. So they got a chance to come in a comfort zone, but feels like, you know, of all the game tape out there, this is where Big could be ready. And God knows Big comes in with the game plan.
So, conversion and pistol for Imperial.
Yeah, pressure there is just immense.
And Hype's not missing today.
Good, bodes well for Big.
Yeah, QB's also having a better day because he was so impressive, I think, in the debut. Struggled a bit, day 1 Kato. Oh, rush again, counter flash is perfect.
Exactly right, this disruptive utility is solid. Hype's got the cover offered over to Crimbo, who drew them into the top mid peak. The apartments push could be the key to unraveling this. But Kat's gonna have to get in on a scoreboard she's been absent from. and just the timing getting into the cover as Tabson emerges out from Library. Smoke's gonna deny Ana. She'll be desperate to get out here. Hyped, no scope to the gut, and Bubble the final casualty. 10 rounds from Big on a rock-solid defense that looked immovable after that 4K in the pistol from 23 fizzled out. A 23 pistol 4K 1v2 had us huffing that Imperial Hopium, and then Reality Check. Big have turned it up a notch since their grueling defeat versus Wildcard, where they were 12-0 down after the first half of that head-to-head.
Yeah, the facts are that the first half could have been a lot closer in the beginning of the game. Towards the end of the half, Big stabilized way too hard. They were hitting way more shots, and their nades were doing a lot more damage.
Oh, yeah.
The opportunity for Imperial was that 1v2, some of those really, really close beginning rounds, but now that that's gone, the streak is in play for Big. The confidence is at its maximum, probably, and this will be tough. And I think, again, the magnifying glass is on the scorelines. Some of these rounds, 23 did most of the killing. You just needed somebody else to trade a frag, but the forum is not there right now.
Imperial sitting 4 strong outside of the brackets. Tabson gonna get a couple troops into Banana, got a couple troops over in Apartments. He's floating in the middle with the bomb, so obviously Big looking like they can adapt and react either way. But if they step forward into brackets, that could very well be Imperial's best chance at extending play on Inferno. The ladies picked this map. We'll see what Big Zigzag looks like. The one volley of this, of course, could just be that quick balcony into pit drop. Eyes on it in 23. Hardest hitter so far for Imperial by far. She gets engaged into the mid-fight.
Got that.
They do get a bit of footing here out into pit, and Crimbo, he extends into Ana, down 5v3 for the CTs. Big try to claw it back, but 23's got other ideas. Cat catching QB. JDC 80 HP, 1v4. They're gonna flood at him, and he'll drop 2 bodies, but it's second pistol right there with the first one. Imperial's defense stands early.
Yeah, exactly. At least we've got the pistols on point. That's definitely a key to victory. So a good start to the second half and a chance to show us what they could do. Another 2 kills that were critical out of 23, and the first one was fully aim punched.
Oh, cheeky cat, just over the smoke.
Eagles coming up here, just avoid hyped.
Crimbo goes the only Kevlar, so if a gun does hit the ground, let's hope for Imperial's sake it doesn't find its way into his hands.
He would sneak a little Kevlar by.
Oh, he would, you know? Zaz getting crazy. Flying down the banana, and Cat on half health tries to fall away. Deagle's on the chase. Instant rotation coming through from Bubble. He's already thrown his frag grenade earlier, though. Luckily, he hits this cache of utility. And he throws it down, but there is still a player through. Hyped. Ooh, gets stopped. Good on Bubble to come through that CT smoke. Stops the bomb carrier. Drops the recovered MP9 forward. And that's going to allow for Imperial to just come over here and blanket this bomb site with all the util they had left over. But Deagle's on the field. That Kevlar Deagle on Crimbo, 1 HP.
This could be a stabilizing round here for Imperial with the bomb down in their possession. Can hold the strongest crossfire as possible, and the flank is oncoming.
1 HP can make a difference. Full bar of QB leads this slow approach. Bubble. Nicely done. Tethers off the backside contact. And that's going to get 23 into the action. She will waste no time. That's the pistol conversion twice in the series so far. 2 for 2. Equals 4.
Don't waste this carry.
Still losing by 6.
She's buying time. Buying time. As happens in many matches, your carry buys you time.
She's 19 and 11. Next most amount of kills is 4.
Yeah.
Like, that is
unreal.
It's pretty top heavy.
Hey, she's got a big backpack right now.
Yeah. No, you're all right. It buys time. But how much more time do the rest of them need?
Well, right now it's another, it's another confidence round. You're here to farm up.
Thing is, get overconfident. B-site could become a problem. 23 is going to drop the smoke ahead of this. 2 players up there in the apartments. Majority of the defense on A. But here comes Big, knocking on the bracket's door.
Molly's useful against the inside of brackets. Helps out Anna.
Pressure from the bounce drop. No. Nice flashbang out of Hyped. That had 23 fully blind. And if 23 is not getting kills, Imperial are not winning rounds. So that flash denies any further defense to be held on this side of the map. We do get Imperial trying to get close, but the defense they had in position has already fallen.
Oh, that's tough to have to walk away from that, man. I think in that spot, I was hoping 23 just kind of played for herself in pit. Not even just because to play for herself, but it's just such a strong spot, especially if the, A-split's coming in through lane. And then I think she inadvertently hit a flash. Trying to run up and save Anna, so, well, just like that, Big back on the board. And now the hard rounds begin.
That was like 3 high fives at once. You see that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hell?
German efficiency. Volkswagen, yeah.
You know they faked their gas emissions back in the day?
Their what?
Like they, you know, every car maker has to talk about their fuel efficiency.
Okay.
Volkswagen got sued because they were fudging all their numbers.
Okay, I like that.
They weren't efficient at all.
Maybe that was the most efficient. Flying can be efficient.
They did have great sales.
Yeah. I just remember that one Volkswagen ad. It's like the tiny car in the middle of a white page.
Oh, can't remember.
It was genius. I think that was Volkswagen. Oh no! Oh no! Cat Solo.
Yeah.
Cat Solo. She was playing rotate. She was playing retake, and she was alone. So absolutely, you know, can't die situation. They have brackets here.
Oversteps into the angle.
Yeah, those committing too hard.
They'll go looking down middle for a fight, but this is already a big round that you'd assume wrapped up. Put a bow on it. Big are going to take 12 off of that one. One mistake, and your margin of error has disappeared. It will be 8 map points for Big to close out Inferno.
You know, that's a matter of value. If you get the kill, your team's in a great spot, obviously, but if you die, your team's lost the round entirely. So it's extremely risky to try to take a duel from there. If she was just spawning and ready to throw utility, then that would at least give her team time to push down mid, which is what they were planning to do. You know, I think they just really hoped that it wasn't going to be some kind of fast B play, but the contingency plan wasn't there.
Terrorists win.
Ominous.
If we could put Big in the ranking above Na'Vi and Furia.
No.
Based on this performance.
Not ready for that just yet.
Not ready for that conversation.
Nope. I watched them get 12-0'd by a wild card.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait, that was a whole day ago.
Yeah.
I guess that's like the best wake-up call you could have at Kato. Start with
yeah, it's true.
Without winning a round and a half.
But, I mean, you know, people still sleeping on Stanislaw's counter-stratting.
Yeah.
You give Stanislaw, like, wildcard in opening games.
What's messed up about that?
Yeah.
Big would be like the other team you talked
They
about.
would be.
The anti-strat.
And that's why wildcard doing what they did made it so much more impressive.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I already believed in Stan's pregame. And then you did it versus the big system.
Yeah, yeah.
And it wasn't just based on J-Bill was phenomenal, but it was...
Do you remember what 60's pregame was?
No.
3 beers.
Oh, well, I can get behind that. Eight rounds to close out the opening map. Unfortunately for Imperial Female, we have seen much better, and 23 tried to bring that fire to the server this evening. Nobody able to match it across her team. Grouping up quick for the A hit. It's going to be Ana, 23, and Bubble. Try to pounce on that frag grenade. It's a good opening kill.
Yeah, worth the find. I would definitely cheat one over back to B. This is Big, who they have bracket and they haven't seen this, so you got to
back over there, Zaz. Run.
There's a lot of time to delay with the utility left over. Cat will obviously instantly get the memo. So with Big coming back, it creates an interesting opportunity here for Imperial, whether they want to, since they blocked on B, you know, it can't be reclaiming top banana, but here we are taking over Halls. That's a bit of free space. 23 might find a nice timing. Oh, or might just by a hair miss the timing.
Oh, no, no, no. She could maybe still recover something from Boiler, but they're wary of it. Look at that. 2 players fixating in. Oh, she gets the better of the off, though. Oh, snaps into Tapson, peek out and doesn't die. Then that short fight comes back at her. JDC catching the arch kill. 23 will be chased by QB. She tries her absolute damnedest again to keep her team in this, but it's a forced retake out of Cat and Zaz. We have seen great clutches from each of them in the last week and a half. Now looking to join forces versus QB and JDC. But John Does Clutches is still alive for the Big Clan, and that could very well finish off this map in a 13-4 fashion. JDC's got the angle onto short. We do get the catwalk up on truck, but she's starting to make sound. Utility usage comes out. We get the CTs trying to press in. Now they're in this crossfire, caught by JDC, who won't lose this one. Easy 2v2 for Big. 4 rounds, all Imperial are able to gather both of those pistol round wins and conversions. We've seen better tonight, not their night, not yet, but we do have Ancient next.
Well, there we have it. The opening map does go the way of Big. 23, though, she certainly put up one hell of a fight in order to make sure she could battle back against them. This time around, going to be a little bit difficult to fight off against it, especially considering the player was standing and without their in-game leader. But she was fragging out and she was shining throughout this whole one. I will say, when it comes to this, though, looking at Big, they kept it very calm. They kept it as the way you expect for them. They weren't looking to make any mistakes. They were playing sensible. They were minimizing it all. Crimbo was the one delivering on their side. JDC got the clutch on the end of it all at the same time as well. So for now, Big are safe. But after this, we're going to Ancient. It is their pick. We know Imperial Female can play it. They did test Na'Vi a bit on this map as well. But looking over what was happening on the A stream for now, obviously we're going in to see Astralis. They did survive, but my God, it was not pretty. There was Train, if you guys missed that, where it was Astralis' pick, but it really didn't look like their pick. And even here on the third and final map of Inferno, it was a back and forth affair. At one point, FlyQuest had a significant lead and were looking to try it and take a whole hold of it all. But, you know, sometimes it's not meant to be. The more experienced team should be Astralis, but it is worrying signs for Astralis' Katowice journey, because honestly, they have not looked like the best team that you would expect to see from this level of players. Closing out here is very key for them, but the rest of the tournament only gets harder for them. But I've been doing a little bit of background research. I've been going around all the different teams, and I caught up with the assistant coach for Big Zen, so have a catch of this. I'm still lurking around Katowice, trying to find out what's going on behind the scenes. I've got Zen with me here, who is the assistant coach of Big, and you just told me it's only been 2 weeks. So how did the offer come together, first of all, for you?
Yeah, basically, I would like to say thanks to Big for the opportunity. I was like in talks with Big for almost 2 years. Basically, there were like a lot of talks, but I mean, there was an attacks all the time, so the opportunity was not there. And now, I mean, I'm here. I'm happy to be here, and it's nice.
What is the biggest difference between where you were on alternate attacks to now what you're doing with Big?
I mean, the role, obviously. I was the head coach before, and now the assistant coach. But I mean, we're traveling more than in attacks. We have less games, but I mean, it's a lot of stress, I would say, compared to attacks, but I like it. It's pretty nice, and I'm looking forward for more events in the future. And yeah, it's pretty good.
So as an assistant coach, do you now have to kind of take a bit of the lead from Kakafu? Do you have a specific thing you need to focus on? How does it work from your side?
I mean, basically, we're going to talk what we need, and then I'm going to like have different tasks, for example, and search for different solutions in the game, for example, or prepare for different opponents, different maps. So we kind of like split the work a bit. And I mean, it's pretty nice. It's working pretty good. And yeah.
Now, we always hear about Big Clan, super tactical team, super preparation heavy and strategical. Is it the same now you're here? Do you see it from the inside?
Kinda, I would say. Yeah. I mean, it's not that like set gaming team we almost like we're gonna expect from the outside, but I mean they're a pretty good team on a technical level. So I think, I mean, yes, but not that big.
What's the biggest thing, I know it's only been 2 weeks, that you looked at and you tried to implement or change?
I would say the biggest thing is like the schedule compared to our schedule. It's a bit, I would say, different. Like it's a bit longer, and you're gonna talk about way more situations. And that's the biggest difference, I would say.
And I do have to ask on this, you got the new players coming in for Big. Hyped obviously was there before. Now we also have QB coming at the same time. What potential do you see in these guys as players?
I mean, I was working with Hyped and Ethics before, and Hyped is a pretty good AWPer, and also with QB, I know him for a pretty long time when I was playing back in the days. He was playing with me, and he's a big... Oh, really? Yeah, he's a big, like... That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I mean, he could be the next big thing in Germany, and he's pretty good and pretty talented, so I'm looking forward to see what they're going to bring to the table in the future, and I'm pretty confident.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck. He's only been here 2 weeks, but I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him across these events, because Big Clan certainly do have a bright future with this current roster.
That's so well played. Xfloud loving it against his former team, former organization. And Tania, I mean, he was reloading when he ran past Madger. I just thought, even with a whiff, there's no way you get the mag in and dump him. And Tania, even those micro details of him jumping out and hitting vent, you know, crouching in, like the movement's so smooth there. Xantares just needs one shot, it slows you down, he's going to kill you. So very close jump into the vent there.
Bro, the other thing there is like that's super uncharacteristic for Madger. He's normally the cool, calm, collected guy who you can rely on in clutch moments. And that was essentially a clutch for him, right? The 1v1 back turned. That would have ended the round. And usually that's what he kind of provides for this Eternal Fire team. When you see Madger still alive in a clutch, you go, all right, there's hope, there's a chance here. Got a good head on his shoulders, doesn't get stressed out in moments like that. And so is that a bad omen for the remainder of this series?
Oh, let's not jump on it too soon, but I will say Heroic, what it has done for them is filled them with confidence. They're going for vent dive round 2 for crying out loud, knowing there's no A1S spamming that vent. And Xfloud has knifed Madger, his ex-in-game leader, so already he's feeling a little bit cocky. Blimey.
Yeah, I want to see what Jota can do as well, right? Because obviously Xfloud against his former squad in this Eternal Fire group, but Jota, formerly on Sangal, the core of which now make up this Heroic squad, he's also got a point to prove. It's
fun head-to-head, isn't it?
Nice, boys. Sick. The Eli's only 2.
Knife in round 2. My God. Really setting a precedent. No way to do it again. Straight out the door. Flexing their muscles. The nades do land, and a bit of spam for Wicardi. It goes a long way, but they get down relatively unscathed. And that's just a path to a plant. That should mean an instant round win for Heroic. Eternal Fire, it's all about damage.
Joe's got the rest of the gang moving in to join him.
Oh,
I mean, they have, weirdly enough, all right odds in these lower fights. It's a shame that it's just 2 players here, because Woxix claimed another life down at lower. Now they've spotted Tania lurking in a little bit later. If only they'd attempted this one. There weren't bodies down on that lower site. Still, it's a lot of damage here for Eternal Fire. But yeah, I think this is 2 teams that are both in their element. And sure, it's more shocking for Heroic with how quickly this roster was put together and assembled. Yeah. Eternal Fire only have 1 piece to slot in, but the results speak for themselves. That grand final run, a grand final that kind of just slipped by, but yeah, we had a sick opening map, a hell of a comeback from Eternal Fire there. You can't question the Eternal Fire squad's resilience in these games.
I think there was, on the other side for Heroic, question of like bland performance, because we saw this Sangal core do really well, go on a hot streak halfway through last year. They went to Pro League. Sure, they beat FaZe in an upset in the opening round, but then in a rematch, they lost it. They disappear. They go to the RMR. They bomb out. And we wondered, hey, is this team cut out for it? But with this new squad, with some fresh-faced Tania in it, with Sunpius bringing words of wisdom, as we've heard in these voice comms, I think they are acclimatizing very well. Xfloud bringing a lot of energy, no doubt. Yeah, also in this match.
I think it's a cool combination of players, and it's something that Swords even spoke about, right? Like the idea that you have a core of 3 who are all on the rise, kind of up-and-comers. Tania is the hot prospect in there, and then the experience of Sunpius. It's a potent mixture for sure. Everyone's hungry to prove themselves, but
still ready.
Look at Xantares go. I mean,
2 lurks, he's ready.
Xantares was a huge reason as to why Eternal Fire reached that grand final. Sure, he went quiet in the semis, but up until that point, he was having a phenomenal tournament.
What?
My God, Jota. All right, calm down. You used to play with these guys. And you're going to do them like that?
Remind them what they lost.
Actually, let's do the drops. Sorry.
I think Xantares has done his homework if he's hyper aware of 2 players separately coming through that smoke. That's just such a clean ramp hold. I can't believe he gets all 3 bursting.
That looked really good.
Yeah, really clean.
It's a CSGO type sequence, that one.
Ooh, picked through the smoke. Main player dead, but an aid break could have been perfect if not for Tania just shooting back. Woxic outside already might have to save.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
of HUD issues, audio issues, and visa issues. The hopes of an entire gender rest on the shoulders of one man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Tori has visa issue. She can make it. You will have to play.
Wait, if I play well, you look like a bot. But if you play well, then I will look like a bot.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, not gonna lie.
Katie unlocked, so we could run.
One man,
I need one thing.
one role.
No, let's go. Come on.
Oh my god, midair!
Can you
She's making this happen! Oh! Zaz turns up with a 1v3!
handle
Play aggressive and faster.
the pressure?
You need to relax.
Retake B, retake B. Get back in kitchen.
One man.
You know what I meant?
Oh, gotta love the skits, man.
Gotta love them.
Really taking the edge off. That's unfortunately a part of that skit came to life a little bit. 23 talking to Bubble. 23 carrying the hell out of not just him though, everybody.
I call him a bot.
That was we did not see the. You know what? We've seen 23 play well when other people play well, but this is a game where she really got let down.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Okay, another chance. Ancient has been a better look. We've seen what they can do on Ancient.
They had Na'Vi sweating, but you know, at the end of the day, it's not just going to have to be the team play. We got to see somebody else on Imperial just step up. Individually speaking, not there to stop Inferno at all. But Pistols were good, and Pistols start well here for the third time in the series. Bubble comes out from the CT smoke, won't be able to hang on to the bomb site. It's a 2v2 between Zaz and 23. Temple control's nice. Donut alert coming out from Zaz, and the T's push spawn.
23, I think, understands that this could come. Now it's an opportunity as they start running, and she grabs one. That's excellent timing.
Hyped comes back.
Smart from Hype.
Yeah, he's got her. Yeah. Unfortunately, 23 gets pinned into the fight. Zaz back and forth. Place your bets.
They don't know. I mean, Zaz is always good for a clutch. We know that much. Coming through middle. This could be the best opportunity. We'll see where Hype plays it from.
Into the cave. Not planted for him.
Yeah, not planted for him. So this will be a hard spot to suss out here for Zaz. Coming in with no utility.
Gives away her position as well. So Hype just looking to lock in the angle. Miss shots. You miss some shots, you can pay the costs.
All right. Maybe.
Or you still win the clutch. Big will pick up the first pistol of their series. And, well, let's see. Let's see if anybody can just get up a notch in between maps.
Yes. I'm expecting definitely more than Pistols on Ancient. I mean, the utility, I think the most disappointing part about Inferno was just that they ran into so much big utility, whereas when they played against in the other series, they did such a good job from the perspective of utility, and game plan. But their own nades on Ancient were like up to date, working very well, and as equally as oppressive as Bigs were on Inferno. So hopefully they won't need pistols, because those are the only rounds that they got, those pistols and conversions on the first map. Does always suck to have the conversation tainted by, there being a coach. That's just always the case. But last time they played Ancient, they did have Tori.
And they did have Na'Vi sweating.
Now that is his story.
Hey.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah! Zaz almost the triple kill. Could queue up Bubble, but he's caught on the reload. And Tabson sliding into... That's a little nutty. And he only goes down to 72, all things considered.
Through default.
Yeah, so Tabson dropping Cat. Quick little flurry there of CT presence in the bomb site. Caught Big off guard for a second. Great recovery, though, into the 2v2. 23, long flank. She's going to be coming up that ramp in a moment. She has Kevlar. That could make a difference. Would have been nice for her to have a teammate to tether off of. Not the case, not the luxury that 23 is afforded. She's going to have to do this on her own, as she was trying to on Inferno. And Tabson on the total recovery there. 3 kills to his name for the second round of Big.
We have to see about Bubbles' comfort on the map pool as well, so. Good couple of kills from him so far, at least.
Bubbles' performance had simple watching Counter-Strike last night.
Bubbles is so... Do you say Bubbles? Trailer Park Boys.
Freaking kitties, Ricky!
Oh man, it's so funny to us. We're Canadian.
This run boost hypes. Mac 10 has run out of bullets, and the Glock's not going to do him well. Crimbo, though, catches Cat in a main. This obviously less to work with than the round prior. Swing 23, swing. Shoulder remains smoked out. Crimbo's not going to let his guard down. Crimbo's shooting every bullet that he has on him.
As you should. The ammo's free. I do like the stars for the HUD.
For the
when
kills?
It comes to kills.
Yes, yes, very clean.
Yeah. 3 straight, Big Clan.
Damn you, Crimbo.
And now, if I may say, the real rounds begin.
Let's go.
No, 23, they didn't buff the Famas yet.
What the hell?
It's only for the next stage.
Nice. Hot. Bubble recovers vision momentarily, but then eats, dude, so many flashbangs. A volley of them. Crimbo dies in his own Molotov.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it's a pretty crazy thing to do with Bubble in the current meta, because that's up to date, but like you're usually...
Oh, no way.
All good.
No way.
All good.
What? She's literally on fire.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see about that if she makes a play.
What the hell, Cat?
Spot. Anna. Timing. Perfect. Oh, careful in the re-swing.
Got the advantage for the retake.
Yeah.
Kit on Zaz.
And we're talking about... They have 2 mollies?
2 flashbangs.
2 flashbangs. Okay. So sure this time.
15 HP for JDC. There's that flash, comes over top. Now it's all about getting QB out of here, but he's got an incendiary and a flashbang. And they have no clue where he's gotten off to. Bomb on the right side, he keeps eyes on it. Challenge at him, down to half health. Zaz has the kit. She's still on that defuse. Oh, no!
Wait,
She got it!
She defused it.
She got it! In the last half a second, Zaz sticks the defuse.
That was really smart for Cat to stay on the same side. Yeah, like it had to be QB running back to get the best angle on that plant. So body block in the defuse, that's exactly what was needed to be done. But as I was saying, like you're getting some of the best players in the world. Crimbo? How'd he die?
Stepped in his own incendiary. Yep.
All right.
Molotov, excuse me.
But like, I mean, they're sending Bubble off, maybe off a spawn, I'm not sure. But it's a hard position to play right now. You're gonna eat a lot of flashes.
There were so many. Felt like 3 waves of them.
Yeah. It's kind of looking a little bit like the ladder meta on Old Train. Of
getting a bit
so
ugly.
much utility.
Yeah.
Just in case, and just making sure that like whoever is blinded. But it usually ends up being 2 players full blind for 3 or 4 seconds. And then you've got certain players like Donk who can spray blind, no problem.
Yeah.
You know, like that's actually going to make a big difference. So
they've got that third eye open.
Yeah. So if it's going to be Bubble over and over again, I'm going to be like, you sure?
Ouch. Oh. Hefty nade for 23 to deal with. And that is a quick move for her and Bubble back into Donut. Nice flank, Zaz.
Oh, covered.
Smoking a Donut.
Almost all the damage you needed, but they still stand with 5. This is kind of an expensive round here for Imperial. Buying down for the MP9s. Kills like that should matter a lot, but it's an interesting spot here for Big. Like, they could actually, let's see if they go A. It's kind of weird because they aren't leading off into Donut or leading off into B.
Right. Ana could have backs turned to her in a second. Yep. Here's the utility. Gets QB down for the count. tabseN, though, going to try to clip the wings of the rotate. 23 cautious about this approach, but the flash is for spawn, and tabseN just does a good job of dodging the fight. Ana's going to be found out from the red room, but she will still hang on for the time being. Whittled down to 18 health. She's looking to get that AK out of here and save it. And that's going to be big, right back to winning ways. Again, they try to go for like the double MP9 bottom mid push, but 23 and Bubble have been effectively dismantled in mid so far in this map.
So close round. 2 alive on their 1 round, but the following buys is just really weak. So do they win that and then have to buy the 4 MP9s?
Yeah, because remember they all died. The 2 last players died after while they defused.
Right.
So
yeah, just way too expensive. See, around like that is where the FAMAS price change will actually have an impact. You could still get a reasonable buy after losing all your players if you win. Which kind of makes sense. Like, you should be able to.
Ironically, the round before, 23 did buy a FAMAS at the full price and then had to play an MP9 after because the money wasn't there.
Yeah.
1 patch too soon. I mean, obviously a tough one here. Good run boost to get Ana's solo AK up into lane. That timing will catch him off, but unable to capitalize with it. And so it's a quick pinch back in.
They are going to try to do this every round.
Yeah.
I just don't think Bubble's the guy right now.
It's a part of the identity of Imperial female.
If you're just filling, you don't have to change other people's spots, but maybe it calls for a different game plan. We'll see. Maybe it works. I mean, we saw that like wild card. They humbled Big 12-0 on their CT side.
Hell yeah.
And I think Big came into Ancient extremely confident about their game plan. So they probably have just put in so much extra work between then and now as well into figuring out how to deal with what wildcard showed them were their flaws.
Not to mention just being confident in JDC's ability to play Ancient alone. The media day, he had said, like, I've been putting a lot of work on my individual play on Ancient. I'm going to reinvent how people play it. That's what he said. I mean, I think that's big words, right?
Yeah, and then you said tabseN called him the best mid player.
Best Ancient player.
Best Ancient player.
In the world.
I thought you said mid-Ancient, but...
Nope, just Ancient in general.
Okay.
And then he said that the day before they got 0-12'd.
Yeah.
So...
But don't stop being honest in interview, guys.
Oh, it's true. It's true. If you don't believe in yourself, how can anybody believe in you? And that is why Big are taking this rush into the A site, because they believe in their ability to get the best of Ana. And she will fall back with her 1 frag. tabseN, quick entry. Bubble trying to extend into the fight. Nobody else really ready to stop them. Ana unable to track the jump over. And that is a quick Big into the bomb site. Still so much utility to chuck down as well on the likes of Hyped. There goes his last smoke. That's a HUD bug. He's got a flash grenade. That's it. Crimbo gets traded. There's still legs here. Man advantage. But Hype's angle catching him off. Oh, Zaz tries to come through that smoke. QB on the backside puts fire on top of the bomb. And that's going to be it. He will finish off Ana and Big take a 7th.
Yeah, Molly does it. That Zaz catch was everything. And we have Big in pole position by some distance. Again, of the size and the breadth of tabseN, who knows he could take it a little bit more easy now. He's trying to think of new ways to win.
Very few grenades at the start of the round, let alone what's left. You got a challenge coming for Bubble. Best equipped player for Imperial on this hold. They're going to disrespect that smoke. tabseN comes through. Instant headshot. 23 trying to get the better of Crimbo, but she will falter. And they've already got JDC here to clean up any attempt to get over to the site.
It's quiet death this round. They didn't really come up with something creative here. They played some pretty standard spots, which sometimes it's tough, especially when you're on a streak of losing, to come up with new ecos. You know, you got a few.
Nice.
Then you want to have a couple of players on your team that can pitch in, especially with those ideas. But I know that they're focused on this round. And we'll have the op again. She's having a much better map than we saw in Inferno yesterday. Lights out on Mirage versus Furia.
Nothing's going to be more stylish than the Cat 1v2 Infinite Inspect Deagle shot we saw last week. But I do think Zaz's 1 versus 3 last night versus Furia, with the pressure that was in that moment.
That was a shocking position.
That to me is kind of my favorite Imperial female moment of 2025 so far.
Really, it beats the Cat Deagle.
It was fun to watch Zaz pull that off after all her years of play.
True.
You know? But the Cat Deagle did have swagger, and a little extra pep in their step as man advantage was held on to until Hyped and Tapson start to push through. But on a good reposition, catches Tapson off. And it's another 2v2. We've seen a lot of these. You know, this is the thing that kept Inferno looking so lopsided, is these 2v2s came down to Big just closing. Crimbo actually just gets off site.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think Anna's ever going to be ready for that.
How far he went.
Crimbo's going to come back. Zaz is back turned to him. Nice shot from Anna. She could jump on the bomb with the kit. She's going to try to stick that through and through. And Crimbo with the nade makes the spam all the easier. 8 rounds for a T-side under the Big squad.
Well, they're getting players down again this game, but it's still like, even in the close moments, Bigger in control to the final moments. Whereas like Inferno, Big definitely could have lost a lot of those rounds. It's a different story now. So pretty significant lead, and Crimbo plays it well. At first, it's like, how can he get this far away from the site? But with the nade in hand, makes perfect sense. And bomb planted on the side of the site.
He was confident. He was still in control. Unfortunately for Imperial, I think there's some pent-up frustrations from Big's failure versus Wildcard on this map being taken out on them at the moment.
Yeah.
They had to show improvements on the T side of Ancient after their first game in Katowice.
Otherwise, they'd run that interview again.
Yeah. 12-0 the first half. That's how they started Kato. Hey, welcome to Katowice. Here is a whooping. 24 hours later, full control versus Imperial Valkyries.
How much damage do you think Big can do at this event? Is that like actual question?
I definitely expect them to get into stage 2.
Yeah.
And then in stage 2, I bet you all their series are 3 maps.
Okay. Some really brave predictions.
Thanks,
coming
man.
out from Connor here.
You know me.
They're going to play so many rounds. Trust me.
They won't get 12-0 halved again.
You should get a Medal of Honor for your bravery.
Amen.
These predictions.
Execute into an A site that's got no defenders in it. It's all about this elbow flank, but the timing of the flank here from 23 is just a couple steps behind.
This is kind of good.
Oh,
23.
He's running through.
This.
He's giving the audio over. 23.
Oh, this is hard to figure out, isn't it?
Yeah, she doesn't know which side.
Ah! Okay.
Yeah, she's got the back turn, but the problem is this is like, it's taken all the steam out of the A main flank that also could have helped. Him coming back over just slows her down. No assistance on the bomb site while her teammates are falling in that direction. No distraction for her to capitalize on. Like, QB doesn't know it, but he has just saved his teammates, or else all of them are exposed to the A main flank.
Yeah, maybe something cool could have happened right there, but
unlucky.
Yeah, for now, just another big one round. Vacant A site, it's already hard to retake. Yeah. But with the pistols they had, forget about it.
These are the kills going down on site. More of Tapson and Hyped, just doing what they've done all night long so far. Another gun round attempt for Imperial. Back to the mid attempts. Here comes Bubble.
All right. That's
feeding himself. Too big.
His one kill doing that play.
That's that testosterone-fueled ego peaks.
Guys, I watched Donk.
I feel like after we spoke to Harry and Hugo after the game yesterday versus Furia, and they were kind of highlighting that he was doing that against Big as well.
Yeah.
Swinging with scouts sometimes and whatnot.
Definitely some rough moments on Mirage.
You know?
This one's more of a gameplay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know how that happened, but all right. Mid-re clear here for Imperial. It's not in good time. It could be helpful, but they actually still don't know because they don't have the bottom of B cleared, whether or not it's an A play. So as they come up, we'll see. No pressure to stop them. They don't see anyone fighting them from long. They're back in CT, off short. So, so far, Big have been really comfortable in swinging and guaranteeing that information. But you know what? For now, they stay in the site.
Big going to be scratching their heads as to the direction of the retake. Flash onto the ramp, gets Crimbo off the original angle held. And Cat, nice jiggle into that scope. Dodges the offer. QB's dead. 1v3 attempt from Hype back site. They're going to clear him. And there we go. Imperial taking a second round. We had seen 2v2s, 3v3s, but finally a retake sticks. And they stick it as clean as can be. Triple frag for Zaz. She doubles her kills in one round. And we will go into the final round of regulation for the first half.
Yeah, so okay, mid reclear actually matters there. Just allows them to come up on the retake, and the flash setup. Crimbo looks like he turned away from it early, but even allow him to get up to the top of Banana, knowing that he's opping, put him in a good spot. There's something. Round 12, final rifle. I'm just watching mid. And again, we know that Big are going to be extremely adamant about trying to take it. Yeah, it's another spin bubble. We gotta evolve, I mean, I didn't like that off the first death. What
about the second?
25 minutes ago.
Third, fourth,
yeah,
fifth.
He's got one kill doing that play. It was a molly kill. And yeah, it's not getting any better at it. So. But, he's confident.
He's confident, man. He's a confident man. He's forcing the ladies to pick up the slack. Going for the timely re-aggression, and it nets them an equalizing kill. Off on the elbow support. Look at this. It's all a ruse. It's all about bringing Big into them after killing Bubble. But over here on the B site, Hype finds an opening to put the bomb down. We've been talking about the 3v3s, the 2v2s. We go again. A final retake attempt where Imperial's hands will be forced. And as long as you've got Hyped up, he's holding this line. Anna trying to bait out a shot so she can peek in, but Hype's a bit of a monster tonight. 12-6 on the half, 10-2 again. Third time in the series we get that 10-2 scoreline. Clan showing marked improvement on their T side in contrast to the game versus Wildcard yesterday. They had to show us improvement. It was demanded of them on a map that they so often like to play. So we get it. 10 rounds T side versus Imperial Valkyries. And unfortunately for the ladies, 3 rounds away from getting eliminated here in Katowice Stage 1.
Yeah, it's another 2-round half, unfortunately. Again, upsides. We're looking at Anna, who's the #1 women's player of the year, having a much better game here. Had the good map versus Furia. That's something that just needs to be consistent, of course. Win condition. Clean shot out of Zaz.
JDC? Not looking so clean, brother.
Yeah. That's his favorite spot.
Grimbo playing off Brokey. Little pinch out of A main at the same time. Trying to tippity-tap his way through this one. Quick redirection.
You know what? They still have full mid control, and this is where I think their mid rounds were really impressive when they played at Blast, where they knew how to kind of spread the map without overextending. But in this position, with Zaz going down, they still have the right to go B. It's still open, but it might be a little bit harder to guarantee the cross. They get in. Perfect flash.
Gets him out of cave. Bubble. Tapping out QB. 23 bends a bullet around long side, and this would be 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds of the series. You got to start strong to finish strong, they say. See if Tabson can rob this one back. He's been playing pretty well. And Bubble going to get himself a double kill in the 4th pistol of the series.
Double bubble, man. I had that gum when I was a kid. It was 5 cents each.
Yep.
Rock hard.
Yes. Yeah, they
came with a little comic strip inside.
Never funny.
Not funny comics.
Ever funny.
And that's why nobody knows about them now. They didn't really take off, I don't think.
Boomer humor.
Boomer humor, double bubbles. You ever casted Bubble in his heyday?
Yeah, back in like the ESCA Premier Mountain Dew League days, etc., etc.
Right.
Yep. Back when I was putting my nose to the grindstone, Mohan.
Yeah, like Bubble is here today.
Yes, back in the day. Before you
grease.
found me and pulled me out of there.
I saved you just so you could meet him again.
QB, don't you be getting up into them Zeus shenanigans. Nay. Better than a knife attempt.
The ascending
Zeus
naze
in
is
cave.
crazy.
What's that?
The ascending naze is crazy.
Hey, man.
Oh.
I'm so happy we caught that in third person.
No. Yeah.
Hey there, room for 2?
Be a little late.
Good conversion.
And now, as we said in the first half, here's where the hard rounds begin. See about this T side, Imperial. Oh. Whoa, Kat's got her mouse pad all the way, almost halfway off her desk. That's like the snacks pad. He's always done that.
Yeah, I hate when my
Snacks is
forearm
like
rubs on the
even more.
edge of the table, so I need my mouse pad overhanging.
Yeah. Me too. But the that's like over half of it. Snacks is like he only gets like 25% of his mouse pad on the table.
Crazy guy.
The rest is hanging off like a curtain. Guess you can wipe your Cheeto dust off your fingers on the bottom.
Smart man. It's all about the system. Cat makes it past the cave. Cat makes it.
Scat man.
Cat makes it past the cave and looks to join up mid. JDC keeping Donut closed. Acts like a lid.
What is this, some kind of open mic slam poetry session?
Owned. QB. Fast one.
Yeah.
Catching that mid
That's a big
lurk.
find because it
Just
comes
turns
with a
everybody over
full
to B.
vision on mid and Crimbo's lurk. Oh, timed perfectly. You're big.
Yeah. Big starting the smothering process here in round 15. Hype just going to hang on to the wall. He's got teammates to work on. QB in with the triple kill in the first gun round of Big CT side. And I think that all the decisions correctly made and perfectly timed.
Yeah, it's another moment in window where it's like if you don't die, then your team still has like a really good chance of the B hit, the A hit, whatever it is, it's going to be later. But obviously, as you can see with Crimbo's A flank, they're coming into mid almost knowing, they're like 40% sure it's just about to be a B play soon. So Big's timing trumps everything. And yeah, they've been stopping the lurks on middle. The upside for Imperial is they can win it. And this is a high point of contention in the first half. But step one's getting mid control, but you can't plant there. It's just going to be key to your later game plan. And in the mid round, Big are starting to shine.
This bottom mid control uncontested, and that's going to afford JDC the jump up. And I mean, JDC, one of the gods of running down middle in the past. We've seen evolution in this position lately. Cat trying to pounce into the B site. That's going to call Tabson into the action. Hype's already on the rotate. Big looking to keep it clean, but Bubble's pistol finds Tabson, and that bomb's going to... Oh,
it's so close.
It will be planted. JDC almost killing the bomb plant before, but as he swaps out to the USP, it's Bubble with a health advantage and a fresh magazine for that M4. JDC can take his time working with the kit. Bubble makes a set. Locked in behind the obelisk, JDC. He knows he's back there, surely.
Oh, JDC's kind of waiting.
Oh,
great
nice
move.
wide swing. Bubble's going to get a clutch queued up. Imperial Female have improved the scoreline of the series. It is 11-5, at least this time around.
So they played the game of mid control in the beginning. I mean, this round's actually not closed without JDC's frags, obviously. It's just all posturing with throwing nades into elbow, making it seem like they're going to push through the smoke and make that play. And they're happy to do that. The entire idea was a very simple tactic, rushing towards B. It looks like they're copying and pasting, Connor.
Try to run it back. JDC this time going to extend a little further. Teammate opening up that cave smoke. Great wallbang damage comes out from Tabson, but still they find the entry. Despite the perimeter being held onto, they get into that bomb site.
Well, Molly's great. Stops any kind of spam, and they maybe get control of it. No, JDC stops that peak.
He's trying to be the hero of this one, huh? Bubble going back into cave for second servings. Man advantage Big. And his Cat's drawn back from long. That utility still just slowing down the cave retake, but she peeks into a duel and loses. JDC absolutely thriving on this bomb site as he hits the headshot, gets revenge on Bubble, and puts Big Clan on a comfortable 12-5 lead, map 2.
That's exactly where they want to find themselves. And again, it's the exact same play, movement for movement as we saw previously. And they even get the B entry. They just take a little bit more damage in the setup portion, which is like that first 10 seconds where they're outside. The spams are coming through from Big. And I think Big know immediately what's going to happen. But with that kill on the B side, that definitely makes the round possible. However, the retake's real solid here. Yeah, John DeCastro.
Nice delete. And unfortunately for Imperial,
elimination round here.
Yeah, and this round could end in a whimper with Tech9s across the board. This consistency that will be JDC applying pressure on lane.
Hey, they got themselves an open A site. They've kind of done this 3 times now and got Big to participate in middle while taking B. This is the same thing, just dressed up a little bit differently, but look at the rotations.
Yeah, it's the thing with all that free real estate, right? Big are gonna remain fluid, instantly trying to move hyped onto the line, and he gets in front of the A main peaks. Doesn't find the first shot. Plenty of targets, too many targets. Crimbo's gonna feast with the triple kill, bubble double, Tech9. And is that a chance to leave? Bomb into Donut, flank behind, Hype goes hunting, Bubble tucks into the cover, and unfortunately that's the end of him. It is gonna be Cat in a clutch 1 versus 3, open sprint to the B bomb site, tournament life on her shoulders.
Cat's always good for a clutch.
Smoke down on short, CT in front of it, and QB's gonna end the hopes of Imperial here in Katowice. Close first map versus Furia is really only the competition they're able to put forth in stage 1 at the LAN. It is Sayonara Imperials, and congratulations Big, showing a marked improvement specifically on Ancient after getting trounced by Wildcard, I think is something that they were really looking for tonight.
Yeah, 100%. When we look at this game, we saw some moments that were good, but it's not their best performance so far. And Big, especially coming into Ancient, just had every reason to improve twofold on it. It's a map they were extremely confident on, and then got taught a lesson by Wildcard. But they had their improvements here, they showed them, and that's why they dominated.
Well, with that, that is the end of the road for the Imperial female squad. But I did think I would grab everyone from the team to just kind of look over this whole experience has been for you guys over the last couple of weeks. So, Zaz, what has it been like, all of this? Because you started with a Blast Bounty, then you come into Katowice. It's kind of been a crazy ride.
It has indeed. I feel like very proud of us. Really, like this is a great experience for us. It's amazing to be here. It feels like a dream, and this can only benefit us.
Mm-hmm.
Like for us, like for me at least, I don't feel like we are like any losers, if I say so, like losing or anything. I feel like we're winners. We've been doing great, and I'm very proud of us, really.
Bubble, you had to come step in last minute. You happy to go back to the coach role real soon?
I mean, I hope that for the next event I'm not going to be standing, and I really miss Tori because she's a great IGO, and I think I can benefit way better as a coach.
For you, Anna, looking at just obviously coming into this event and coming into like an event of this prestige, did it feel any different for you when you've won so many trophies and like the impact events? Did you notice a difference when you were coming into it all?
I mean, obviously there is a huge difference. Being the first female team to ever stand here, besides the best male teams in the world, it's huge. So obviously, like we were paying more attention, like to work on our best, even if, like our coach said, we weren't with our captain. So we just tried our best, and we worked very much for it. So sadly, we got eliminated, but all respect to Big, they played well today.
23, I'm going to give the mic over to you on the next one. Is there any words you want to say to the community? That obviously there's been a hell of a lot more support in a positive fashion, which I think we're all very happy to see in general because you guys are here.
I just want to say that I'm really grateful for all the positive comments we get on social media, because before it used to be more on the opposite side, like we would get much more hate. I mean, now we still do get it, but it's been better, and I hope in the future we can be supported the same as the other teams that are playing here.
For sure, and I think you guys have shown that you deserve it as well. Kat, for you, I want to say, is there anything, last words you want to say to maybe just the female players who are watching? Because obviously you've inspired so many around the world, but this was a completely different direction of the reach you could have. Like I saw one guy saying he's like watching CS and he's with his girlfriend and she's impressed because she's getting hyped about you guys.
Oh yeah, I've seen that, and I really hope that we can motivate like more women out there, as I've been once motivated also by very strong other women. I think that's what we need, and that's what's gonna bring more players, more talent to this. And I think we're not gonna be maybe in the future the only team to be here.
Definitely not, right? That's it. This is the first step, and everything takes a little step to go by. Zaz, I'm going to come back to you again because you've been doing this for the hell of a long time, right? All the way back from the 1.6 journey.
Mommy. Mommy of Counter-Strike.
And this time, obviously, it changes things. But you were here at Katowice, it was what, 2018 before, 2019, and then to see where the whole scene's grown, to see where the female scene's grown. Could you imagine it being like it is now? If we go back to 2018, 2017?
Honestly, yes, because I've always been a person that always have hope, and this is hope is like what keeps me going.
Yeah.
And yes, the answer is yes, 100%.
Nice. I love that. And I asked you back at Blast, I said about did some other teams maybe give you a chance to practice against them? Did we have any luck with that yet?
Say it again. Say it again. I didn't hear.
Oh, that's right. Shut up over there. No, they got an important game to play as well. But I spoke to you at Blast, right? And I said, did some other teams maybe give you a chance to practice against them, this level of teams? Did you have any luck with that yet?
Honestly, like we haven't had so much time to practice. So no, not yet. But hopefully they will, right?
Yeah, let's which camera on?
Right?
They should do. Yeah, there we go.
You will, yes, for sure you will. No choice.
And anything you want to say to Tori? I'm sure she's watching back home right now. I know she's very sad.
We really miss you. Like, what is this guy doing here? What is this guy doing here? No, but we really miss you, Tori, and we love you so much. And I miss playing around you, especially on Mirage. God bless. Mamma mia. That's it. Everyone feels the same. Everyone feels the same.
You feel the same as well, right, mate?
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with that.
But listen, they wanted mixed tournaments, right? Like.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we did it. We did it.
You see, everything has a meaning.
Bubble, do you feel right now, right, when you look at what these girls have achieved, what you've been able to be a part of, do you feel like this is just the beginning? Are you proud of everything you've seen?
Me personally, I'm really proud of every one of them. They did their best. That's all I can say. I also tried my best, but obviously it's not enough to be on the level with Tori. But this is just the start for us. It's huge experience that we will try to take as much as possible and use it for the future.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
This has been one hell of an adventure, and I'm sure we'll see you back soon. I believe in your words, that's for sure. But for now, that is it. We are done with, and I need to wrap up the show. As always, the B stream is being a little bit different. We're all focused on the games and the players, so I hope everyone has been enjoying it. But we'll be back tomorrow with more games, and trust me, for now, don't miss out on it. We got Heroic, Eternal Fire, still being loud, still being crazy. It looks like Eternal Fire just won either the map, and it was a map. So Eternal Fire took the map. Tune in for the rest of it. See you later on.
Since the age of 22, I've been losing it. Like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Tears, a lot of fights, big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shut it. I rise above it.
Light of light, we will stay. Through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite, setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite, setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left. Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC. And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to jump out.
And it's all done. Astralis with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What's your name?
Lee, mate.
Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! Your champion!